Ningyi found a room in the fortress and rested for the night. This night, Lin Moyu spent his military merit and stayed in the officer skill training field. There is no distinction between junior high school and advanced officers in the officer skill training field. Its effect is directly equivalent to the advanced skill training hall in Xiaojing Academy. In the meditative state, it takes less than an hour for the mental power to go from 0 to full. Cooperating with the title of Dragon Warrior and the powerful effect of having the skill consumption, Lin Moyu began to summon skeleton warriors. Summoning a level 24 skeleton warrior originally required 700 points of spiritual power, but now only requires 350 points. Summoning a level 24 skeleton mage originally required 2,100 points of spiritual power, but now only requires 1050 points. Counting equipment and title bonuses, Lin Moyu has exactly 4,200 points of spiritual power. Each round can summon 12 skeleton warriors or 4 skeleton mages. After the mental power is exhausted, meditate to recover. Lin Moyu calculated the time, first summoned 10 skeleton warriors, and the number of skeleton warriors reached 150. All the rest are used to summon skeleton mages, and there are 90 skeleton mages. 240 skeletons fully occupied the summoning space. He stayed in the skill training field for 6 hours and consumed 1,200 military merit. His once 3,000 points of military merit are now only 1,800 points left. Military achievements are spent like flowing water. After a night's rest, both of them fully recovered, chatting and laughing, and went to the Dragon Frontline Outpost instance. Lin Moyu's cooling talisman still has 8 chances, and Ningyi has 9 chances, which is plenty. After yesterday's battle, many professionals rushed to the outpost dungeon overnight. At this time, the dungeon entrance became lively again. No matter how unorganized and disorderly it is in normal times, once there is a war, the cohesion of the Xinxia Empire is absolutely shocking. People from Bangzi Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Eagle Country, and other countries have witnessed the actions of the Xinxia Empire yesterday. They sat around each other, completely different from the professionals of the Xinxia Empire. Lin Moyu and Ningyi broke through the fog and came over. The two are like a pair of golden boy and jade girl, created in heaven and earth. Seeing the two, all the Xinxia Empire professionals present stood up and paid attention to Lin Moyu. This scene fell in the eyes of professionals from other countries, so incredible. Not sure what happened. What's wrong? Stand up anyway. What's the difference between these two? The guy looks normal, but this chick is so pretty. Someone who knew Lin Moyu immediately shouted, "Shut up, that's a killer, don't mess with him if you don't want to die." A killer? Is he so scary? Scary? Killing you is like killing a chicken. The man was taken aback and quickly shrank his head. He never imagined that this seemingly harmless young man would be so scary. Ningyi giggled and said, "They are all looking at you." Lin Moyu received all respect for his performance on the battlefield yesterday. It is unprecedented to only brush the copy of the outpost on the difficulty of hell. At the age of 18, at level 24, becoming a second lieutenant is something no one has ever done. Such a character will have limitless achievements in the future. He is very likely to become a big man like Baishan. Where are they disrespectful? No matter how arrogant a person is, there is no guarantee that he can become a figure like Baishan. But they all felt that as long as Lin Moyu didn't die, he could become the second white god. Lin Moyu entered the dungeon with Ningyi under everyone's gaze. The number of skeleton warriors has increased to 150, and the number of skeleton mages has increased to 90. Playing a copy is even easier now and more efficient. Ningyi took out snacks from her pocket early in the morning and ate them. The girl's pocket seemed to be a treasure chest, filled with all kinds of snacks. Lin Moyu looked at her with a smile on her face, and Ningyi was also a little shy. "Don't look at me like that, I just prefer to eat." Lin Moyu smiled, "It's pretty." Ningyi giggled, rolled her eyes, "I'm prettier than Sister Yuner." "You look good." Lin Moyu gave the answer without thinking, very sincerely. Ningyi smiled even more happily. When did you become so good at talking? Speaking the truth. Ningyi seemed to have found a topic, and began to chat about Mo Yun. The Mo family and Ningyi's Ning family are family friends. The Mo family has the blood of summoners. From generation to generation, many powerful summoners can be produced. Mo Yun is the strongest person in this generation, and she directly changed his job to become a holy summoner, a legendary class. Moreover, it is said that Mo Yun also possesses talent and is a talented professional, but no one knows what kind of talent it is. The legendary profession is already very remarkable. Coupled with the status of a talented professional, Mo Yun has every chance to become a top powerhouse. Ningyi and the others played with Mo Yun when they were young, and Mo Yun was the eldest sister. In the group of people, no one dared not listen to her. It has been a habit since childhood that Ningyi is not afraid of anything but Mo Yun. Then what bloodline is your family? Lin Moyu asked. Ningyi giggled, my family is of the blood of a mage. But I am a special case, I did not inherit the blood of the family. It is indeed rare to have a shadow assassin in the blood of a mage. But it can be seen that Ning Tairan is very fond of Ningyi. Ningyi and Lin Moyu talked about their childhood, and Lin Moyu occasionally talked about his own childhood. Ningyi could imagine from a few words that Lin Moyu's family background is not good. It's completely different from myself. Don't worry, I believe you will see your sister soon. Perhaps your sister will go to the professional competition in a while. At that time, we will also go and participate together. Lin Moyu nodded, okay. In just over 4 hours, the outpost guard fell in front of Lin Moyu again. Kill the guardian of the outpost, experience, +1650000. Obtain a gold-level weapon, the Hell Outpost Dagger. Obtain gold-level armor, Hell Post Heavy Armor. Obtain gold jewelry, Hell Outpost Bracelet. Obtain the crystal nucleus of the dragon family *2. Etc. Dragon's crystal nucleus, an extremely rare material that can be used to make various props. Ningyi stretched out her hand, can you give me this dagger too? Lin Moyu gave the dagger to Ningyi without thinking. But there was a strange look in his eyes, what for? I won't tell you, it's useful anyway. Ningyi said mischievously, making it a secret. Lin Moyu chuckled and didn't mind. He activated the skeleton armor for the two, and leaves the copy. They brushed the same copy for the 4th time, already very proficient. This time it was easy and basically effortless. The key is to have Ningyi by his side, chatting chirpingly, finishing the dungeon long while laughing. In front of Lin Moyu, the hell-level difficulty dungeon that others have to work hard to beat is like traveling in mountains and rivers. Step aside. As soon as I left the copy, I heard a shout, What happened again? Why does something happen every time a copy is released? A big hand reached out, trying to push Lin Moyu away. White light flickered, the bone armor blocked the opponent, Lin Moyu remained motionless. His vision restored. I don't know when there was an extra layer of red carpet on the ground. At the end of the red carpet, a resplendent and luxurious carriage was parked. The horse that pulls the cart is not an ordinary horse, but a flame horse. The flames on the horse's hooves burn all year round, and even in the ice and snow, they will not go out in the water. The flame warhorse was originally a monster, but was tamed by a beast master, improved and bred, and finally became a human mount. In Western countries, flame horses are more popular. For example, the Xinxia Empire is much less. And there are not many people who are qualified to ride the flame horse. As for pulling the chariot of the flames, that's even less. From this point, it can be seen that the identity of the other party is different. The thick and soft red carpet extends from the carriage to the copy entrance. The ground was paved. The sound of horseshoes sounded, and on both sides of the red carpet, there were 10 professionals riding flaming horses, majestic and pretentious. Lin Moyu and Ningyi just came out of the dungeon and happened to be standing on the red carpet. Seeing that Lin Moyu couldn't be pushed, the man's face changed slightly, and he put more strength in his hands, but he still couldn't push. Lin Moyu's bone armor can't even be cut by a hell-level outpost guardian. A level 36 abyssal dog demon will not show ripples if he swings a mace for a long time. How could a mere level 30 professional be shaken? He couldn't push Lin Moyu, so he was about to push Ningyi with his hand, and at the same time shouted angrily, "Get out of here, you've spoiled His Highness's red carpet." Lin Moyu's face was slightly gloomy, and the other party had a Westerner's face, not from the Xinxia Empire. A skeleton warrior appeared beside him in an instant, and slashed across without saying a word. "Let him go, let's see who let who go." The man's face changed drastically, and he retreated rapidly. The skeleton warrior's broadsword almost fell off him. The big knife fell to the ground, and with a bang, the ground burst, because the red carpet was blown to pieces. Bold! The knights on both sides pulled out their weapons at the same time, aiming at Lin Moyu with a powerful momentum. At this moment, more aura rose up and enveloped them. The professionals of the nearby Xinxia Empire stood up one after another, as if they were ready to do something at any time. Here, if you want to deal with the Xinxia people, you must first ask the Shenzhen professionals. Ningyi whispered in Lin Moyu's ear, "They should be from the Holy See of Goluo, be careful." Lin Moyu nodded, "I know. The Western countries are different from the Xinxia Empire. Their most powerful is not the country, but the Holy See. The Holy See of ancient Rome is one of them, and its strength even exceeds that of a small country like Sakura country." "Stop it all." There was a low cry from the carriage. The Flame Knights lost their momentum instantly. A young man in armor stepped out of the carriage and stepped onto the red carpet. The armor is luxurious and exquisite, the golden light is constantly shining, and there are faint flames jumping on the armor. Ningyi narrowed her eyes. It's not ordinary gold equipment, it's gold equipment made by blacksmiths. And his jewelry was also made by the alchemist, not the ones dropped by the dungeon. I think these equipments are of the same style, they may be suits, handmade suits. A full set of gold equipment crafted by hand is much more valuable than top-notch gold equipment. The attribute bonus is naturally stronger, maybe not as good as the Hell Sentinel set, but it will definitely shine on the Nightmare Gold set. The young man whispered, "How can you be so rude, back down." The professional who was reprimanded immediately stepped aside and stood respectfully without a single word of nonsense. This young man is what the other party calls His Highness, and he has an extraordinary status. The young man stepped on the red carpet and walked in front of Lin Moyu and Ningyi. "My subordinate was rude earlier, so I apologize to you two on his behalf." It sounds very polite, but it is actually full of arrogance, and there is no intention of apologizing at all. Rutgers, from the Holy See of Ancient Rome, Level 31, Vulcan Fighter. Rutgers' arrogance became more obvious when he reported his origin and occupation. His occupation also caused many people nearby to exclaim, and these people obviously knew about Vulcan fighters. There are also many people who do not know this profession. It turned out to be a Vulcan fighter from the Holy See of Ancient Rome. Is the Vulcan fighter amazing? The Holy See of Ancient Rome believed in gods, and they had some special professionals who claimed to have inherited the mighty power of the gods. Vulcan fighters claimed to have inherited the power of Vulcan. Sounds great. In fact, it is indeed quite powerful, belonging to the legendary rank. What nonsense, Vulcan fighters are actually fighters with fire attribute talents, it's not that mysterious. Regardless of whether he really inherited the power of Vulcan, even a fighter with fire attribute talent is already very powerful. Otherwise, it would not be possible to rate it as a legendary profession. Lin Moyu looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Lin Moyu, Xinxia Empire, Level 24, Necromancer." Rutgers didn't seem to care about Lin Moyu's answer, or even necessarily catch it. He stretched out his hand towards Ningyi. "Beautiful miss, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to join me in the copy." A trace of disgust flashed in Ningyi's eyes, she hated Rogers a little bit. She felt that there was hypocrisy hidden under Rogers' gentle appearance. Ningyi believes in her own feelings, and has believed this since she was a child. When meeting Lin Moyu for the first time, Ning Yi felt the simplicity of Lin Moyu. That's why I want to make friends with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had a panoramic view of Ning Yi's eyes, and Lin Moyu was rude. No need, you are not qualified. Rogers froze in place, his expression slightly distorted, but he still tried to maintain his demeanor. I should be more qualified than you. Lin Moyu shook his head. That's just what you think. Haha. Rutgers laughed angrily. You're only level 24, and it's normal that you don't have enough vision. Do you know what book your highness wants to print? My highness wants to clear the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon alone to get the legendary title. Beautiful lady, I will invite you after His Royal Highness successfully completes the dungeon of Hell Difficulty and obtains the title. Ning Yi's big eyes were shining. She looked at him like an idiot and pointed to her head. Are you not doing well here? Ha ha. Many Xinsha professionals on the sidelines laughed. Ning Yi was saying that there seemed to be something wrong with Roger's head. Rutger's head was red and white. But in order to maintain his demeanor, he couldn't get angry at Ning Yi. Although already very angry, but still have to endure. I endured it very hard, and I pinched my head. Lin Moyu gave him a weird look. You can't get the title. After finishing speaking, he and Ning Yi looked at each other. The cooling talisman shimmered, and the two entered the dungeon again. Rutger suddenly covered his forehead and laughed loudly. You actually said that His Highness can't win the title. If His Highness can't win the title, who else can win the title? There was incomparable arrogance in the voice. Before, Moyun was considered arrogant enough, but now compared with him, Moyun has no choice but to bow down. Rutgers is not only arrogant, but also high-profile. From the horse-drawn chariot of the Flame War, accompanied by the professional team, the red carpet paves the way. All behavior is high-profile. He did it on purpose, to let professionals from other countries see how he completed the dungeon of the Hell Difficulty Outpost, how to win the legendary title that no one can get. He looked around while laughing, wanting to see the reaction of others. The result was to see a pair of sneering faces. The situation, it seems, is not quite right. Go and find out what's going on. Rutgers is deliberately high-profile, not really sick in the brain. Up to now, he really seems to have a problem. The results came quickly. The title has been taken away. Someone has already completed the feat of clearing the copy of the Hell level outpost one step ahead of him. And that person is the level 24 Necromancer who just entered. Rogers was dumbfounded. It's not a secret at all that Lin Moyu solos the Hell outpost. All the professionals of the Xinsha Empire present knew about this. At that time, Lin Moyu admitted it openly in front of everyone in the entire Legion. It's just that the properties are not published. When they saw Rutgers, he announced in such a high-profile manner that he was going to fight Hell Outpost solo, and that they were going to grab the title. Everyone looked at him as if they were watching a joke. There can only be one title. According to the rules, the first person to complete the single brush can get the title. As long as Lin Moyu is alive, he will never get the title again. Even if he does better than Lin Moyu in a single brush, it's useless. After Rutgers knew the result, his face turned red and blue, as if changing his face. Very funny. There was a dangerous light in Roger's eyes, and killing intent emerged. He looked towards the entrance of the copy, clenched his fist, and made a decision. No longer caring about being a gentleman, he said in a low voice, "Come here." Riding flaming horses, the majestic knights of the ancient Roman Holy See got off their horses and came to Rogers. Rogers whispered a few words towards them, and they couldn't help but get nervous. "Your Highness, do you really want to do this? If something happens, there will be big trouble. Although this is the Yuan battlefield, this area belongs to Xinsha, and most of the people here are professionals of Xinsha." Facing the hesitation of his subordinates, Rutgers finally made a decision. "We'll be fine as long as we keep it secret. Even if they die, people will only think they died in the copy." In the face of Rutgers' decision, they have the right to question, but they have no right to intervene. The Holy See has strict rules, and Rogers is their leader, and they must obey. In that case, follow His Highness's order. Rogers took out a scroll. In the world of professionals, many things exist in the form of scrolls, such as skill scrolls, spell scrolls, and so on. Scrolls can perform various functions. Rogers activated the scroll, and the scroll immediately began to sparkle. Blocked by 11 professionals, and the Flame Horse, outsiders, could not see what Rogers was doing. What are they doing? He seems to be discussing something. Maybe I'm discussing how to make money. Anyway, I can't get the title, so it's meaningless to just swipe. That's right, but with their equipment and Rogers' legendary profession, the difficulty of fighting hell shouldn't be a problem. Since Rutgers has the confidence to solo, he naturally has the corresponding strength. Then the dungeon lit up, and 12 people entered the dungeon together. They've entered the dungeon. If you can't do it alone, let's reorganize the team. The people of the Holy See of ancient Rome are so arrogant, they want to save face. As far as I know, the people in the Holy See of ancient Rome are all lunatics. It's not just the people in the Holy See of ancient Rome who are lunatics, there are no normal people in those Holy See. Fortunately, the Holy See of ancient Rome came here today. If another Holy See came, it would be a good show. It's embarrassing enough for them today. They come so high profile, but they don't know that the title has been taken away by Lin Moyu a while ago. The little Holy See is also worthy of competing with my god Xia, it's far behind. Only the Flame Warhorse remained outside the dungeon. The Flame Horses have been tamed, and they will not be lost without the Master's order. In the dungeon, skeleton warriors and skeleton mages tirelessly eliminate dragon monsters. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi were still talking and laughing. Ning Yi smiled brightly at this time. I really want to know what the expression of that Rogers is now. Lin Moyu also thought it was a little fun. I guess it will be a little embarrassed. Ning Yi showed a wicked smile. It's better for him to go to the difficulty of hell alone, and after exhausting all his efforts, he finds that there is no title. That would be fun. Rutgers is rushing to the title. If you find that there is no title after brushing, you will probably cry. But Ning Yi tilted her head. However, the Hell Outpost is not that easy to fight. No matter how good his equipment is, he may not be able to beat it with a legendary class. In Ning Yi's mind, only Lin Moyu can beat it. Her sister Yuner is not good, and Rutgers is definitely not good either. Lin Moyu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the exit of the instance. Several figures appeared at the exit of the copy. What happened? Why can someone enter the copy world of himself and Ning Yi? Seeing the people who came, it was the Rutgers group. Ning Yi was taken aback. They used a dungeon tracking scroll. Ning Yi quickly explained to Lin Moyu. Using the copy tracking scroll, you can track someone else's copy. Originally used by an abyssal demon, they were used to hunt down clan professionals in dungeons. In the end, the manufacturing method was mastered by the human race. With a grin, Rogers took out another scroll and activated it. A strange aura swept across the entire dungeon. Ning Yi's complexion changed again. It's the teleportation seal scroll. We can't use the dungeon escape symbol anymore. Lin Moyu took a look, and sure enough, the escape character of the copy had become dim. Rogers ran over with his people, and faintly surrounded Lin Moyu and Ning Yi. Zero looking for flowers. Rogers sneered, didn't expect it, I would chase you in. I heard that you just brushed the dungeon of hell and got the title. I have no choice but to kill you, otherwise I won't get this title. For good reason. For a title, you chase into someone else's copy to kill them. But also with a full formation of 12 people. It's really unreasonable. Rutgers completely tore off the mask of hypocrisy. Aren't you very desperate and helpless? Panic? Scared? Scared? Don't worry, beautiful lady, I won't kill you so easily. I think you will be a very tender toy. As others said, the people in the Holy See are all lunatics. Once they're mad, it's no different from a mad dog. Lin Moyu still has some scruples in doing things. For example, he will not kill people from other countries in public, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. but now in the dungeon, the other party has sealed the dungeon breakout symbol. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. Ningyi didn't look scared or worried at all, but anger was already in her beautiful eyes. Rutgers pissed her off. Rogers was taken aback. "What are you smiling at?" Lin Moyu said softly, "You used the teleportation seal scroll. I can't leave. And you probably can't do it either." The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. Rutgers didn't understand Lin Moyu's words for a moment. In the next second, the clicking sound continued. A large number of skeletons rushed over. Almost instantaneously, the skeletons completed the anti-siege. 10 skeletons ran to the entrance of the dungeon and firmly guarded the entrance to prevent Rogers and others from escaping. "What's the situation?" Rutgers panicked, not knowing what was going on. Why was it surrounded all of a sudden? He thought of Lin Moyu's profession, necromancer. These skeletons are most likely Lin Moyu's summons. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never end in 100 battles. You didn't even know my professional skills, so you came here to die by yourself. Lin Moyu said coldly, "The intention to kill has already started, these few must die." Skeleton warriors surrounded them, and skeleton mages stood on the periphery, readying their skills. Although surrounded, Rutgers was not particularly afraid. "A few broken skeletons just want to kill me. I am a Vulcan fighter, a legendary profession. Do it." He gave an order, and raging flames burst out all over his body. For a while, the flame soared into the sky, even the dungeon sky was dyed red. Skill, body of Vulcan. Rogers had flames all over his body. At this time, he was more than 2 meters tall, and his figure was burly, like a giant. "This is my skill, Vulcan body. Under the body of Vulcan, all attributes are increased by 3 times, skill attack power is increased by 3 times, damage is reduced by 3 times, and it is immune to all control skills. Plus, the auxiliary status. Tell me, with your broken skeletons, what problems do you have with me?" Rogers took out the golden sword and laughed wildly. Statuses appeared one by one on his body, and the assistants in the team were supplementing his status. The momentum of his whole body was in a buffed state, and it is getting stronger and stronger. Rutgers at level 30 is stronger than some 38 and 39 professionals in full condition. The subordinates he brought also had high morale, and they had full confidence in Rutgers. Along the way, Rutgers has experienced countless battles, big and small, and is the representative of invincibility to them. Rutgers, who is full of pretentiousness, is even more crazy. Below level 40, "I am invincible." Ningyi frowned, he is not in his right mind. Lin Moyu also confirmed at this time, indeed, especially after using his skills, he seems a little crazy. Rutgers' state is very abnormal, and everyone can see it. But the legendary class does have its strengths. Just looking at the attributes of Vulcan's body, it's quite astonishing. Even if there are some influences, it is not unacceptable. With Rutgers in this state, it is easy for one person to destroy a team. If you are well prepared and have enough medicine in your pocket, it is not impossible to brush the mobs in the Hell Dungeon alone. As for the copy boss of the Outpost Guardian, Lin Moyu thinks he can't beat it. Lin Moyu tapped his finger lightly, "Do it." The skeleton warrior rushed up immediately. An overwhelming red net acts as a HUD, skill, slow curse. Rutgers is indeed not affected by the curse, but others are not so lucky. The teammates he brought suddenly had red shackles on their heads. The speed immediately slowed down. "Oops, it's a curse. Quickly undo the curse. Hurry up, they're coming." The auxiliary action was fast, and the curse was lifted for the first knight at once, allowing him to return to normal. The knight held up his shield and collided with the skeleton warrior. After several bangs, the 2 knights flew out with screams. There was horror on their faces, and the power crystal of the skeleton warrior made them feel despair. After flying the 2 knights, the skeleton warriors had entered their team. With a roar, Roger swung his giant sword and collided with the skeleton warrior. The giant sword was more than 1.5 meters long, and it blocked two skeletons with one sweep. The skeleton warrior's broadsword collided with his golden giant sword, making a roar. The flame exploded, and Rogers trembled violently. How is this possible? How can it be so strong? Up to 18,000 basic attributes, much higher strength than bosses. Even if Rogers has a full set of status, the triple blessing of Vulcan's body, plus the status, he still can't compare with the skeleton warrior. It's not the end if it can't be directly smashed into the air like the knight. The two knights were healed in midair, and they used their charge skills again to rush back. Skill, Group Provocation. Skill, Ultimate Defense. The group provocation made the skeletons divert their attention and regard them as targets. The ultimate defense also instantly increases the defense power to the highest level. The nanny assists continuously displaying healing skills. The mages and archers in the team output with all their strength. But their attacks fell on the skeletons, and they didn't have much effect. The attack power is too poor, and it takes a long time to kill a skeleton, not to mention that there are skeleton warriors rushing from all directions. The battle lasted less than 2 seconds, and the entire team had fallen into despair. Boom! Thunder falls. Aiming at the therapist screamed suddenly, and the healing skills were interrupted. The current travels through, and the whole body is numb. He didn't even have time to give Sheath the second treatment. Another bolt of lightning fell, making him unable to move. Immediately afterwards, flames, ice, and strong winds followed. The magical attacks of the 90 skeleton mages fell overwhelmingly, completely engulfing them. Rutgers was stunned and completely desperate. He didn't understand why this happened. Obviously, he is invincible below level 40, why can't he even beat a level 24 necromancer? Only then did he realize that there was no necromancer profession in his memory. Necromancer is a brand new profession. I don't know the depth of the profession. Lin Moyu was right, he didn't even know the opponent's professional skills before attacking, and he really kicked the iron plate with his toes. If there is no control skill, the boss of the Hell Sentinel dungeon cannot withstand the siege of skeleton warriors and mages. Although these professionals also have control skills, their number is too small to control so many skeletons at once. In the blink of an eye, they was submerged in the overwhelming attacks. Death came quickly. With a scream, the mage with the weakest physique was the first to fall under the massive magic attack. Lin Moyu said to Ningyi, "Cover your ears." Ningyi was very obedient and covered her ears. Then Lin Moyu stepped sideways to block Ningyi's view. He raises his hand. Seeing this scene, Rutgers had a bad feeling in his heart. What is he going to do? Skill, Corpse Burst. Boom. The explosion was deafening. Terrible damage fell on it. Even if his stats were increased by 3 times, it still caused him to be seriously injured. What kind of skill is this? Rutgers was blown awake. When he turned his head, he saw that no one was standing except him. All 11 of his teammates died. He realized that he was entering the dungeon to seek death. You can't kill me. I am the godson of the fire temple of the ancient Luo Holy Sea. If you kill me, you will die too. Rogers yelled frantically. In the face of life and death, he was now afraid. Lin Moyu either doesn't do it, or if he does, he will do it all the way. Regardless of who you are, the son of a god, I will kill if I have to. Boom. 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 3 consecutive explosions overwhelmed Rutgers. Calm was restored again. Rutgers fell to the ground, nearly blasted to pieces, dying beyond death. From the beginning of the battle, Rogers and the others were completely suppressed, without any chance to fight back. After persisting for less than 10 seconds, they was completely wiped out. For Lin Moyu, killing them is no more difficult than killing a group of monsters. At the end of the battle, the skeleton warriors took off all their equipment. If you can't use the storage space right now, just throw it aside. Wait until the copy is finished and come back to get it. These equipment are all gold level, and they are all top-notch, more or less worth a little money. Especially the suit worn by Rutgers, which is completely handmade, is worth good money. Killing someone is like doing an ordinary thing. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi continued to write books. Ning Yi said, "He is from the Holy See of ancient Rome, aren't you afraid?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "There's nothing to be afraid of. If you mess with me, then I'll go to the Holy See of ancient Rome and tear it down." Ning Yi is not afraid of big troubles when watching the excitement. Okay, I will accompany you to dismantle it when the time comes. The headquarters of the Holy See in the ancient Roman country. A statue in the majestic palace shook violently. Even the palace was shaking. It alarmed the professionals in the Holy See. An elderly top professional came to feel it, and his face changed drastically. "Rogers is dead." Several powerful professionals rushed over, each with angry faces. "Get a therapist quickly. It's lucky Rutgers left his mark in the first place. I don't know if he can wake up in time for the professional competition. The person's accompanying him is probably also dead. After he is resurrected, ask him what happened." A few hours later, Lin Moyu opened the copy of the outpost again. At this time, Lin Moyu is only 10% away from level 25 experience. I can upgrade by swiping again. Ning Yi successfully upgraded to level 23. When she was upgraded, Ning Yi smiled happily. It was so easy and comfortable to upgrade with Lin Moyu. Thinking about her experience of going from level 20 to level 21, Ning Yi's nose felt a little sore. It was really difficult. Ning Yi decided to rely on Lin Moyu from now on. He put Rutgers and others' equipment in the storage space. You can sell it back for a lot of money. Now Lin Moyu is in great need of money. After reaching level 40, a lot of mid-level skill scrolls will be consumed. 10 million gold coins or 80,000 points per scroll. With his current net worth, he can't buy a few. After the two left the dungeon, they saw the flaming horse outside the dungeon. As if sensing the death of its master, the flame warhorse was a little uneasy, and continued to let out low growls. Its 4 hooves were on fire. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi glanced at each other, ignored them, and walked to the side to rest. They have already negotiated and let the Rutgers matter rot in their stomachs. When Rogers and the others died in the dungeon, they would naturally not have any contact with the flame warhorse. In this way, there is no proof of death by Moyu's hand. No one can blame them. Seeing Lin Moyu and Ning Yi coming out, the people present were no longer surprised. A group of people gathered together, drinking wine and talking loudly. Let me just say, those people are not as fast as Lin Moyu alone. That is, what is a Vulcan fighter, what kind of genius of the Holy See of Rome, is simply rubbish. It depends on who you compare with. Compared with Lin Moyu, he is rubbish. Compared with us, they are very strong. It can't be said that way. Isn't the Vulcan a legendary professional? What if my career is sublimated when I turn 2, I will reach a legendary profession too. You talk too much, that probability is so low, you're just dreaming. Princes and generals are kindred spirits. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe I will be even more powerful than Baishan in the future. These people drank too much and began to talk freely. Although Lin Moyu doesn't like to talk, he thinks it's good. Facing the pressure of the abyss, the human race needs vitality. Shaojing Academy, Baishan Courtyard. Ning Tairan walked in with a displeased face. Hey, old man Ning is here, a rare occurrence. Why do you put on a stinky face as soon as you come here? Who has done anything to you? Bai Yuan teased and poured him a cup of tea. By the way, Ning Tairan sat down vigorously and drank 3 cups of tea. That kid Lin Moyu is not authentic. Bai Yuan was full of curiosity. When did you meet Lin Boy? Meng Anwen interjected. He went to the fortress yesterday. Bai Yuan snorted. So that's it. Have you seen Lin Boy and Ning Yi? Ning Tairan stared at Bai Yuan. Tell me the truth. Did you instruct Kid Lin to seduce Yi? Fart. Bai Yuan cursed loudly. Boy Lin is so good and still needs to seduce? In a word, girls are lining up to come. Get out. If you didn't instigate me, my family wouldn't be able to see a guy who can't hold back a loud fart for a long time. Ning Tairan screamed even louder. The two quarreled, and neither would give in. Meng Anwen closed his eyes and meditated, and by the way, he was a melon-eating crowd. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi repeatedly brushed the copy of Hell's Sentinel. As Lin Moyu's level increases, the efficiency becomes higher and higher. By the time the energy of the cooling talisman was used up, Lin Moyu's level had reached level 26, and his experience had reached 45%. Ning Yi also surpassed level 25. From Yuan Battlefield, within 5 or 6 days of effort, his level has been raised from level 22 to level 26. It's almost 1 more level a day, which is astonishingly fast. It took a few days to complete the road that others have to go for months or even half a year. After brushing the last time, the two left the instance and returned to the fort on the 1st floor. The two found a restaurant and got something to eat. In the past 2 days, I haven't had time to rest. The cooling talisman needs to be recharged. I plan to go back to Shajing Academy. I can't find an alchemist here. Ning Yi chomped down on the food, and at the same time said vaguely, I'm going to go back and see second grandpa to hand in some tasks. I don't know if there will be new tasks. Second grandpa dares to lie to me, I will definitely pluck his beard when I go back. Ning Yi waved her fist, looking very cute. Lin Moyu looked at Ning Yi, and suddenly stretched out his hand to help her wipe off the food residue from the corner of her mouth. Ning Yi was stunned for a moment. Her whole person was speechless. Her pretty face turned red. Lin Moyu was also a little embarrassed and withdrew his hand. Our Hell Outpost suits are all ready, Bai Yuan may give me new tasks. If not, I plan to go to the depths of the Yuan battlefield and earn some military merits. Ning Yi blushed, take me with you, okay. The two came to the exchange in the fort, and Lin Moyu put some unnecessary equipment in it for consignment. The value of the Hell Post series of equipment is too high, often hundreds of millions. If you throw it directly to the exchange, the price difference will be too high. Under Ning Yi's suggestion, Lin Moyu decided to consign on the exchange. After the transaction is successful, you only need to pay a 10% handling fee to the exchange. In the exchange, there is not a piece of Hell Outpost equipment. It was only populated by Nightmare-level outpost equipment. The two used the Nightmare outpost equipment as a reference, and increased the price on the basis of it. After sorting out the equipment I own, there are still a lot of them. Hell Outpost Long Sword, Hell Outpost Great Axe, Hell Outpost Long Bow, Hell Outpost Staff, X2. In addition to weapons, there is also a shield, light armor, heavy armor, rings, and bracelets. Every copy will drop 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. He doesn't need points, and neither does Ning Yi, it's all owned by Lin Moyu. One weapon is worth 10 million gold coins. Light armor and heavy defense are unified with 5 million gold coins per piece. The bracelet and ring are both 3 million gold coins. Only the shield is priced at 15 million. In this way, excluding the materials, the total value of the Hell Post equipment alone reached 90 million gold coins. Then there is the dragon material. Dragon materials, someone had released a task, intending to buy a lot, and the price was very high. Lin Moyu kept the materials needed to hand in the task, and sold all other materials for 350,000. Direct exchange for 20 million gold coins. The rest is the equipment obtained from a group of wreckers professionals. Lin Moyu threw these equipment directly to the exchange. There are a total of 11 sets of equipment, and they are all top-notch gold equipment. Each set is worth around tens of millions. After the sale, Lin Moyu has more than 100 million gold coins. After all the equipment of the Hell Post is sold, his net worth will exceed 200 million. Lin Moyu suddenly felt that the middle-level skill scrolls is not so expensive anymore. Ning Yi smiled and said, don't feel rich, it's only a few 100 million, it's not much at all. Lin Moyu was helpless. To Ningyi, hundreds of millions of gold coins seemed to be nothing. I don't know how much it will cost her to pay attention to it. Ningyi explained, during the second turn, a lot of materials are needed, and these materials cost tens of millions. By mid-level skill scrolls, level 40, level 50, and level 60, even hundreds of millions are not enough. As for advanced skill scrolls, no one sells them. Even if someone sells them, at least 1 billion per scroll will be needed. So, it's really nothing. After listening to what Ningyi said, Lin Moyu finally calmed down. According to this calculation, it is really nothing. Ningyi continued to explain, there are many things that cannot be bought with gold coins. Grandpa said that among top professionals, bartering is the mainstream trading method. There is another kind of hard currency, and that is military merit. Go to the fort above number 6, and you can buy a lot of things with military merit. They sold everything that could be sold. Only one set of equipment is difficult for Lin Moyu to handle. Vulcan suit. The Vulcan suit obtained from Rogers. Forged by blacksmiths and alchemists. Although it is only gold equipment, its attributes have completely surpassed the top gold suits. Pretty close to the Hell's Post set. Moreover, the Vulcan suit is specially made for the legendary profession of a Vulcan fighter, and it has corresponding bonuses to various skills of Vulcan fighter. If others wear it, it is not very useful. This thing is not easy to sell, and it would be a pity to throw it away. Lin Moyu decided to take it back and hand it over to Bai Yuan. Through the teleportation array, the two returned to the academy. After a long time of teleportation, Ningyi's pretty face was pale, her eyes were tightly closed, and she was curled up in Lin Moyu's arms. It took a while to recover. After so long, she has never been used to teleportation. Ningyi looked weak. I won't go back to school. Ningyi is going to find the second grandfather, but he is not in the academy. Lin Moyu nodded. Go, be careful on the road. After Ningyi left, Lin Moyu contacted Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan's deep voice came from the communicator. Why are you back? Lin Moyu said, I came back and turned in the quest. The communicator was silent for 2 seconds before Bai Yuan exclaimed, Have you completed the task? Yes. On the other side was silence again. 2 seconds later, Bai Yuan was not in a good mood. Then get here quickly. Do you still want me to pick you up? Lin Moyu took out the teleportation stone that Bai Yuan gave him, activated it and went to Baishan courtyard. In the small courtyard, Meng Anwen closed his eyes and meditated, and said strangely, What's so surprising? Bai Yuan said, Boy Lin is back, and the task I gave him has been completed. Meng Anwen wasn't surprised at all. Isn't this normal? With his ability, it's not difficult for you to do a few more dungeons. Bai Yuan thinks about it too. With Lin Moyu's ability to clear dungeons, his tasks are at best time-consuming and not labor-intensive. There were footsteps outside the yard, and Lin Moyu arrived. Come and sit down and pour tea yourself. Bai Yuan treated him rudely. Lin Moyu got used to it too, poured tea for Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen first, and then sat down and poured tea for himself. Bai Yuan looked at Lin Moyu for a while, and couldn't help but let out a strange noise. Meng Anwen frowned. If you have something to say it well, don't keep screaming. Bai Yuan ignored him. You kid, why are you at level 26? You level up so quickly. I've been brushing books. Lin Moyu doesn't feel how fast he is, because he has been teaming up with Ningyi and taking her to brush books together. Half of the experience was given to Ningyi. Otherwise, he should be able to reach level 28 by now. Are you running out of cooldown charms? Used up? Bai Yuan made some calculations, showing a puzzled look. No, even if you keep doing nightmare dungeons alone, it's impossible to upgrade so quickly. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. I'm doing a dungeon of hell, but I'm bringing one person with me. Bai Yuan stared at Lin Moyu with wide eyes. Meng Anwen laughed. I just said, this kid might go to the dungeon of hell. And the person with him is the precious granddaughter of Tyran. Lin Moyu generously admitted, yes. Bai Yuan, Ning Tairan, and Meng Anwen are all big figures of the same level. Working together to fight against the abyss, they must all know each other. That title. Got it. Title, King of the Dragon Clan, all attributes, plus 500, skill consumption halved. As Lin Moyu said, he took out all the materials that Bai Yuan wanted, and at the same time took out the cooling amulet that had already faded. Master Baishan, I can't find the alchemist, please. Bai Yuan chuckled, you're really straightforward, you know it's not easy to recharge the cooling talisman. Lin Moyu was straightforward and thick-skinned. Master Baishan said that he likes to go straight and doesn't like to beat around the bust. Please tell me, Lord Baishan, if you need anything, I'll see if I can come again. Bai Yuan put away all his things, okay. You don't need to do anything, I'll help you with this, and I'll let you know when it's done. Thank you, Lord Baishan. Bai Yuan was very satisfied with Lin Moyu's attitude. You know about the professional contest, right? Lin Moyu nodded, I know. The professional competition is held every 5 years. This year, it is hosted by our Xinxia Empire. The time is set for you in 10 days. Lin Moyu said, I will participate. Bai Yuan took a sip of tea, and his expression became serious. Not only do I want you to participate, but I also want you to win the championship in the same group. The specific rules will be announced later. You should pay attention to the communicator, and you will know when the time comes. Yes. Lin Moyu agreed directly without any nonsense. Bai Yuan just likes Lin Moyu's straightforward and decisive words. At this time, Lin Moyu took out a set of equipment. Master Baishan, I need to trouble you to deal with these things. Bai Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. How come you have the golden Vulcan suit from the Vulcan temple of the ancient Luo Holy See? Meng Anwen also became interested. I heard that last year, the Holy See of ancient Rome produced a fighter and gave him the golden Vulcan suit. You won't let him. Lin Moyu told what happened. Bai Yuan frowned and thought. Meng Anwen sneered, since when did you become so timid and cautious? Anyone who dares to touch us will be killed if he speaks evil words. Not to mention that he is not really dead. Even if he really died, it's not a big deal to destroy the Holy See of ancient Luo. At this moment, Meng Anwen was filled with killing intent. If the killing intent had any substance, it stirred back and forth in the Baishan courtyard, shaking the entire courtyard. Bai Yuan coughed twice, stop, you are not rash, you are not allowed to demolish the house. Only then did Meng Anwen stop and didn't say anything. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched slightly. The relationship between these two people was so good that they could say anything. Bai Yuan put away the golden Vulcan suit, leave this to me, and you don't have to worry about it. Since I haven't shown it for many years, it seems that they forgot my other name. Another name for the white god. Lin Moyu felt slightly appalled. Xinxia, god of killing. Baishan once broke into Little Bangzi country alone, and went all the way in. That battle was earth-shattering. Many top powerhouses came to stop him, but no one could stop him. Baishan was very strong and killed 2 of the 3 top powerhouses in Bangzi country, almost accomplished the feat of destroying the country by one person. From then on, Baishan was also known as the god of killing. Later, there were fewer stories about Baishan. Especially in recent years, Baishan lived in seclusion. It seems that the murderous intent has resurfaced this time, and the ancient Luo Holy See is about to suffer again. After Lin Moyu left, Bai Yuan chuckled, I can't do this alone, I have to bring old man Ning along. Meng Anwen said softly, that guy dares to say that old man Ning's precious granddaughter is a toy. If the ancient Luo Holy See is not destroyed this time, it will be half disabled. Bai Yuan laughed and said, I'm going to find old man Ning, you can help you recharge the cooling amulet, and the tyrant's necklace will also trouble you. Okay. Meng Anwen readily agreed. Half an hour later, in the Holy See of ancient Rome, a huge fireball appeared in midair. The diameter of the fireball is more than 100 meters, covering the sky and the clouds, like the sun. The sun disappeared, and the entire ancient Roman Holy See was illuminated red. The temperature rose sharply, and the earth seemed to be burning. A large number of people rushed out of the Holy See, each with panicked faces. God, what's going on here? Where did the fireball come from? How can there be such a big fireball? It's too terrifying. Is this the spell of a god-level mage? Is it the god of fire? Look, there is someone beside the fireball. There are enemies. Standing in the void, he is a top professional of the third rank. Ning Tairan and Bai Yuan stood in emptiness. Gubbit, get out here now. Gubbit, get out here now. Gubbit, get out here now. Ning Tairan roared like a lion, shaking the entire Holy See of ancient Rome. The hull of the Holy See of ancient Rome was shaking and would collapse at any time. All the professionals of the ancient Roman Holy See showed horror. Where did this character come from, so terrifying? There is no doubt that if this big fireball falls, at least half of the ancient Roman Holy See will be wiped out. Such a large fireball has never been seen before. Gubbit is the name of their pope. The people called him by his first name, but no one dared to refute. In this state, whoever dares to make a sound is looking for death. 7 people flew out of the main hall of the Holy See of ancient Luo, and came straight to Ning Tairan. They are the top officials of the ancient Roman Holy See. 6 elders, and Pope Cubat. All of them are top-level professionals who have completed 3 rotations and are over level 70. The Pope is here. The elders are here too, so there should be nothing wrong. I hope nothing will happen, but I see the other party's aura. It seems that he is not afraid of the Pope at all. Seeing the Pope and others dispatched, the congregation felt a little relieved. In their view, the Pope and others are top professionals who will definitely solve the troubles. Who is looking for me? Gubbit took a sip. The next second, when he saw the person coming, his face changed drastically, and he was dumbfounded. He knew Ning Tairan, a god-level professional in the Xinxia Empire, very powerful. Although he is also a top professional, there is still a little distance from Ning Tairan. As for the people around Ning Tairan, Gubbit's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body trembled involuntarily. Xinxia's killing god. He came anyway. Did these 2 people come together to destroy their ancient Roman Holy See? Gubbit thought and thought in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything that offended them. He quickly put on a smiling face. You 2 are here, I have something to say. If we have offended you in any way, I will apologize to you. Gubbit is very lost, knows nothing, the man admits his mistake. There is no way to be inferior to others. Unexpectedly, the Pope of the ancient Roman Holy See would react in this way. This situation also stunned the congregation on the ground. Why did the Pope of his own family directly counsel him? And so cowardly. Ning Tairan said coldly, there is a guy named Rogers in your Holy See, tell him to get out here. In the Holy See of ancient Rome, there are 2 temples of water and fire. Rogers awakened the Vulcan fighter profession and was established as the son of the Vulcan Temple and the future successor of the Vulcan Temple. They turned out to be looking for Rogers, but there is a huge difference in rank and status between the 2 sides. How could Rogers offend someone like Ning Tairan? It's out of reach. He made a gesture to the elders beside him, telling them to bring Rogers immediately. Since Ning Tairan opened his mouth, there must be something wrong. As for what, he could only ask. No matter what, if the 2 people in front of them are unreasonable and destroy the entire ancient Roman Holy See, there is no place hide. Gubbit asked cautiously, I don't know where Rutgers offended the 2 adults. Ning Tairan said, he didn't offend me. Bai Yuan sneered, he didn't offend me either. Gubbit and the elders around him couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as they didn't offend them. But in the next second, Ning Tairan's words broke their hearts to the bottom. Killing intent appeared in Ning Tairan's eyes. He offended my precious granddaughter. Bai Yuan also said casually, he offended my precious apprentice. Gubbit trembled and almost fell from midair. I feel that this is more terrible than offending the 2 before him. He has scolded Rutgers countless times in his heart. What the hell did this guy do? Soon, Rogers was brought out. After a few days, Rogers has been resurrected. It's just that he has just been resurrected, his body is very weak, and it will take some time to recover. Rutgers was resting, and was suddenly brought out by force, and he was a little confused. When he saw the sun-like fireball above his head, he was even more puzzled. Is this the god of fire, coming to the world? Suddenly, with a light body, he flew up, as a gust of wind carried him into the air. Gubbet said cautiously, "My lords, this is Rogers. I accidentally died 2 days ago, and I just came back to life." "You use the dungeon tracking scroll to lead people to hunt down Lin Moyu? You still say my granddaughter is a toy?" Facing Ning Tyrant's questioning, Roger's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Then the pupils lost focus, and the expression became demented. Gubbet's eyebrows twitched. He knew that Ning Tyrant had used a bewitching skill. With Ning Tyrant's level ability, how can Rutgers, who is only level 30, resist? With ferocious hatred on his face, Rogers yelled frantically, "How dare he kill me? How dare that kid kill me? Sooner or later, I will kill him. The title is mine, and the woman is mine. I want her to be my toy. I want to control if she lives or dies." The faces of all people present changed drastically. This is a big trouble. Grown-ups. What Gubbet wanted to say was interrupted by Bai Yuan's eyes. Bai Yuan's eyes were cold and heartless. The terrifying aura kept rising, killing intent filled the air, and the entire space was rumbling. Everyone in the town trembled. At this moment, Xinxia's killing god has returned. Ning Tyrant sneered, "He can be resurrected after death, he has his imprint left in the statue of the Holy See, right? Let's see if he can be resurrected without the statue." With a point of finger, the huge fireball above the head suddenly fell towards the Holy See of Guro. Gubbet's face changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and save people. Everyone, run away." The elders immediately took action and flew down to take a large number of people away from this place. Only Rutgers was still in the air, and no one paid attention to him. The chief culprit, Gubbet wished that he would die immediately. The huge fireball rolled down and crushed on Rogers. Under the terrifying scorching heat, Rogers gasified instantly. Instead of being burned to death, he was directly gasified. Fortunately, the falling speed of the fireball was not fast, leaving enough time for them. A minute later, there was no one in the headquarters. The fireball fell completely and burst into brilliant flames, dyeing the sky red. The headquarters of the ancient Roman Holy See turned into a sea of flames, and the exquisite palace collapsed in the flames. Ning Tyrant's voice sounded coldly, "If there is another time you cross us, this old man will kill the Holy See of Goluo." When the two left, Gubbet's face was extremely ugly. The headquarters of the Holy See has been swallowed by the flames and turned into ruins. Nothing else, he felt sorry for the god statue in the headquarters of the Holy See, the god statue that can imprint the soul and resurrect the dead. Now the idol is gone, and the imprint inside is gone too. The few disciples in the Holy See who have branded their souls, if they die, they are really dead. He couldn't be more clear about how difficult it is to build the idol, which has been accumulated by the Holy See for many years. Pope. Several elders looked sad. Gubbet sighed, "As long as people are alive, with the tempers of those two, if they didn't kill us, it was already giving us face. Don't forget how miserable the Bangzi kingdom was back then, and how many people died." Thinking of what Bai Yuan had done, everyone tensed up. Now this is only considered as a blessing in misfortune. The temple can be rebuilt if it is gone, as long as people are alive. Everyone hated Rogers. If it wasn't for this guy, the Holy See of ancient Rome would not have suffered such a catastrophe. In Baishan's courtyard, Bai Yuan and Ning Tyrant teleported back. Bai Yuan laughed and said, "Old man Ning, why has your temper improved? Could it be that you spoil your granddaughter too much?" Ning Tyrant blew his beard, "You are not the same either. Before, you would have killed all the people in the Holy See of Goluo." Bai Yuan smiled even more happily, "As you get older, you should accumulate virtue and do less killing." He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. "The culprit has been killed, it doesn't make much difference whether they kill or not, they can still kill some abyssal monsters if they are left alone. Ning Tairan also sat down together. Ghosts will believe your words, why didn't you think so in Bangzi Kingdom back then? Bai Yuan smiled, I was so tempered back then, but now that I've been with this guy for a long time, my temper has improved. Looking at Meng. Meng Anwen closed his eyes and said, don't push everything on me. Speaking of which, Meng Anwen threw the fully charged cooling amulet over, okay. You move so fast. Ning Tairan also took out a low-level cooling amulet with no energy, cheekily said, recharge it for me too. In Xiaojing Academy, the tutors are teaching the new students. Some basic knowledge has been learned in high school. After entering an institution of higher learning, the tutors will explain more advanced knowledge. For example, the analysis and practical application of various skills of the many occupations. The distribution of dungeons of all levels around the world, boss classification, and various styles of play. The situation in the abyss, the types of monsters in the abyss, precautions, etc., will be explained one by one. In institutions of higher learning, students can learn brand new knowledge, which is unreachable in high school. Lin Moyu came to the library. He didn't have so much time to listen to his tutor's lectures. Bai Yuan said that there were still new tasks for him to do. He needs knowledge about the abyss, so he might as well come to the library and read it for himself. All kinds of knowledge explained by the tutors are available in the library. The knowledge in the library is also graded, and you need to pay the corresponding points to browse the content of any grade. The library is very quiet. There are quite a few students in it, but none of them made a sound, and they just looked at the materials quietly. As soon as Lin Moyu entered the library, he heard a familiar voice. There was surprise in the voice, student Lin Moyu. Shu Han was standing in front of him handsomely, greeting him. Lin Moyu showed a faint smile, what a coincidence. He had a good impression of Shu Han. In the dungeon hall, she helped a lot. She can be regarded as the first friend I met after entering Xiaojing Academy. Lin Moyu doesn't have many friends, so Lin Moyu cherishes every friend. Shu Han smiled, I'm earning points. Do you want a guide? I can introduce you to the library. The fee is not expensive. 100 points are enough. Okay. Lin Moyu simply gave her 100 points. Shu Han showed a sweet smile. Student Lin is really refreshing. Then let me introduce the library to you. The library of our Xiaojing Academy can be divided into many areas, including skill area, copy area, monster area, boss area, abyss area. Then all materials can also be divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Elementary corresponds to levels below 40. Under Shu Han's explanation, Lin Moyu quickly understood the various categories in the library. If he was to navigate the library himself, it will probably take a lot of time to waste. According to the regulations of the school, one copy of primary data can be viewed with 10 points. The price is not expensive. The key is that there are too many materials, and there are many cabinets densely packed. Lin Moyu is a bit at a loss. Shu Han gave a general introduction first, and then asked with a smile, what kind of information does Lin student want to read? I want to read information about the abyss and the Yuan battlefield. Shu Han quickly brought Lin Moyu to the area where the abyss data was stored. There are various situations such as the terrain of the meta battlefield, the distribution of monsters, their weaknesses, and precautions. Shu Han quickly helped Lin Moyu choose some documents. Just read these documents. Primary information corresponds to professionals below level 40, and also corresponds to abyssal monsters below level 40. Materials are cards, which can only be viewed in the library and cannot be taken away. Okay, student Lin, just find a place to sit down and watch slowly, I won't bother you. Shu Han left with a smile, the task was completed, and she got 100 points. Finding a corner, Lin Moyu sat down alone and began to check the information. The card is activated and a light curtain is projected. A large piece of text is displayed on the light curtain, as well as pictures. Lifelike. Lin Moyu looked at it very carefully, looking through the documents one by one. The materials Shu Han recommended to him are very comprehensive. It contains the situation of the meta battlefield, the distribution of monsters in each area, and the level environment. Gradually, a general map of the Yuan battlefield was formed in Lin Moyu's mind. The Xinxia Empire, the Eternal Great Wall, has a total of 9 fortresses. Among them, Fortress No. 9 is located in the deepest part of Yuan battlefield, very close to the entrance of the abyss. It is very dangerous there, the level of monsters is high, and the power of the abyss can also be touched. From time to time, high-level abyssal monsters will come to attack. The vicinity of Fortress Number 9 is also extremely dangerous, and fighting is going on all the time. Like the Xinxia Empire, there are not many countries that have built fortresses deep in the Yuan battlefield. This also represented the tyranny of the Xinxia Empire. Through these materials, Lin Moyu also learned the basic situation of the abyss. The abyss demon dog that he killed himself is just the most inconspicuous existence in the abyss, belonging to the garbage in the garbage. The dog demon can barely be regarded as cannon fodder. The magic dog is just something bred by the dog demon, not even cannon fodder. So far, the human race only knows about the abyss on the surface. The only thing that is certain is that there are countless demons in the abyss, and the abyss demon king is very powerful. Otherwise, a top powerhouse like Baishan would have fallen into the abyss long ago. Before he knew it, night fell. Lin Moyu's communicator vibrated. The 100th professional contest. Finally come. Lin Moyu put down the data card, began to hold specific information about the professional contest. At the same time, information about the professional competition appeared in the communicators of all professionals around the world. The professional competition has been held for 99 sessions. And this year is the 100th session. It is held every 5 years and has a history of 500 years. With the Xinxia Empire as the host, this time the scale is unprecedentedly grand. Countless professionals were excited when they received the notice of the competition. Sign up. I'm going to sign up. 0. Ask for flowers. What's the rush? Let's take a look at the rewards. I'll go, the reward is so good. Hey, the championship rewards for each group are also better than ever before. This night, the whole world was excited. Lin Moyu smiled after reading the rules. Team competition, individual competition, challenge competition. Below level 20 to 29 and level 30 to 39. The game is divided into 10 grades. There are 2 kinds of regular competitions. Individual competition and team competition. In addition, there are special forms of challenges. The champion rewards of each group are very good. Lin Moyu is a little envious. The communicator rang, which was very abrupt and harsh in the library. Lin Moyu quickly came outside the library. What's wrong? On the other end of the communicator, Ning Yi's crisp voice was like a lark. Did you see that the professional contest is about to start? Did you see the reward? Ning Yi shouted excitedly, I will form a team with you, let's sign up together. I didn't expect the Empire to be so generous, and to come up with so many good things. I'll come to you tomorrow morning, and we'll sign up together. Listening to Ning Yi's excited voice, Lin Moyu also smiled, okay. This time, the Xinxia Empire spent a lot of money and brought out a lot of good things. For team competitions below level 40, the champions of each group can get a flash primary skill scroll, a primary magical potion, and 50 million gold coins. What Lin Moyu took a fancy to was this primary flash skill scroll. Elementary flash skill scrolls are very rare and cannot be bought at exchanges. Skill scrolls are all made by enchanters. Enchanters make 10,000 primary skill scrolls before there is a possibility of a primary flash skill scroll. The primary flash skill scrolls guarantee professionals to master a skill that has not yet been mastered. This stuff Lin Moyu needs. Another bonus is the Junior Magic Potion, which has the effect of permanently increasing all base stats by 200. 200 attributes doesn't seem like much, not even a piece of gold equipment. But that is the basic attribute. Starting from platinum equipment, some equipment upgrades are calculated by percentage. The stronger the basic attribute, the better the effect after wearing the equipment. Then came the singles. Below level 40, the individual champion of each group can get a primary magic potion. The primary magical potion can only be used once per person and cannot be used repeatedly. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi happen to have one serving each. Finally, there is the challenge. The specific rules and rewards of the Challenger League haven't come out yet, and they won't be announced until the competition. I made an appointment with Ning Yi to sign up for the professional competition tomorrow morning. This night Lin Moyu was not idle either. He spent points to rent the school's skill training hall. Start summoning skeletons. Although the skill training hall of the school is not as easy to use as the military's skill training field, at least it is much faster than his own meditation. A level 26 skeleton mage consumes 2,400 points of mental power. 1,200 points to summon them after the effect of his Dragon King title. Counting the equipment and title, he has a total of 4,600 points of spiritual power, and only 3 can be summoned at a time. Through meditation to restore mental strength, 10 skeleton mages were summoned in one night. There are 150 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton mages, and 10 remaining places for summoning. So many skeletons, enough for Lin Moyu to handle most situations. At least among professionals of the same level, he is invincible. Registration for the pro contest begins today. There are registration points all over the world. There are also several registration points in Xiaojing Academy. There are many people in front of the registration point. Ordinary students and students from independent colleges came to sign up one after another. The queue is long. Lin Moyu was looking in the crowd. Ning Yi asked softly, "Are you looking for your sister?" Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Unfortunately, he did not find Lin Mohan. Ning Yi said, Creation Theology College, Creation College, Yanhuang College, the independent colleges of the 3 schools are not here, they have their own registration points. It turned out to be like this, no wonder I couldn't find it. Lin Moyu looked down at Ning Yi, do you know where they are? Ning Yi shook her head, I only know that they are not in the school, and I don't know exactly where they are. Grandpa didn't tell me, saying that I would only be eligible to know when I joined. Since entering the academy, Lin Moyu has never met a student from a top academy. The 3 top colleges seem to exist independently of the school. No one knows what they are doing, it seems very mysterious. Want to know something, only way is to join. This is also the dream of countless students. I hope they will come when the competition is over. I can only think so. Lin Moyu. Someone called Lin Moyu's name, and she was a girl. The voice was nice, and Ning Yi immediately turned her head to look. I saw several people walking towards me. The girl who walked in the front was very beautiful, not much worse than herself. Well. The girl next to her seemed to be good-looking, and she was an assassin professional, just like Yi. There is another with a long sword on his back. Lin Moyu said softly, my high school classmate, Xia Shui. Next to her are Zhou Mei and Feng Xiao from the same province who I met during the exam. Ning Yi nodded, with a faint smile on her face again, holding Lin Moyu's big hand with her small hand. Xia Shui walked closer, looked at Ning Yi, saw Ning Yi holding Lin Moyu's hand, and smiled, are you coming to sign up too? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Xia Shui said, we're here to sign up too. It's a pity that you're already over level 20, otherwise we would be able to form a team with you. Feng Xiao smiled, that's right, if we can form a team with you, then we can wait and wait to win the championship, haha. It's not like now, where we have to fight desperately. Then are you planning to compete with 3 people or find someone else? The limit on the number of people in the team competition is a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 5. Generally speaking, it is naturally best to have a group of 5 people, but there are also those who are confident in their own strength, and 2 people came, such as Lin Moyu and Ning Yi. Xia Shui smiled and said, who is this lady? With my popularity, I'm not just looking for someone randomly. Don't worry, we have already found a good person. 10 knights plus an elder. Below level 20, the prophet's skills have not been fully learned, which is not very helpful to the whole team. A group of prophets is not as good as a group of treatment. Xia Shui is an active person and has made many friends in just a few days. At this time, Xia Shui looked at Ning Yi and extended her hand generously. Xia Shui, level 17, elemental mage, classmate of Lin Moyu. Sui Mei, level 17, stalker. Feng Xiu, level 17, holy swordsman. Ning Yi also introduced herself. Ning Yi, level 25, shadow assassin, Lin Moyu's lover. Ning Yi admitted it openly, not at all pretentious. Xia Shui and the others were not surprised at all. Xia Shui said in surprise, "You are level 25. Ning Yi giggled, "It's all the silent words that brought you to the level." No wonder. Lin Moyu, you will take us to level up anytime. You can't value sex over friends. Feng Xiu joked. Lin Moyu thought for a while. As soon as you reach level 20, I will take you through the copy of Tyrant Desert. Xia Shui asked strangely, why? Is this copy difficult? Ning Yi immediately explained it again, and they realized that this copy was different. Lin Moyu said, anyway, reach level 20 as soon as possible, then contact me, and I will take you through. Sui Mei looked at Lin Moyu, what level are you? Level 26. Hiss. The three gasped, Lin Moyu's leveling speed is too fast. After they entered the academy, they had just been promoted to a higher level. Lin Moyu has been promoted 4 levels in a row since they last saw him. I was only level 22 at the opening ceremony, and I was 26 in just a few days. This is not an upgrade, it is simply flying. Feng Xiu sighed, people are more popular than people. Xia Shui also said, I value sex over friends, I am promoted so fast, and I don't bring old classmates with me. If you have a girl, you don't need friends. Sui Mei looked at Lin Moyu with cold eyes, man, don't go too fast. At this moment, the surroundings are quiet. They all looked at Sui Mei blankly. This girl, who is only 18 years old, can say such insightful words. Feng Xiu was extremely surprised, there is something wrong with you. Sui Mei snorted, you can understand, all the way. After chatting for a while, the three of Xia Shui went to sign up with their teammates. There was a meaningful light in Ning Yi's eyes, you and Xia Shui have a very good relationship. Lin Moyu thought for a while, students in high school didn't say more than 10 sentences in total. Ning Yi giggled, you're just too stupid. If there is such a beautiful female classmate by my side, I will definitely go after her. Lin Moyu shook his head, you are more beautiful. Hearing these words, Ning Yi felt sweet in her heart. The more silent people are, the more touching they are when they speak sweet words. E. Hearing someone calling her name, E looked up, and the smile on Qiao's face became even brighter. Miss Peach. Jiang Taotao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, walked over side by side. Ning Yi ran over and took Jiang Taotao and Miao Yu's hands, respectively. Sister Taozi, you should also sign up. Jiang Taotao hummed, yes, the professional contest is held every 5 years, so we won't miss it. Miao Shu held Ning Yi's little hand, where have you been recently? I can't even contact you, Sister Taozi, and I are a little worried. Ning Yi giggled, something happened, I left for a while. By the way, have you found the team yet? A trace of disappointment appeared on Jiang Taodao's face, she shook her head, no. Duan Gao snorted, those people dislike us for not having enough level, and they are unwilling to form a team with us. Jiang Taotao and the others were promoted a level during the trial on Mermaid Island. Now Jiang Taotao is level 24, an elf knight. Duan Gao is a level 21 prophet, and Miao Yu is a level 21 elder. Jiang Taotao could find the team by herself, but dragging the two of them along was really hard to find. In this group, from level 20 to level 29, it is assumed that the higher the team level, the better. Jiang Taotao was also troubled by this matter. If they can't find it, then they can only form a team of 3. Miao Yu said softly, actually, we didn't think about competing for any ranking, we just wanted to participate. Duan Gao said, they are all a bunch of low-minded guys. We will not group them in the next instance. Ning Yi rolled her watery eyes. Sister Taozi, let's form a team together. Let Moyu lead us to win the championship and blind those people's eyes. Ning Yi looked at Lin Moyu and asked with big eyes, is it okay? Lin Moyu laughed dumbfounded and nodded, there's nothing wrong with that. Jiang Taodao's eyes lit up. She naturally knows how powerful Lin Moyu is. One bringing 39 people to brush the copy of the tyrant has spread in the academy. There are very few people who don't know about Moya's strength. With Lin Moyu around, the championship of their group is almost a sure thing. Jiang Taotao did not agree. I have a condition, if you agree, we will form a team. Ning Yi and Jiang Taotao had a very good relationship, and didn't think too much about it. Sister Taozi just said yes to any conditions. Jiang Taotao said, if we win the championship, we don't want any prizes. She knew that if she could win the championship, it must be due to Lin Moyu. Ning Yi did not expect such a condition. Jiang Taotao continued, if we can win the championship, the school will reward us with contribution points, which is already the best reward for us. Duan Gao and Miao Yu also quickly said, that's right, we don't want anything, as long as we have contribution points. Contribution points are particularly difficult to obtain. For example, Lin Moyu only had 90 contribution points before going to the Yuan battlefield. Later, when the military rank is promoted, every star private will increase by 10 points. At the time of the 10-star private, his contribution points has reached 190. Later, he became a second lieutenant, and added another 100 contribution points, and now has 290 contribution points. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many contribution points Jiang Taotao has now, and it should not be more than himself. Under Jiang Taodao's insistence, Ning Yi had to compromise. 5 people formed a team and signed up. 10 days later, the 100th professional contest will be held in Nanhong City of the Xinxia Empire. Thinking that the championship was very likely to be won by them, Jiang Taotao and the others seemed a little excited. Duan Gao clenched his fists, if they don't group me, they deserve it for not being able to win the championship. Miao Shu pulled his clothes, don't say that, they never won the championship. Duan Gao felt right, yes, they couldn't get it in the first place. As they were walking, someone stopped them. Jiang Taotao frowned, what's the matter? Bailey Xing. Lin Moyu saw the person coming, and had seen him in the dungeon hall once. It is said that he is the grandson of the dean of Bailey College. Bailey Xing said coldly, Ning Yi, why are you with this guy? His eyes fixed on Ning Yi. Ning Yi's small white hands were holding Lin Moyu. His eyes were full of jealousy. Ning Yi's small face was full of disgust, can you control me? Bai Lixing was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, I shouldn't care? You think I don't care? Who doesn't know, you are my fiancé of Bai Lixing. Shut your mouth. Ning Yi yelled angrily, like an angry cub. Aren't you out of your mind? I rejected your door-to-door proposal, and then you told others that I was your fiancé. Since our two families are family friends, I don't care about this matter with you. Why, you speak too many lies and think it's true? If you have a problem with your mind, find a better therapist, don't go crazy here. It was fine in the past, but if you dare to say that again in the future, I will tell Grandpa to clean you up. Lin Moyu was a little surprised, he didn't expect Ning Yi, who was usually joking, to have such a pungent side. Ning Yi's face was flushed red, and her chest was heaving with rage. She kept looking at Lin Moyu from time to time, and was relieved to see that he didn't respond. Being scolded by Ning Yi, Bai Lixing's whole face turned blue and red and then turned white again. He gritted his teeth, okay, Ning Yi. This matter is endless, remember, you are my Bai Lixing's woman, no one can snatch her. Stinky boy, you are dead, I will kill you sooner or later. Ning Yi drew out her dagger, your wife said it straight. Flame rose from the palm of Lin Moyu's palm, revealing killing intent. If someone wants to kill her, it is better for him to kill the other party first. Jiang Taotao also quickly drew out her long sword, and Duan Gao and Miao Yu also put on a fighting posture. Although Bailishing's status far exceeds them, it does not prevent them from giving it a go. At this moment, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi are their comrades in arms. Who are you going to kill? A thick voice sounded from the air. A huge breath poured down, and Bailishing fell to the ground with a scream as if he had been hit hard. The corners of his mouth were watering, and he was already injured. In midair, Baishan stared at Bailishing with chilling eyes. You want to kill him? Bailishing was inexplicably horrified. Why did Bai Yuan come here? He had previously heard that Lin Moyu had a relationship with Bai Yuan, but he didn't take it seriously. What kind of existence is Bai Yuan, and how could he have anything to do with this kind of person? But now, a turbulent sea rose in Bailishing's heart. Ning Yi put away the dagger, no anger on her little face, and sweetly called out to Bai Yuan, Grandpa Bai. Bai Yuan nodded. Bailishing, let me ask you something, who do you want to kill? Bailishing was already paralyzed with fright, and shook his head crazily. Lord Baishan, I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything. Bai Yuan snorted, go away. Next time I will personally give your head to Bailey Hao. Bailey Hao is the dean of Bailey College. Bai Yuan's words made Bailishing tremble in fright. Bailishing fled in embarrassment. Bai Yuan fell from the sky, and Jiang Taotao and the others quickly saluted Bai Yuan and said hello. In Xinsha Kingdom, one may not know the ruler, but it is impossible not to know Bai Yuan. The name of the white god is too big. Bai Yuan looked at Lin Moyu. If I didn't show up, are you going to do it? Lin Moyu nodded. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him first. Bai Yuan asked, aren't you afraid of revenge from the forces behind him? His grandfather is the dean of Bailey College. Bailey Smelly, level 81, a top professional, is far from what you can fight now. Lin Moyu shook his head. I thought about it. I killed him and then teleported to your place. If you keep me, it's fine. It really doesn't work, you send me to you on battlefield. If that doesn't work, then I'm going to die. Lin Moyu has thought clearly about the consequences. Bai Yuan said in a deep voice, you are gambling with your life. Lin Moyu shook his head. No, I think you will protect me. So sure? Bai Yuan looked at Lin Moyu with admiration. I didn't expect this kid to think so thoroughly. It is true that if Bailishing was killed, nothing more than these kinds of results would occur. Not sure, a feeling. Bai Yuan suddenly burst out laughing. Okay, good boy, you have the demeanor of my time. If you really have something to do, don't worry about it. It's like the godson of the ancient Roman Holy See you killed, kill it as soon as you see it. Old man Ning raised the Holy See of ancient Luo, and they didn't dare to fart. Remember, big fists are the last word. The more Bai Yuan looked at Lin Moyu, the more satisfied he became. Don't talk much, kill decisively, without timidity or thought. That's all it takes. Bai Yuan threw back a cooling talisman to Lin Moyu. The upgrade method has been sent to you. If you collect enough materials, I'll find someone for you. Lin Moyu nodded, okay. Your new task has been sent to you, so hurry up and do it. After Bai Yuan finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Taotao and the others. The three of you are also good. After speaking, Bai Yuan rushed to the sky and flew away. In his eyes, Jiang Taotao and the others dared to attack Bailishing just now. It was considered very good. At least they have enough guts. Unlike some people, timid as a mouse. He doesn't even have the courage to be so strong. Lin Moyu checked the communicator. Ning Yi leaned over with her eyes wide open. What task did Lord Bai give you? After reading it, Lin Moyu said softly, go to Fortress number 3 to kill the abyssal demons, at least reach the 2-star second lieutenant. It's that simple? Ning Yi thought it shouldn't be that simple. Lin Moyu shook his head. Not only that, there are sometimes elemental mysteries outside Fortress number 3. Baishan asked me to retrieve the elemental crystals in the elemental dungeons. Elemental realm? Ning Yi shook her head, expressing that she hadn't heard of it. Lin Moyu said, I happened to see the qualifications for this yesterday. The Yuan battlefield outside Fortress Number 3 is also called Elemental Plains. A large-scale battle once broke out there. Nearly 100 elemental mages, with more than 3 ranks, cast a total of more than 1,000 forbidden-level spell attacks. That piece of land was elementalized, and many elemental creatures were born later. It was also after that great war that people called it the Plane of Elements. Ning Yi's eyes were filled with curiosity. I've never seen an elemental monster before. What kind of thing would it be like? She doesn't seem to be afraid of danger at all. It's more just curiosity, Lin Moyu said. Go and see. They made an appointment with Jiang Taotao and Tianho to meet up in the city later. The two took the teleportation array to the Yuan battlefield. Now that both of them have military ranks, if Ning Yi is a private soldier, she can use the teleportation array to reach the third fortress at the farthest. Lin Moyu is a second lieutenant. Even if he doesn't have 1 star, it is enough to reach the 5th fortress. Fortress number 6, at least the rank of colonel, can be set foot. Military rank is not only a symbol of military merit, but also a symbol of strength. With the transmission over. After only being far away for a day, Lin Moyu set foot on this land again. Ning Yi curled up in his arms and closed her eyes tightly. In Lin Moyu's arms, teleportation is not so uncomfortable. Arrive. Lin Moyu patted Ning Yi lightly and put her down. Ning Yi shook her head. When teleporting from now on, you will always hug me like this. Okay, good. Holding Ning Yi like nephrite jade in his arms, Lin Moyu was also a little excited. It's just that he controlled his emotions well and didn't show them. The layout of the third fortress is exactly the same as that of the first fortress. Lin Moyu went to the exchange first, and found that several of the weapons and equipment he consigned had already been sold. After settlement, Lin Moyu received 60 million gold coins. At this time, the number of gold coins on his body has reached 160 million. Lin Moyu found that in the exchange in the number 3 fortress, there were some materials that were not available in the number 1 fortress. Elementary fire element crystal core, the material used for enchanting, when used for weapons, can increase fire element damage, and when used for armor, can increase fire element resistance. Elementary wind element crystal nucleus, material used for enchanting. For elements of wind, fire, water, and lightning, the 4 crystal nuclei. Handing it over to the enchanter for processing can additionally allow the professional to have the ability to attack elements, and can also increase the resistance to elements. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the ghost he encountered when he first entered the Yuan battlefield. Soul monsters have no entity and are completely immune to physical attacks. If a profession without elemental attack ability encounters this kind of monster, it will be a nightmare. Primary element crystal nuclei are not cheap, and the price is as high as 100,000 gold coins. Because of the existence of the element crystal nucleus, there is an extra hall of enchantment in the number 3 fortress. Ning Yi explained, this is the hall established by the Enchanters Guild, and there are some big cities all over the world. Lin Moyu understands. Many professions have corresponding professional organizations. Alchemists have an alchemist guild. Knights have a knights guild. Enchanters naturally also have an enchanters guild. People of the same profession unite and get together to exchange information and help each other. Each enchanter has its own independent room, so as to ensure that they will not interfere with each other. Lin Moyu just glanced at it and lost interest. He has no weapons to enchant. Skeletal warrior weapons are also impossible to enchant. Ning Yi doesn't have this need either. Enchanting is a way for enchanters to make money and survive, and it is also their way of leveling. They gain experience when enchanting items. Only after the level reaches a certain level, can they follow others to download the dungeon. Of course, they are paying someone else to take a copy. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi walked to the gate of the castle. The guards at the city gate stopped the two of them. Young man, you will die if you go like this. The guard level has reached level 45, and he is a senior professional after the second turn. He can see the professional level information of Lin Moyu and Ning Yi at a glance. Lin Moyu is only level 26, and Ning Yi is only level 25. Isn't this a proper way to go out and seek death? Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, it's fine." The guard said, "The weakest monsters on the elemental planes are all level 33, and you are only level 26. Really listen to my advice and go back. Hey, you turned out to be a second lieutenant. You really can't go, it's too dangerous outside." The guard stopped Lin Moyu from going out. He is too responsible. At this time a patrol team passed by, and the leader asked, "What happened?" The guard hurriedly explained, "Captain, they are going out. I said it's too dangerous, let them go back." The captain looked at Lin Moyu and Ning Yi, level 26, level 25, going out to seek death? Where are your elders? What's going on? The captain is as serious and responsible as the guard. Lin Moyu knew that they were also thinking about his own safety, so he didn't say anything. There is no fog on the plane of elements, and the sightline is much better than outside the number 1 fortress. Professionals have amazing eyesight. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw an elemental monster wandering aimlessly 7 to 800 meters away. It is a fire elemental monster with flames on its body. A gust of wind blew, and the captain and the guard shivered at the same time. Immediately afterwards, their hair stood on end, and 5 skeleton warriors appeared in front of Lin Moyu. "This is... Young man, is this your summon?" Only then did the captain notice Lin Moyu's profession, a necromancer, a profession he had never seen before. The 5 skeletons ran out with a clicking sound, at a very fast speed. After running out of the city gate, the speed increased again, like an electric shot, so fast. Several senior professionals were shocked. Such a fast speed means that the attributes of the skeleton are very high. The 5 skeletons rushed in front of the fire elemental monster like lightning. There was a red light in his hand. Skill, frenzied strike, the hand rises and the knife falls. 5 consecutive skills fell on the fire elemental monster. With a puff of smoke, the fire elemental monster died on the spot. Kill the spirit of fire element level 33, experience plus 165,000. So fast. Spike. Several senior professionals stared wide-eyed one by one, unable to believe it. 5 skeletons that were only level 26 instantly killed a level 33 fire elemental spirit. It seemed so unreal. Level 26 is so strong, then after level 36, level 46 he will even more powerful? The captain suddenly saw the sergeant badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder. Second lieutenant. So young to be a second lieutenant. He is also a second lieutenant himself, a 5-star second lieutenant. But he remembered that when he became a second lieutenant, he was already level 38. Young and powerful, Lin Moyu left a deep impression on his heart. Ning Yi had already guessed that this would happen. "Can we go out now?" The captain swallowed. "Go ahead." Finally released, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi stepped into the plane of elements. Ning Yi frowned. "They are too careful." Lin Moyu raised his hand and touched Ning Yi's head. "They are also doing their best for our own good. Elemental planes is completely different from the meta battlefield outside Fort Number 1. If it weren't for the existence of the fortress, it would be impossible to connect the two. I don't know how thousands of forbidden curses plowed this land. Anyway, this land has been completely elementalized. In the air, on the ground, there are massive elements everywhere. With every breath you take in a lot of elements. Maybe the first breath is still refreshing and pleasant, and the next breath is burning hot. The wind element mixed with a small amount of water element in the previous breath. The second breath is mainly based on the fire element. Sometimes I still feel a tingling sensation in the nose, which is because too much electric element has been inhaled. What the hell kind of place is this? How could there be such a place? Ning Yi's first bite was still hot, but the next bite was terribly cold. It even made it difficult to breathe. Ha ha. Seeing her bitter face, Lin Moyu seldom laughed out loud. Ningyi gave him a hammer. You're still laughing, what's so funny? Cough cough. She inhaled another gust of wind element, coughing until tears almost came out. Lin Moyu smiled and took out a mask and handed it to Ningyi. Element mask, it can filter various elements in the air. Ningyi stared wide-eyed. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Lin Moyu said seriously, I said I forgot, do you believe me? Believe there will be ghosts. Obviously just bought it. He obviously thought of it and bought it on the exchange. If he didn't take it out, he will see herself embarrassed. At that moment, Ningyi flung her teeth and claws at Lin Moyu. Miss Ben fights with you. A wind ball flew from a distance and slammed into the two of them. The bone armor shone brightly, blocking the wind ball. The wind howled, and the tornado struck head-on. In the gust of wind, the skeleton armor shone brightly, blocking all attacks. When the master was attacked, the skeleton warrior reacted immediately and rushed over like lightning. A wind elemental spirit was flying in the air with a hazy blue light emitting from its body, constantly attacking Lin Moyu and Ningyi. The skeleton warrior leapt high. The spirit of the wind element reacted extremely quickly and dodged immediately. Wisdom? No, it's instinct. Lin Moyu quickly made a judgment. He quickly released 10 skeleton mages, and threw out a detection technique at the same time. Spirit of Wind Element. Level, 34. Power, 4000. Agility, 4000. Spirit, 7000. Physique, 5500. Skills, Wind Ball, Storm. Characteristic, Immunity to Wind Element. There is one more feature in the detection technique, which has never been seen before. The characteristic means that the spirit of the wind element does not need to activate skills, and it is inherently immune to the wind element. Unlike Battlefield Ghost, the effect of physical immunity can only be achieved after the skill is activated. The spirit of the wind element is flying in the air, and the skeleton warriors keep jumping up, unable to attack it. As soon as the skeleton mage appears, they quickly activate the skills. The wind elemental attack is invalid, and the other 3 elemental spells are blasted crazily. You can avoid the attack of the skeleton warrior, but you can't avoid the attack of the skeleton mage. The skills of the skeleton mage are all locked in nature, making it difficult to dodge. With just one round of magic attack, this wind elemental spirit was bombarded to death. Kill the level 34 wind elemental spirit, experience plus 170,000. Lin Moyu looked at the prompt and couldn't help frowning. The spirit of the wind element died, leaving no body behind. The spirit of the fire element was killed just now, and it seems that there is no body. Could it be, the element life doesn't have a corpse? If that's the case, corpse explosion cannot be used on them. Unable to use corpse explosion, he loses the advantage of group killing. Just like the copy of Hell Post, it can only be pushed flat. Lin Moyu decided to take another look to see if it was the same as he guessed. Ningyi giggled and said, It's finally comfortable, how about it, do I look good wearing a mask? Ningyi put on an elemental mask, so that her already big eyes appeared bigger and brighter. The sudden sneak attack by the spirit of the wind element just now didn't scare her at all. Lin Moyu smiled, very beautiful. Ningyi said proudly, That's right, Miss Ben's eyes are the most beautiful. The deeper you go into the elemental plane, the more dense the elemental monsters become. However, there are quite a few people hunting elemental monsters here. They often form a team of 2 or 3, specializing in hunting elemental monsters. The strength of elemental monsters is not too high, and there is a chance to drop elemental crystal nuclei, which is worth a lot of money. The point is that there is no danger. Lin Moyu released 5 more skeleton warriors. 10 skeleton warriors and 10 skeleton mages are enough to run rampant on the plane of elements. Elemental monsters do not have corpses. The corpse explosion skill cannot be used. I read the information in the library of the school, and there is a description of the plane of elements. After being baptized by thousands of forbidden spells, the plane of elements has become a land of only elements, and the power of the abyss is less. But the devil in the abyss refuses to give up, and has been working hard for so many years. Walking to the end of the plane of elements, you can touch the breath of the abyss. Ningyi listened to Lin Moyu's words, so, we can only find the abyssal demons if we go to the end of the plane of elements. That's right. That's exactly what it is. They walked for half a day, and Lin Moyu calculated that almost 1/3 of the journey had been completed. As long as you walk for half a day, you can almost get there. For professionals, physical fitness has never been a problem. Walking does not feel tiring at all. As long as it's not a fierce battle, it doesn't matter even if you walk for a few days and nights. There are more and more elemental spirits. In addition to the fact that the spirit of the wind element can fly, it is more troublesome to solve. In fact, the spirit of the element is a matter of 2 or 3 strokes, not even elite monsters, just ordinary monsters at level 34. There is no difficulty for the skeleton warrior. Silence, do you feel anything? Ningyi, who was speaking, suddenly stopped, and her expression became serious. Lin Moyu also felt something was wrong, the earth was shaking, and the elements became very chaotic. Both of them became wary. Lin Moyu's first reaction was to put bone armor on himself and Ningyi. With the skeleton armor, the safety is greatly improved. Someone. Ningyi looked forward. A group of people in front of them were running towards the two of them quickly. They seemed to be calling something. A voice came from afar. A group of people, hundreds of them. Crazy distance. The distance is getting closer and closer, and the line of sight becomes clearer. Finally they saw and heard clearly. Run away. Run away. Don't stand still, run for your life. Elemental riots, behind these people, a large group of elemental spirits are chasing after them. Is this the lair of the elemental spirit? Ningyi was speechless. Lin Moyu shook his head. No, they have encountered the secret realm of elements. Ningyi jumped up happily. That's great, I'm just worried that I won't be able to touch the secret realm of elements. The element secrets appear randomly, and when they appear, the elements riot, and at the same time a large number of elemental spirits will be born instantly. The secret realm is shrouded, the elements are chaotic, the teleportation stone is invalid, and it is impossible to escape. A large number of elemental spirits in the secret realm will attack and kill outsiders in the secret realm. Whether it is an abyssal monster or a human professional, they are all the targets of their attacks. The reason why the elemental secret realm came into being is inseparable from the battle of ancient times. 50 or 60 professionals fled frantically, and behind them were thousands of elemental spirits. The quantity is too much. If they could explode with corpses, these elemental spirits would naturally be ignored by Lin Moyu. It doesn't matter even if I am 10 times more. However, if the elemental spirit doesn't have a corpse, it's a little troublesome, but it's just slightly troublesome. Why are you standing there, waiting to die? Are you crazy? Run away. Can't you see so many elemental spirits behind? Leave them alone, let's run away, they are catching up. Seeing that Lin Moyu and Ningyi hadn't moved, the frantically fleeing people yelled at them twice. The two remained silent. Ningyi waved at them mischievously. The little girl is not worried about the overwhelming elemental spirits at all. Ningyi's action made these people feel that these two people are crazy. Not only mad, but also blind. They passed by Lin Moyu and Ningyi, and a large number of elemental spirits continued to hunt them down. At the same time, some elemental spirits noticed Lin Moyu and Ningyi, and rushed towards them. In an instant, Lin Moyu released all the skeletons. 150 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton mages. Skeleton warriors are like tigers rushing into the flock and feeding into the bottle. The spells of the skeleton mage also fell overwhelmingly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of elemental spirits were killed. Prompts appear one by one. Gaining a lot of experience, and at the same time there are many element crystal nuclei. The skeleton warrior cooperates with the skeleton mage, and the partnership is very fast. A level 26 skeleton warrior has a 4-dimensional attribute as high as 21,000, far more than a level 33 to 35 elemental spirit, basically 3 times and 4 times the value. The spirit of the skeleton mage is as high as 42,000, and the burst of magic damage is even more amazing. 2 magic attacks can end 1 elemental. The elemental spirits died in large numbers. Suddenly there was a sharp cry from a distance. The elements exploded completely, to the point of unimaginable chaos. The sharp hissing sound became more and more intense. Ningyi covered her ears in pain. What is this sound? I feel dizzy. Along with hissing, the elemental spirits also hissed in response. The sound came and went, as if it was about to pierce the eardrum. The elements are completely messed up, the skeleton mage is dumb, and can't cast a single spell. Sure enough, the higher the level of the monster, the more difficult it is to deal with. If you guessed right, it should be the ruler of the elemental realm, the Queen of Elements. While speaking, Lin Mo raised his palm. The red light flashed fiercely. There appeared between heaven and earth a giant scarlet net. Skill, slow curse. In an instant, a huge blood-red shackle appeared above the heads of all the elemental spirits in sight. The hissing sound suddenly dragged on for a long time. Speed deceleration is 39 times slower. The ugly cry was stopped immediately. Only the heaviest and sharpest hissing in the distance continued. Kill. Under the order, the skeleton warriors waved their swords and greeted them. In the chaotic state of the elements, the skeleton mage has lost its effect, and can only rely on the skeleton warrior. Fortunately, the skeleton warrior was quick to kill, with only a few hits. In a blink of an eye, most of it has been cleaned up. At this time, the skeletons attracted the attention of all the elemental spirits, and there were no more elemental spirits to hunt down the previous people, and they all came to deal with Lin Moyu. Those who were hunted down earlier looked at the turned elemental spirit one by one, expressing their gratitude for the rest of their lives. Saved. Finally saved, I thought I was going to die. Why don't the elemental spirits chase after us? Look over there. They were shocked to find that they were the 2 people they had previously regarded as crazy. At this time, they are commanding a large number of skeletons to quickly clean up the elemental spirits. The elemental spirit was powerless to resist under the skull's sword, and was easily killed. Who are they? How can they be so powerful? Too powerful. These skeletons are too powerful. Is it the summoner profession? I have never seen a summoner who can be so powerful. It's ridiculous. I said they were crazy before, but now it seems that I am the one who is really sick. In a stunned sound, Yuan Su's spirit was wiped out 1,002 times. A few minutes later, the hissing sound finally weakened, but the elements were still in a state of confusion. He simply put away the skeleton mage. Anyway, standing outside is just a display. I can't expect them to go up and chop with weapons. Finally stopped calling. Heads are about to explode. Ningyi let out a long breath, she was so uncomfortable just now. It's really hard on the ears, let's go. The elemental spirits have been pretty much cleaned up. More than 1,000 elemental spirits, under the legion of 150 skeleton warriors, only persisted for less than 5 minutes. There are too many differences in attributes, and the elemental spirits have no history of fighting back. Lin Moyu led the skeleton warrior and walked towards the direction of the sound. Elemental crystals can only be obtained by killing the elemental queen in the secret realm. There is one word difference between element crystal and element crystal nucleus, but it is the difference between primary and advanced. Crystal nuclei are generally items below level 40, and crystallization means that it is an item needed by professionals above level 40. Not absolutely accurate, but true for most items. For example, the Nirvana Soul Crystal Moyun has been looking for is a high-level item to be used when changing jobs at level 40, referred to as the second turn. Moving forward in the direction of the sound, the two saw a strange and magnificent picture. It's hard to describe in words. The 4 elements are spinning and flying in the space in a way that is visible to the naked eye. The electric element became the starlight, the fire element became the ornament, the air element became the wings, and the water element became the body. It's so beautiful. Ningyi was a little fascinated, she had never seen such a beautiful picture. The beauty is thrilling, but also the danger is thrilling. Careful. Lin Moyu gave a light drink, but it was already a step too late. A huge thunderbolt crashed down, the speed was as fast as the limit. The bone armor kept flickering to block the attacks. Ningyi was frightened this time, just now there was a blue light in front of her eyes, and she couldn't see anything. Without the bone armor, she would either be dead or maimed now. After all, she is only level 25, and she is still very weak. Immediately afterwards, countless sharp ice arrows fell from the sky, falling like raindrops. A rain of ice arrows with a chilling aura descended in the sky. All skeletons are attacked by frozen arrows. The attack power is not small. Lin Moyu can feel it from the skeleton warrior. Skill, slow curse. Lin Moyu pressed his palm, and the curse fell. The strange and magnificent picture disappeared instantly. It was only then that Ningyi discovered that the beautiful picture was actually formed by a large number of elemental spirits entangled and twisted together. Under the curse, they quickly separated to reveal their original shape. The skeleton warrior has already rushed up by now. Now without a skeleton mage, it's found that a wind elemental spirit can fly. But in the state of deceleration level 39, they can't escape the pursuit of the skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu issued an order to take care of the spirit of the wind element first. After a single attack, the elemental spirit died quickly. These elemental spirits died, revealing the secret realm in front of the two of them. The world composed of elements is independent of the world outside. Rifts are different from dungeons. There is only one secret realm, not copies, and everyone who enters it is under the same sky. In other words, if several teams attack a secret realm together, it is very likely that they will meet in the secret realm and fight. The elemental secret realm on the elemental plane. The most famous product is the crystals of the elements. Elemental crystals can be used to create top platinum weapons. Platinum weapons are weapons suitable for use between levels 40 and 59. Its value is so high that it is calculated in billions. The cheapest platinum weapon costs more than 50 million. The most expensive can even reach 1 billion. Platinum equipment made of elemental crystallization has the highest value among all platinum equipment, and its attributes are also considered to be at the top level. But for Lin Moyu, its value is not in making weapons. It's by Yuan's task, and his cooling amulet. That's right, elemental crystallization is one of the materials for upgrading primary cooling amulets to intermediate cooling amulets. 0 for flowers. 0, go in. The gate of the secret realm has been opened, and Lin Moyu strode in with the skeleton warrior. The sky and the earth changed, and the cold wind pierced the face. Lin Moyu and Ningyi stepped into an ice palace. In the secret realm of elements, everything is made of elements. The first thing to greet them is the ice palace. The ice surface is pure white, reflecting the shimmer like a mirror. Even a little bit of light, after repeated reflections, will become dazzling. The ice palace is like a maze, with several passages. But what Lin Moyu is most afraid of is the maze. Go. With an order, the skeleton warriors came out and quickly dispersed to enter from various passages. At the same time a map began to form in my mind. Ningyi looked curious. Don't we need to move? Lin Moyu shook his head. Not yet, just let the skeleton warrior explore the way. Let's go when we find the right way. Ningyi smiled and said, your skeleton is so useful, it can do anything. Skeletons are really easy to use. Without them I would not be able to upgrade so quickly, let alone brush various copies. The 150 skeleton warriors dispersed and explored, constantly looking for the correct exit. I didn't encounter any monsters on the way. It's just a maze here. After the skeleton warrior ran into a dead end, Lin Moyu would quickly take it back, and then send it out again to find a new way. The map in my mind is getting better and better. Also tried to let the skeleton attack the wall. It can indeed be broken, but the wall will recover quickly, which is a bit of a thankless task. Finally, after searching for about 10 minutes, the real exit of the maze was found out. "Let's go, we found the exit." Ningyi giggled and said, "It's so fast, the baby skeleton is so easy to use." Fortunately, the skeleton has no emotions, otherwise, I don't know how it would feel when it learned that it was called a baby. A large number of skeleton warriors rushed out from the exit of the ice palace. They saw a huge ice elemental spirit. The ice elemental spirit sat on a throne made of ice, looking coldly at the skeleton running in. There seemed to be anger in its eyes, as if an uninvited guest had disturbed its rest. It roared violently, and countless icicles flew out from the top of the ice palace and all around. Each icicle is 1 meter thick and 4 to 5 meters long. The skeleton warrior rushed over quickly, flashing past the icicles. There are also those who did not react, and were hit by icicles. The attack power of the icicle is not weak, and the skeleton warrior will suffer a little injury. Lin Moyu threw out the detection technique. Water Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss, Level 37. Power 13,000. Agility 0, Spirit 13,000. Physique 16,000. Skills: Icicle Impact, Ice Whirlwind, Flood. Characteristics: Physical damage is halved, immune to ice elements. Agility turned out to be 0. Only then did Lin Moyu discover that it was connected to the ice base underneath and could not be moved at all. This is the first time he has seen such a monster. The skeleton warriors rushed in front of the water elemental general, bursting out their skills one after another. The big knife landed on General Water Elemental with a dazzling red light, blasting out a large handful of crushed ice slag. The Water Elemental General has the characteristic of having physical damage, so he is not very afraid of physical attacks. But the attributes of the skeleton warrior are too high, exceeding its defense power. Especially in the state of explosive skills, it still caused great damage to him. The Water Elemental General's screams were mixed with roars. A faint blue light erupted all over his body. The blue light turned into countless ice arrows, flying all over the sky. Ability: Ice Whirlwind. The Frostbolt had a powerful impact, and even knocked back the skeleton warriors. A skill with a knockback effect. The Frost Arrow spun rapidly around the Water Elemental General, forming a whirlwind. Surround the Water Elemental Generals so that the skeleton warriors cannot approach. Lin Moyu saw it, and ordered the skeleton warrior to retreat, temporarily out of the range of skills. This is also one of the shortcomings of the skeleton warrior, which cannot resist various skills with control effects. The whirlwind intensified, and the scope of it also expanded rapidly, covering almost the entire room. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and all the skeleton warriors disappeared at the same time. He and Ningyi also retreated into the ice palace at the same time. The sound of ice arrows hitting the wall of the ice palace sounded in my ears, crackling. It took a full minute for the sound to disappear. The skill is over. Lin Moyu returned to the room where the Water Elemental General was, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. General Water Elemental's injuries have recovered. Earlier, the skeleton warrior went up and smashed him up, causing many holes and wounds. It's all back to normal now. It's a bit of a rascal. Ningyi also saw it. A round of skills forced all the skeleton warriors back, and at the same time healed their wounds. Lin Moyu saw it in his eyes. Don't come out, I have a solution. Okay, Ningyi nodded obediently. Lin Moyu said there is a way, then there must be a way. The skeleton warrior reappeared, and once again hit the general of the water element. The big knife was smashed down round after round, making the sound of iron striking, which was very crisp. The Water Elemental General started roaring again. Numerous ice arrows appeared, revolving around it, and it finally turned into a whirlwind of ice arrows. The range of the ice arrow whirlwind is gradually expanding, and the strong shock effect prevents the skeleton warriors from approaching. Lin Moyu put away the skeleton warrior immediately. and rushed into the frostbolt whirlwind without retreating. The bone armor was shining, resisting the ice arrow attack, ignoring the knockback effect of the skill. Frostbolt whirlwind has a large range, but it is not thick. The wind howls and the ice arrows rage outside, but the inside is calm. Lin Moyu passed through the whirlwind and released the skeleton warrior again. The skeleton warrior swung his knife without saying a word and smashed it. The skill of Frostbolt Whirlwind is still continuing, and has spread to every corner of the room. After hearing Lin Moyu's words, Ming Yi retreated into the ice palace and did not come out. The skeleton warrior smashed happily, and the water elemental general screamed. A minute later, the frostbolt suddenly disappeared and returned to being countless water elements. The injuries on General Water Element were covered at a speed visible to the naked eye. But this time he didn't heal like before, the injury was only a good part, and his body was still bumped by the skeleton warrior. The breath of the water element general weakened. Lin Moyu knew he was doing the right thing. Blue light appeared on the body of the water elemental general again, and then a large stream of water emerged from it. The current turned rapidly, and in just 2 seconds it had turned into a huge wave. Ability, Flooding. A huge wave of water hits head-on, and it is filled with waves and water elements. The skill just now was Control, this time it is an attack skill. As long as there is no control effect, then everything is easy to say. The skeleton warrior disappeared in an instant, he was enough alone. There was no need for the skeleton warrior to go together. Lin Moyu didn't move or dodge, relying on the bone armor equivalent to 78,000 physical attributes, he resisted forcefully. The huge waves beat one after another. Lin Moyu stood still in the waves. After 5 consecutive slaps, the water waves gradually subsided. Skeleton warriors reappeared to continue their assault. This time, there was no chance for the water elemental general. 2 minutes later, the water element was smashed into shards of ice. Even the throne under it was smashed to pieces. Kill level 37 water element general, experience plus 1,480,000. Obtain water element crystal nucleus x10. After receiving the reminder, Ming Yi ran out of the ice palace with a smile on her pretty face. In her eyes, Lin Moyu is the best. The experience is very high, even if 2 people have 1.48 million experience points. And there are 10 water element crystal nuclei, which can also be sold for 1 million gold coins. After the death of the water elemental general, the environment has undergone some wonderful changes. Lin Moyu felt, the chaos of the elements seems to have eased. Ming Yi nodded, indeed, I feel a little more comfortable than before. Elements of chaos that can cause discomfort. It's getting better now. Tried summoning the skeleton mage. The water skeleton mage can already cast skills, but the other series are not good enough. Lin Moyu thinks it should be related to general water element. Go over the broken ice and continue to the depths of the secret realm. A heat wave is coming. This is a world of flames. The entire space is full of raging fire, which have turned into a sea of flames. The 2 stepped on it, and the skeleton armor reacted immediately. The silver-white armor floated outside, glistening, resisting the flames. If other professionals come here, they will be hurt. The world of water, the world of fire. Next, there should be a world of wind, and a world of thunder and lightning. Lin Moyu has already put away the skeleton warrior. It's a world where damage is constantly being dealt, and it's not a place for marching hordes of skeleton warriors. Ming Yi seemed to have found a fun toy, and would step on the small flames on the ground from time to time. Anyway, they wear skeleton armor, it will not be injured at all. Lin Moyu replenishes the bone armor every 2 minutes to ensure that the bone armor is always in top condition. Still the same as in the ice palace, there is no spirit of fire element here. It seems that all the elements have become the most original. In the world of the fire element, a burning mountain can be seen from a distance. Flame Mountain. The 2 headed towards the Flame Mountain. After walking for 10 minutes, through the sea of fire, they finally came to the foot of the mountain. Only when they reached the foot of the mountain did Ithi realize that this is a mountain. It is basically a flame composed entirely of fire elements. The flame is 50 or 60 meters high, and it looks like a high mountain from a distance. Ningyi was dumbfounded, she had never seen such a big flame. How do I fight this? As soon as she finished speaking, the flame mountain had already come to life. A pair of huge eyes appeared above. Lin Moyu was shocked, so similar. It was too similar to the eyes of the Flame Demon King he had seen before. Fire Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss. Level, 37. Strength, 0 Agility, 0 Spirit, 20,000. Physique, 16,000. Skills, Flame Eruption, Sea of Fire Explosion. Characteristics, Physical damage is halved, Fire Element Immunity, Flame Burn Factory. Another immobile monster. And no physical attack. The mental power attribute has reached 20,000, and it is conceivable that the elemental damage will be amazing. Fortunately, it is not immune to physical attacks, and the skeleton fighters can still cause considerable damage. 150 skeleton warriors rushed out of the summoning space, and in the blink of an eye they had rushed under General Fire Element. General Fire Element is like a hill, ejecting hundreds of huge pillars of fire. The pillar of fire exploded in the air, turning into fireballs all over the sky and falling down. Ability, Flame Eruption. Full range, saturation attack, densely packed. There is no possibility of evasion at all. In the team here, all professionals have to bear saturation attacks. If the strength is weak, the team will not be able to survive at all. Flames have already risen from the skeleton warriors, and the flames continue to burn them, making a sizzling sound. It is the characteristic of the general of the fire element, fire burns. When the skeleton warrior attacks the fire elemental general, he also suffers backfire damage. Just getting close to it will take damage. The skeleton warrior continued to attack despite the damage. The super strong attribute gives the skeleton warrior extremely strong defense and durability. At the same time, water elemental skeleton mages appeared and began to release their skills. Lin Moyu released all the water-type skeleton mages, 28 water-type skeleton mages. In the secret realm of elements, the elements are extremely chaotic. After the water elemental general is eliminated, only the water elemental skeleton mage can release skills. Ability, Ice Storm. Ice poured down like rain on the general of the fire element, and thick water vapor rose up. The water element general roared again and again, bursting out round after round of attacks. The pillar of fire sprayed continuously, turning into a rain of fire all over the sky. With the existence of his elemental resistance skills, the elemental damage is reduced by a full 3 times on the skeleton and Lin Moyu. The skeleton warrior seemed to be surrounded by flames and burned, but the injuries he suffered were really not that high. As long as the opponent's skills have no control effect, there is no need to worry. Lin Moyu and Ningyi wore bone armor and stood in the fire rain without any damage. General Fire Elemental suffered more and more injuries, his body began to shrink, and his flame gradually dimmed. It realized that its life was threatened, and its roar became more and more intense. Skill, Sea of Fire Explosion. The fire elements of the whole world rioted at this moment. The ground shook and cracked, like a magnitude 10 earthquake, rumbling. Lin Moyu threw himself at Ningyi, trying to stabilize her figure. All the fire elements were gathered together, and countless pillars of fire rose up, turning into a sea of fire. In the next second, the sea of flames was so fierce that it exploded. Ningyi was startled by the sudden explosion, and quickly covered her ears. There was one explosion after another, and in the blink of an eye, the entire world of destroying elements was swallowed by the violent explosion. During the explosion, the skeletons were blown away one after another. Lin Moyu and Ningyi relied on the skeleton armor, standing as stable as a mountain. General Fire Element completed the final explosion, but unfortunately it didn't work. After landing, the skeleton warriors quickly rushed forward and continued to attack. From this moment on, General Fire Element has no power to resist. It exploded into pieces with a scream. The flames danced like a firework, completing the final bloom amidst the splendor. Killed a level 37 Fire Elemental General, experience plus 1,480,000. Obtain Fire Element Crystal Nucleus X10. The elemental monster has no corpse, only clusters of sporadic burning flames to prove its existence. After the death of General Fire Element, the world of the Fire Element still exists, but it is much weaker than before. The chaotic elements smoothed out a bit again. Fire-type skeleton mages can also release their skills now. What element will be next? Ningyi squinted and murmured. Lin Moyu has already felt the wind element. A wind element that changes indefinitely, sometimes mild and sometimes violent, when they passed through the world of fire elements and stepped into the field of wind elements. A group of people appeared at the gate of the element secret realm. Single knight, double support, double output, 5-man team, very standard team combination. They were the unique costumes of the professionals of the Bangzi Kingdom, which is a bit like the Xinxia Empire and a bit like the Sakura Kingdom. Some are nondescript. Boss, I didn't expect to be found by anyone. Elemental Secret Realm, we have been searching for so many days, and finally found it. Strange, isn't it said that all the elemental secret realms are full of elemental spirits? Why is there none here? Several team members showed doubts. The entrance of the element secret realm did not match the information they had. Park Ying-chang looked at the entrance of the secret realm of elements. Someone should have already entered. Then what are we waiting for? Go in quickly, we might be too late. I didn't expect to be caught first. They all looked anxious. Park Ying-chang was not in a hurry. Don't worry, it hasn't been long since they entered, and I can feel the residual breath of the elements. Having someone else open the way for us, we can save a little effort. As long as we arrive before they kill the secret boss. Isn't there a saying in the kingdom of Xinxia that the mantis catches the cicada and the oriole is behind, and we will be an oriole today? Park Ying-chang's confident appearance caused the team members to laugh. Boss is right, why are we in a hurry? As long as we kill the final boss, that's fine. It's best when they fight to the death, we will kill them together with the boss. That's a good idea. The 5 entered the dungeon talking and laughing, with relaxed expressions on their faces. As soon as I entered the copy, I saw a huge ice palace. The mage in the party casts an ability. A crisp sound was heard, and sound waves scattered into the ice palace. After a while, the mage's eyes lit up. I found the way, come with me. Lin Moyu and Ningyi are moving forward in the world of wind elements. The wind element is extremely active and changeable. Sometimes it is like a spring breeze, caressing the cheeks, comfortable and pleasant. Sometimes it is like a knife, slashing and stimulating the skeleton armor. Ningyi suddenly grabbed Lin Moyu, pointed to the air, a lot. There are light blue clouds floating in the sky, and if you look closely, they are not clouds at all, but the spirit of the wind element. They huddle together and overlap each other, looking like clouds. Just when Ningyi found them, they also found Ningyi. The cloud exploded, and the air was densely filled with wind elemental spirits, surrounding the two of them. The record of the wind element revolved around the two of them, and quickly turned into a tornado. Lin Moyu and Ningyi were in the eye of the storm. The wind ball flew out from the wind, bombarding the two of them like raindrops. It was like they were being targeted. The skeleton armor shone with charming light, blocking all attacks. With a point of Lin Moyu's finger, he released the skeleton mages of water and fire, and the skeleton mages began to confront the spirit of the wind element. At the same time, Lin Moyu raised his palm, and a huge red net fell in the air. Skill, slow curse. The tornado dissipated on the spot, and blood-red shackles appeared on the heads of each wind elemental spirit. The speed has slowed down by 39 times, even the extremely fast wind elemental spirit has completely slowed down at this time. The skeleton warriors jumped up one after another, attacking the spirit of the wind element in the air. The 46 skeleton mages of the water and fire systems also continued to release spells. The spirits of the wind element were wiped out one by one, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of spirits of the wind element were wiped out. Boom! A thunderstorm shook the wind elemental world. The clouds in the sky exploded one after another, turning into spirits of wind elements. The wind elemental spirits ignored Lin Moyu and Ningyi, but flew towards one direction, collectively. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. It's not right. Ningyi asked, strangely, what's wrong? Lin Moyu looked forward, and saw a huge black object floating in midair, and the spirit of massive elements was rushing into it. Boom! The thunderclap sounded again. Lightning streaked across the sky. Thunder and lightning. This is... Ningyi's eyes were filled with shock. Lin Moyu said, that's a storm. The elements of wind and electricity are combined to form a storm. It's just that there is no rain in this storm, only strong wind and lightning. The detection technique flew out. Wind power elemental body, secret realm boss. Level, 38. Strength, 0. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 25,000. Physique, 20,000. Skills, lightning, gale, wind and thunder bombardment. Characteristics, physical attack damage is halved, wind elemental immunity, electric elemental immunity. The wind and thunder elemental body is a combination of wind element and electric element, rolling towards Lin Moyu. 0 points of strength, without any physical attack ability. The agility of 5,000 is not very fast. With up to 25,000 spiritual power, the opponent's elemental attack power is very impressive. Its shape is extremely large, with a diameter of more than 200 meters, giving people a great sense of oppression. The wind howled, and when the distance was still thousands of meters away, the huge wind pressure was already untenable. The wind pressure swept like a knife, and the bone armor emitted white light, ensuring that Lin Moyu would not be affected. Boom! The lightning fell on Lin Moyu across a distance of 1,000 meters, forming a beautiful arc on the armor surface of the skeleton. The skeleton warrior has come out in response, and rushed towards the wind power elemental body at a speed of hundreds of meters per second. Lin Moyu raised his hand, and the red light fell. With a buzzing sound, huge shackles appeared on the wind power elemental body. Its speed was not very fast in the first place, but now it has completely slowed down, moving slowly in the air. Boom! In the deafening sound, 10,000 thunderbolts fell. The lightning was so dense that all the skeleton warriors were hit by the lightning at once. Although the slow curse can slow down its action speed, it doesn't have that much effect on the lightning. The speed of lightning is too fast, even if it is slowed down by 39 times, it is still ridiculously fast, and it is impossible to dodge. A large amount of lightning fell on the skeleton warriors, causing damage to them continuously. Skill, lightning. A seemingly simple skill, but it has amazing, destructive power. The skeleton warriors were injured one after another. The 46 skeleton mages had also reached the attack range at this time. Ability, Explosion Flame. Ability, Ice Storm. The fire and water spells continued to attack the wind power elemental body. Once again, a large amount of lightning blasted out and landed on the skeleton mage. The skeleton warrior leapt high against the lightning bombardment, and at the same time broke out with skills, slashing on the elemental body with a knife. The elemental body was torn out with huge openings, and kept fighting. The elemental body is injured, trembling constantly to repair the wound, becoming even wilder. Densely bombarded the skeleton warriors. The battle has become head-to-head, without any skill at all, just to be tougher than the opponent. The gust of wind began to howl, forming a strong wind pressure, which weighed heavily on the skeleton warrior. The storm group rose and opened the distance. Skeleton warriors can no longer attack them. The second disadvantage of skeleton warriors is that they cannot fly. The fire in Lin Moyu's palm flickered. The soul flame that had been useless for a long time reappeared. An inconspicuous flame fell into the elemental body. The diameter of the elemental body exceeds 200 meters, and the soul flame is no more than the size of a fingernail. Compared with the two, the soul flame is so inconspicuous. However, the power of the inconspicuous soul flame is incomparably great. The elemental body vibrated violently, and the entire storm group was trembling. The lightning gust stopped at the same time. The storm group is distorting and deforming, even showing signs of collapse. Lin Moyu's eyes glowed, and he understood it after a little thought. The wind power element in front of me is actually the product of the combination of electricity and wind elements. The two elements cannot be fully integrated, and there are always defects. The soul flame directly attacks the spirit, exposing the defect. Compared with any external force attack, this attack method of directly disintegrating from the inside is more effective. The soul flames went on, and Lin Moyu kept using his skills. The elemental body twisted and deformed crazily, and the storm finally began to collapse. The lightning disappeared and the wind stopped. Skeleton warriors and skeleton mages also took the opportunity to speed up their attacks. Only 10 seconds later, the storm group completely disintegrated. Kill level 38 wind power element body, experience plus 1,520,000. Acquire wind element crystal nucleus x10. Obtain electric element crystal nucleus x10. The smoke cleared and the sea was calm. The elements are no longer chaotic, and all skeleton mages are restored. Lin Moyu put away the skeletons. The skeletons were all injured in the battle just now. Ningyi jumped up happily, it's finally destroyed. She could also see that Lin Moyu's fight just now was not easy. After all, the skeleton warrior is only level 26, and the opponent is already a level 38 boss. All kinds of skills fell down, and the skeleton warrior had obvious injuries. But Lin Moyu solved it anyway. Lin Moyu pulled her by the hand. Let's go, it's time to see the boss. Secret Realm Boss Queen of Elements passed through the field of wind elements and entered the world of electric elements. The world of electric elements is surprisingly small, with a radius of only about 100 meters. Electric currents are surging here, and dark clouds are billowing in the sky. Lightning continued to strike here. Even though the leader of the electric element is no longer there, the electric element is still wreaking havoc on the area. Lin Moyu knew that in a short time, the leader of the electric element he killed would reappear. This is not only true for these elemental bosses, but also for the final boss in the secret realm, the Elemental Queen. Over the years, secret realms have appeared countless times, and the Queen of Elements has also been killed countless times. But whenever the secret realm reappears, the Queen of Elements will also reappear. As long as the elemental plane is still there, it cannot really be killed. Wearing bone armor, Lin Moyu and Ningyi joined hands through the world of electric elements. The lightning fell on them, unable to cause any ripples, and could not cause any harm to them. On the contrary, Ningyi could see a rare and beautiful picture. Her beautiful eyes are like stars, and she loves Lin Moyu even more. After walking through the 100-meter territory, there is a long passage. A transparent palace can be seen behind the passage. The Queen of the Elements is sitting on her palace throne. The 4 series of elements on it revolve around it, which is extremely beautiful, like a star ring. It's so beautiful. Ningyi exclaimed. The elements that turned into star rings are really beautiful. It's a pity that it is a monster, but he is a professional. The skeleton warrior has rushed over, followed by the skeleton mage. The Queen of Elements let out a sharp hiss, which resounded throughout the secret realm. The element star ring on his body vibrated violently. Queen of the Elements, up to level 40. The neighing sound set off a huge sound wave, as if there was a real impact. The skeleton warrior paused for half a second under the impact of the sound waves, and then continued to charge forward. Lin Moyu felt awe-inspiring. This was just the most common action of the Queen of Elements. Not even an attack. Just this has already made the skeleton warrior pause for half a second. Lin Moyu feels that this battle may be difficult. Ningyi was also a little nervous at this time. Her little hands were tightly clenched, and she was already sweating. Queen of Elements, Secret Realm Leader. Level, 39. Power, 20,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 20,000. Physique, 20,000. Skills, Elemental Bombardment, Elemental Star. Characteristics, Physical damage is halved, Elemental damage is halved. Lin Moyu saw the attributes of the Queen of Elements. This is the monster with the highest attributes he has ever seen. The Queen of Elements at level 39 has a 4-dimensional attribute of up to 20,000 except for agility, which is only a little lower than that of the Skeleton Warrior. Coupled with the dual characteristics of having physical damage and having elemental damage, in conjunction with the super vitality of a boss. This battle is not easy to fight. Even if it's not good, you have to fight. Already here, there is no way back. The Skeleton Warrior has rushed to the Elemental Queen. Before they could swing their swords, the Queen of Elements took the lead in attacking. Skill, Elemental Starburst. The halos of the 4 series of elements lit up at the same time, and then exploded with a bang. The dozens of skeleton warriors who rushed to the front were blown away at the same time. The bones on his body were densely cracked, as if they would break in the next second. Lin Moyu's face changed slightly, and the skeleton warrior was seriously injured in just one attack. He directly took the injured skeleton warrior back to the summoning space to heal. Skill, Slow Curse. With a buzzing sound, the curse was launched. The Queen of Elements suddenly fell into a curse, and her speed slowed down considerably. At the same time as the curse was activated, the skeleton warrior came to the Queen of Elements, swung a big knife and slashed at her. Skill, Frenzied Strike. The attribute of the skeleton warrior is as high as 21,000, and the skill increases by another 200%. Great power. The Elemental Queen let out a scream when she was hurt. Skill, Elemental Bombardment. The double backs were raised, and streams of elements rushed out like huge waves and landed on the skeleton warrior. A dozen skeleton warriors were immediately knocked into the air, cracks appearing on their bones. What a strong skill. All processes take place between lightning and flint. After Lin Moyu cast the curse, the Queen of Elements also completed its attack. Taking back the injured skeleton warrior, Lin Moyu's palm was burning with flames. Skill, Soul Flame. The Elemental Queen screamed again, and the soul flames made her feel severe pain. The attack of the skeleton mage has arrived, overwhelming the Queen of Elements. The Queen of Elements screamed again, and a pair of arms grew out of her back. A star ring appeared on the arm at the same time. Wind, fire, water, electricity. The 4 elements correspond exactly to the 4 arms. Skill, Elemental Starburst. The star ring of the fire system exploded. Flames soared into the sky, and several skeleton warriors flew upside down, their bodies covered with cracks. The skill activates again. The wind star ring exploded. The wind was like a knife, and several skeleton warriors flew upside down. The star ring continued to explode. Skeleton warriors are constantly being blown away by the Queen of Elements ability. Slow Curse seems to have lost its effect. The Queen of Elements didn't make much movement at all, she just moved her fingers and raised her hand. Continuous bursts of skills blasted the skeleton warriors away one after another. It took only 5 seconds from the start of the battle to the present. More than 30 skeleton warriors have been seriously injured. They were all taken back to the summoning space by Lin Moyu. It's really hard to fight. He didn't know why Bai Yuan gave him such a task. The expectation is too high for myself. But no matter how difficult it is to fight, you have to fight. Lin Moyu's palm glowed red, and the soul flame continued to unleash. The soul flame still has a certain damage to the Queen of Elements. Cooperating with the skeleton warrior, the skeleton mage continued to attack. He didn't know at all that there was actually something to deal with the Queen of Elements. Over the years, professionals have already summed up a set of methods to deal with the Queen of Elements. You only need to inquire about it in Fortress number 3 to find out. Lin Moyu has long been used to being straight, so he didn't take this into consideration. The Queen of Positive Elements, Lin Moyu, can be called the #1 person in all ages. Park Ing-chung and his party finally passed through the last electric element territory. A few of them had their hair fried, and there was even a smell of meat from their bodies. The therapist seizes this time to heal. From a distance, they saw the Queen of Elements in a fighting state. "Boss, they are already fighting. We need to stop them." "Stop anything, even if they can't kill them with the Queen of Elements." "Little Fa, zoom in." The mage responded and quickly began to chant the mantra. He silently recited the incantation, and the stars under his feet were outlined. The energy is surging wildly. Ning-yi sensed the energy change, and turned her head to see Park Ing-chung and others hundreds of meters away. "Oops." The pretty face changed, and she immediately ran over and shouted at Lin Moyu, "Be careful, someone is sneaking up on us." The voice just fell. A large piece of magical starburst appeared above the head, and the fire meteorite, which could burn as many times as possible, fell in the air. Skill, fire meteor, destroys the world. The fire meteorite hit the ground with a terrifying aura, causing violent explosions one after another. The mage in Pu Ing-chung's team has just completed the second rank and has become a blazing mage specializing in fire attacks, at the same time mastered the first large-scale skills. Meteor fire destroys the world. This skill is very powerful. For professionals under 30, it can almost kill in seconds. Even professionals at the same level, if they are not careful, they will be severely injured. Now he uses this skill to carry out a sneak attack. The bone armor on Lin Moyu kept flickering, blocking one explosion after another. A fire meteorite hit him directly, but was blocked by the bone armor. Many skeleton warriors were hit by the meteorite and were injured one after another. Professionals who have completed the second rank at level 40, their attack power has undergone earth-shaking changes. Level 39 and level 40 are two completely different levels. From the crack of the explosion, Lin Moyu saw Park Ing-chung's level. The corner of the mouth suddenly raised a smile. Just in time. With a thought in Lin Moyu's mind, the skeleton warriors who had been brought back due to injuries were released by him one after another. Those skeleton warriors brandished big knives and rushed towards Ing-chung and the others. All the skeleton mages followed behind and turned their guns to aim at Park Ing-chung. Seeing the oncoming skeleton warrior, Ing-chung let out a strange cry. "Ashiba, what is this?" "Axie, did you make a mistake? There are so many undead monsters." "The Queen of Elements has subordinates? I've never heard of it." A few people shouted strangely. The subordinates were not slow, and quickly made preparations for battle. The prophet is already in the plus state, and the mage is also holding it high. The archers in the team draw their bowstrings, the arrows are shining with light, and their skills are ready. Suddenly, a red light flashed. Red shackles appeared above everyone's head. What happened? Park Ing-chung suddenly slowed down. "It's a curse, curse." The healers in the team reacted and began to cast skills to lift the curse. At this time, the skeleton mage's attack has arrived, and the target is the healer. I have dealt with Rogers once, and know that my curse can be lifted. With experience, how could Lin Moyu give the opponent another chance to lift the curse? The skeleton mage's skills are all focused on the healers. The healer's skills were interrupted, and dozens of magic attacks fell on him almost simultaneously. After only one round of attack, the healer was already dying. Park Ing-chung couldn't protect the healers in the team because of the curse. Facing the rushing skeleton warriors, Park Ing-chung took out a bottle of potion and drank it. The red shackles on the head disappeared, and the curse was lifted. Skill, group provocation. Skill, group chain. 2 consecutive skill bursts. The skeletons rushing to the front aimed at him at the same time. Then dozens of invisible energy chains flew out, pulling the skeleton warrior over. Park Ing-chung faced the skeleton warrior head-on, raised his shield to resist, and at the same time shouted sharply, "Drink the medicine to cure the curse." He also had a long battle with his teammates, and he drank medicine to relieve the curse, and at the same time poured medicine on the therapist. At the moment when the curse was lifted, the therapist gave himself an instant healing technique. His injuries improved rapidly. Another round of attacking attacks came. Ing Park Chung yelled, "Group protection." The skill is activated. An energy shield appeared in front of the team. The skeleton mage's attack was blocked. Ning Yi said, "They already reached level 40. Knights have group protection and group chains. Mage's sneak attack uses fire to destroy the world. These are all skills after the second turn at level 40. Lin Moyu nodded and cast the curse again. Found no effect. The curse potion helps them to be immune to the curse for a certain period of time. 0. Ask for flowers. Ing Chang was carrying more than 30 skeleton warriors, and he didn't even take a step back. The healer keeps using healing skills on him. Lin Moyu realized that he was able to kill Rogers easily before, first because the opponent's level was not much higher than his own. Second is because in the Dungeon of Hell, the opponent's storage space is blocked, and various props cannot be taken out. Level 40 professionals are already strong, plus they can use props. There are also differences in equipment. Not so easy to deal with. But so what should be killed must be killed. In the sneak attack just now, if it wasn't for his skeleton armor, he would probably have been injured by now. It is even possible to be killed. Is the enemy never soft with no weakness? The skeleton mage suppressed the opponent with firepower. Park Ing Chang gritted his teeth. How can you be so strong? Captain, what should we do? The mage asked anxiously. His attack fell on the skeleton warrior, and it could indeed cause a lot of damage, but it is not so easy to kill the skeleton warrior. The archer also looked anxious at this time. 0. They were covered and beaten by massive magic attacks, and they were beaten so hard that they couldn't hold their heads up for days. Park Ing Chang already regretted a little at this time. He knew that he shouldn't mess with the other party. I didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. When dealing with the Queen of Elements, he also has the ability to distract himself from dealing with himself. Retreat? It seems that we can only retreat. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw Lin Moyu approaching. There is also a beautiful beauty beside Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu raised his hand towards them, and there was a flash of fire in his palm. Ah! The scream sounded. The therapist was suddenly attacked and screamed. Healing skills are interrupted. Park Young Chang's pressure suddenly increased. The skeleton warrior's attack landed on his shield, jingling non-stop. Huge force came in through the shield, shaking him so much that he wanted to vomit blood. The healer managed to put a healing ability on himself, but Lin Moyu's second attack came again. There was another scream. The therapist squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. The mage and the archer immediately attacked Lin Moyu. But the bone armor on Lin Moyu blocked all their attacks. The soul flame continued to burn. After 5 consecutive attacks, the healer finally fell to the ground. Without a therapist, Park Young Chung could no longer hold on. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, there was an explosion. Park Ing Chung uttered a scream and was severely injured. He was covered in blood. Looking back, his teammates were all dead. Pu Ing Chung felt a chill in his heart, and the skeleton warrior's broadsword had already fallen. He didn't even think about it. Extreme defense. The knight's signature skill is activated. Park Ing Chung took out a bottle of medicine and poured it into his mouth, then turned around and fled. With the light of extreme defense on his body, he rushed into the world of electric elements, and fled to the distance against the lightning. Lin Moyu didn't chase after him. A knight bent on fleeing is hard to chase. The skeleton warrior carried the corpses of the prophet, the archer, and the mage on his back, and ran towards the Queen of Elements. The corpse was thrown high and fell towards the Queen of Elements. Skill, corpse burst. The corpse was detonated in midair. The Queen of Elements screamed amidst the explosion. At this time, the battle has entered a white-hot state. More than half of the skeleton warriors were injured. The Queen of Elements was also seriously injured. The two sides are playing life for life. Lin Moyu suddenly a corpse explosion, and the elemental queen was caught off guard by the explosion. Then it flew over with 2 corpses. Boom twice. The queen of the elements was even more wounded. 3 of the 4 arms were blown off. Of the 4 element star rings, there is only 1 wind element left. It's a pity that the knight ran away just now, otherwise the knight's corpse explosion would definitely kill the elemental queen. The knight's vitality is the most powerful, and it explodes with the greatest power. Take advantage of its illness to kill it. Lin Moyu released all the skeleton fighters, and added all the skeleton mages at the same time. I also use the soul flame. Fight. After the last round of siege, the elemental queen collapsed to the ground unwillingly. Kill the queen of elements, experience, +2340000. Obtain elemental crystal *5. Element crystallization, it can be used to create top-level platinum equipment, or to enchant platinum equipment, and it is also one of the materials for upgrading cooling amulets. It is very lucky to get 5 element crystals at a time. Generally, there are 3 to 4 pieces, and 4 pieces are very rare. Bai Yuan only needs 1 mission, and the other 4 can be kept by himself. Upgrading the cooling amulet is useful for. With the death of the Queen of Elements, the secret realm quickly disappeared. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi set foot on the plane of elements again. Ning Yi breathed a sigh of relief, it's finally done. Lin Moyu nodded and bit the skeleton. After this battle, most of the skeletons were seriously injured and needed to return to the summoning space to recuperate. Oops! Ning Yi suddenly let out an exclamation. What's wrong? Lin Moyu turned his head to look, not knowing what happened. Ning Yi said, I forgot to take off the equipment on those people just now. Now the secret realm is gone, and the equipment of those people is also gone. Lin Moyu was surprised, you are not short of money. Ning Yi said, I'm not short of money, but you are short, you need a lot of money to buy a lot of skill scrolls. But it's okay, I'll buy it for you when the time comes, my grandpa has money, you can ask him for it. If Ning Tyrand heard this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. My precious granddaughter has not yet married, and her elbow has been turned outward. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and couldn't help but patted Ning Yi's head, you are tired, let's take a rest, let's eat something before leaving. Yeah. Ning Yi's little stomach let out a cooperative cry. Building a fire, Lin Moyu also learned to roast meat. Shi Xing'an taught him as well as various seasonings. The meat used is animal meat bought in the exchange, and the quality is good. Ning Yi ate the meat grilled by Lin Moyu herself, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. I'll have some barbecue in the future, okay? Lin Moyu chuckled softly, okay. This time, Ning Yi smiled even more happily. The whole person leaned lazily on Lin Moyu, looking up at the starry sky. On the plane of elements, there is no mist, and you can see the sky full of stars. Compared with the brightly lit metropolis, the starry sky here is brighter. Just like Ning Yi's heart at the moment, it is very beautiful. At the end of the plane of elements, the painting style changes suddenly. The earth became dark, and black air continuously emerged from the ground and scattered into the air. The air was filled with the smell of decay. The power of the abyss is spreading here, trying to invade the plane of elements. Abyssal monsters with strange appearances wander here, they are staring at the elemental plane but cannot enter. It seems to be fearing the plane of elements. Lin Moyu looked at the abyssal monsters one by one, and recalled the materials he saw in the library. There are 2 types of abyssal monsters. One is the demon king, the devil, that I have seen before. They have wisdom and know how to think, which is the same as the human race. Another is the monster in front of you. It's the same as the wild monsters that can be seen everywhere in the human world. There is little wisdom, or even no wisdom. These are called monsters. On this land near the abyss, there are monsters and demons. Regardless of killing demons or killing monsters, there are military merits. It's just that the devil's military exploits are many, and the monster's military area The abyssal dog that Lin Mo had killed was a kind of monster. A level 31 abyss dog kills one and only has 1 point of military merit. This level 35 abyssal monster in front of him only has 1 point of military merit to kill one. But if you kill a level 36 abyssal demon, you can get 100 military merits. The difference is huge. The task Bai Yuan gave was to kill the abyssal demons, not just monsters. Stepping out of the plane of elements, once again stepping into the territory of Yuan battlefield. Because it is close to Fort Number 3, it is called Battlefield Number 3. The area where Lin Moyu once visited was called Battlefield Number 1. The fog shrouded again and was thicker than that of the 10 strings of fortress gates. This is the power of the abyss. The closer to the abyss, Asia, the thicker the fog. Ning Yi took off the elemental mask and took 2 breaths. The smell of the abyss is not good. There was a rotten smell in the taste, which she didn't like. Lin Moyu doesn't like it either, so he can't escape, he can only adapt. Sooner or later, he will face the abyss, or even enter the abyss. This is the responsibility of a human professional. The arrival of Lin Moyu and Ning Yi attracted the attention of nearby monsters. Immediately, several monsters rushed towards the two of them. The skeleton warrior appeared and greeted him. Abyss Eater, level 35. Power 6,000. Agility 5,000. Spirit 3,000. Physique 6,000. Skill, Roar. It is called the Abyss Eater, and it is a very common monster in the abyss. Its attributes are only a little higher than that of the abyssal dog, and far inferior to the level 36 abyssal dog. This is the underlying monster. This kind of low-level monster is said to be endless in the abyss, and it is impossible to kill them all. Skeleton warriors crushed them in 2 or 3 hits. Kill level 35 abyss man-eating monster. Experience plus 175,000, military merit plus 1. Obtain the claws of the eater. There are no surprises, just 1 point of military merit. And it only takes 1 point of military merit to kill 2 man-eating monsters. After all, half of the military merit should be given to Ning Yi. Ning Yi raised her head, revealing her white and slender neck, jokingly, with me as a burden, not only will you share your experience, but also your military achievements, will you not regret it later? Lin Moyu just touched her head and didn't say anything. It is more than words. Here, there are many abyss devourers, everywhere. Lin Moyu also saw many professionals fighting monsters here. Although each monster only has 1 point of military merit, it is a good choice to add up. At least safety is guaranteed, as long as you don't continue to go deep, there will be no danger. Here, the most dangerous thing is to meet the abyss demon. Abyssal demons have the ability to command monsters. They ordered all the surrounding monsters to come over and besiege the human professionals. Human race professionals mostly choose to be close to the plane of elements. Once in danger, you can escape into the elemental plane. Abyssal demons and monsters dare not come in, there are things that scare them in the elemental plane. Only if you have full confidence in yourself, or a small team, the team will go deep into the battlefield of slogans. They will even hunt for demons specifically to earn military merit. Such a person is also called a witcher. Lin Moyu recruited 5 skeleton warriors to open the way ahead. There weren't too many monsters on the road, anyway, they were killed in 2 or 3 seconds. There was no difference between 5 skeletons and 50 skeletons. His direction is the deepest part of the number 3 battlefield. The fog is thickest and the place closest to the abyss. If there is a demon, it will be here. The number 3 battlefield is huge, and the two of them walked for half a day before passing through the central area of the number 3 battlefield. Once passing the central area, the number of abyssal monsters increased significantly. At this time Lin Moyu recruited 5 more skeleton warriors. After passing the central area, the number of Terran professionals has been greatly reduced. Those who can be active here, unless it is a small team, unless it is a demon hunter who is very confident in himself. Ning Yi said softly, I don't know when I will meet the abyss demons, those guys hide deeper than mice. Lin Moyu looked forward and said lightly, I can meet you. Little by little, the speed is too slow. In less than half a day, the military merits of the two of them only increased by 50 points. That is to say, more than 100 abyssal monsters were killed in total. Lin Moyu's eyes became more and more serious, and he felt that there seemed to be some problems ahead. There are energies that fluctuate wildly. Suddenly, the group of lights exploded in the air. Distress signal, something happened ahead. The corpse was thrown high and fell towards the element queen. Skill, corpse burst. The corpse was detonated in midair. The element queen screamed amidst the explosion. At this time, the battle has entered a white-hot state. More than half of the skeleton warriors were injured. The element queen was also seriously injured. The two sides are playing life for life. Lin Moyu suddenly released a corpse explosion, and the elemental queen was caught off guard by the explosion. Then it flew over with two corpses. Boom twice. The queen of the elements was even more wounded. 3 of the 4 arms were blown off. Of the 4 element star rings, there is only 1 wind element left. It's a pity that the knight ran away just now, otherwise the knight's corpse explosion would definitely kill the elemental queen. The knight's vitality is the most powerful, and it explodes with the greatest power. Taking advantage of its weakness to kill it, Lin Moyu released all the skeleton fighters, and added all the skeleton mages at the same time. I also used the soul flame. Fight. After the last round of siege, the elemental queen collapsed to the ground unwillingly. Kill the queen of elements, experience plus 2,340,000. Obtain elemental crystal X5. Element crystallization, it can be used to create or enchant platinum equipment, and it is also one of the materials for upgrading cooling amulets. It is very lucky to get 5 element crystals at a time. Generally, there are 3 or 4 pieces dropped, and to get 4 pieces in one drop is very rare. Bai Yuan only needs 1 for his mission, and the other 4 can be kept by himself. He can use them for upgrading the cooling amulet. With the death of the Queen of Elements, the secret realm quickly disappeared. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi set foot on the elemental plane again. Ning Yi breathed a sigh of relief, it's finally done. Lin Moyu nodded and recalled the skeletons. After this battle, most of the skeletons were seriously injured and needed to return to the summoning space to recuperate. Oops! Ning Yi suddenly let out an exclamation. What's wrong? Lin Moyu turned his head to look, not knowing what happened. Ning Yi said, you forgot to take the equipment from those people just now. Now the secret realm has closed, and the equipment of those people disappeared. Lin Moyu was surprised, you are not short of money. Ning Yi said, I'm not short of money, but you are. You need a lot of money to buy skill scrolls. But it's okay, I'll buy it for you when the time comes, my grandpa has money, I can ask him to get them. If Ning Tyrand heard this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. His precious granddaughter has not yet married, and her arm has already been twisted. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and couldn't help but patted Ning Yi's head, you are tired, let's take a rest and eat something before continuing. Yeah, Ning Yi's little stomach let out a cooperative cry. Building a fire, Lin Moyu also learned to roast meat. Shingen had taught him this, as well as various seasonings to use. The meat used is animal meat bought in the exchange, and the quality is good. Ning Yi ate the meat grilled by Lin Moyu, and her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. I'll have some barbecue in the future, okay? Lin Moyu chuckled softly, okay. Side note, this mofo is a straight simp. Anyone else have a problem with E just taking half his chips all the time? She doesn't do anything to help at all, right? Females, don't be like this, nobody is gonna save you, save yourself, haha, okay, moving on. This time, Ning Yi smiled even more happily. The whole person leaned lazily on Lin Moyu, looking up at the starry sky. On the plane of elements, there is no mist, and you can see the sky full of stars. Compared with the brightly lit metropolis, the starry sky here is brighter. At the end of the element plane, the backdrop changes suddenly. The earth became dark, and black fog continuously emerged from the ground and scattered into the air. The air was filled with the smell of decay. The power of the abyss is spreading here, trying to invade the element plane. Abyssal monsters with strange appearances wander here. They are staring at the elemental plane wantingly, but cannot enter. It seems they fearing the element plane. Lin Moyu looked at the abyssal monsters one by one, and recalled the information he read in the library. There are two types of abyssal monsters. First are demons, that we have seen before. They have wisdom and know how to think, which is the same as the human race. The other type is like the monsters in front of him. It's the same as the wild monsters that can be seen everywhere in the human world. There is little to no wisdom and are also just called monsters. On this land near the abyss, there are monsters and demons. Regardless of killing demons or killing monsters, military merits can be earned from both. It's just that the demons reward greater military merit, and the monsters reward little military merits. The abyssal dog that Lin Moyu had killed was a kind of monster. A level 31 abyss dog only rewards 1 point of military merit for killing it. The level 35 abyssal monster in front of him only rewards 1 point of military merit. But if he kills a level 36 abyssal demon, he can get 100 military merits. The difference between the two is huge. The task Bai Yuan gave him was to kill the abyssal demons, not just monsters. Stepping out of the element plane, they once again returned to the territory of Yuan battlefield. Because it is close to Fort Number 3, it is called Battlefield Number 3. The area where Lin Moyu visited previously was called Battlefield Number 1. The fog shrouded again and was thicker here than when they were closer to the fortress gates. This is the power of the abyss. The closer to the abyss, the thicker the fog. Ning Yi took off the elemental mask and took 2 breaths. The smell of the abyss is not good. There was a rotten smell that one could almost taste, which she didn't like. Lin Moyu doesn't like it either, but he can't leave, he can only adapt. Sooner or later, he will face the abyss, or even enter it. This is the responsibility of a human professional. The arrival of Lin Moyu and Ning Yi attracted the attention of nearby monsters. Immediately, several monsters rushed towards the pair. The skeleton warrior appeared and greeted them with his blade. Abyss Eater. Level, 35. Power, 6,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 3,000. Physique, 6,000. Skill, Roar. It is called the Abyss Eater, and it is a very common monster in the abyss. Its attributes are only a little higher than that of the abyssal dog, and far inferior to the level 36 abyssal dog. This is the underlying monster. This kind of low-level monster is said to be endless in the abyss, and it is impossible to kill them all. Skeleton warriors crushed them in 2 or 3 hits. Kill level 35 abyss man-eating monster. Experience plus 175,000, military merit plus 1. Obtain the claws of the man-eater. There are no surprises, just 1 point of military merit, and he only gets 1 point of military merit for kill 2 man-eating monsters. After all, half of the military merit are given to Ning Yi. Ning Yi raised her head, revealing her white and slender neck, jokingly, with me as a burden, not only will you share your experience, but also your military achievements. Will you not regret it later? Lin Moyu just touched her head and didn't say anything. It said more than words. Here, there are many abyss devourers, everywhere. Lin Moyu also saw many professionals fighting monsters here. Although each monster only has 1 point of military merit, it is a good place to farm. At least safety is guaranteed. As long as you don't continue to go deeper, there will be no danger. Here, the most dangerous thing is to meet an abyss demon. Abyssal demons have the ability to command monsters. They ordered all the surrounding monsters to come over and besiege the human professionals. Human race professionals mostly choose to be close to the plane of elements. Once in danger, you can escape into the elemental plane. Abyssal demons and monsters dare not come in. There are things that scare them in the elemental plane. Only if you have full confidence in yourself, or a small team, the team will go deep into the battlefield near the abyss. They will even hunt for demons specifically to earn military merit. Such a person is also called a witcher. Lin Moyu recruited 5 skeleton warriors to open the way ahead. There weren't too many monsters on the road, anyway, they were killed in 2 or 3 seconds. There was no difference between 5 skeletons and 50 skeletons. His direction is the deepest part of the number 3 battlefield. The fog is thickest at the place closest to the abyss. If there is a demon, it will be here. The number 3 battlefield is huge, and the 2 of them walked for half a day before passing through the central area of the number 3 battlefield. Once passing the central area, the number of abyssal monsters increased significantly. At this time Lin Moyu recruited 5 more skeleton warriors. After passing the central area, the number of human professionals has been greatly reduced. Those who can be active here, unless it is a small team or is a demon hunter who is very confident in himself. Ningyi said softly, I don't know when I will meet the abyss demons, those guys hide deeper than mice. Lin Moyu looked forward and said lightly, we will find them. Little by little, the speed is too slow. In less than half a day, the military merits of the 2 of them only increased by 50 points. That is to say, more than 100 abyssal monsters were killed in total. Lin Moyu's eyes became more and more serious, and he felt that there seemed to be some problems ahead. There are energies that fluctuate wildly. Suddenly, a group of lights exploded in the air. Distress signal, something happened ahead. The distress signal exploded in the air like a bright moon, and the bright light illuminated the number 3 battlefield. Even the thick fog can't block it, and it can be clearly seen in a radius of dozens of miles. It's not far away, let's go there. Seeing the distress signal, Lin Moyu and Ningyi rushed to it immediately. No matter what the internal competition is, helping those in danger is a matter within the human race. On the battlefield, when encountering a distress signal, nearby hunters will come. This is a rule that all professionals abide by. Only with concerted efforts, the human race can survive under the threat of the abyss so far. The distress signal is not far from Lin Moyu, only a few minutes away. Silence, something is wrong, all the monsters here are gone. Ningyi realized something was wrong. After passing the central area, the number of monsters began to increase rapidly. Now they were rushing all the way, but they didn't even see a single abyssal monster. Then sharp laughter came from the mist. It's the voice of a demon. It seems that these man-eating monsters have been summoned by the demons. Ningyi quickly made a judgment. The abyssal demon possesses the ability to command monsters. Professionals who send out distress signals are likely to be under siege. The 2 speeded up again. The man-eater's cry sounded in his ears, and he finally arrived through the thick fog. Hundreds of man-eating monsters surrounded a group of people and attacked violently. 9 people, 2 knights, 3 assistants, 4 output. Team combinations like this are rare. Among the 4 output professionals, there are a summoner, mage, archer and a warrior. The warrior is also acting as a knight at this time, blocking the attack of the man-eater. The level of this team is not low, although it is less than level 40, it is still around level 37 or 38. With their team level, it is not difficult to deal with the man-eaters, and they have every chance to break out. The key is the presence of the demons. An abyssal demon was in the air, attacking them from time to time, putting tremendous pressure on the knight. Every time the knight wants to break out, he will be blocked by it. The abyssal demon has a wolf face, looks somewhat similar to the dog demon, but the breath is completely different. It has no wings and rides a huge blue wolf. There are pairs of wings on the back of the blue wolf, and its sharp teeth are exposed, which looks extremely ferocious. Lin Moyu saw this kind of demon in the data. The name is Abyssal Wolf Demon. The wolf demon is a type with an extremely large population in the abyss. They were a pair when they were born, one of them grew into a wolf demon, and the other grew into a blue wolf and became a mount. The relationship between the abyssal wolf demon and his mount Qinglang is more like a brother. The 2 cooperate with each other tacitly, and their combat power is far better than that of the Abyss Dog Demon. The Abyssal Wolf Demon prevented the knight from breaking through again and again, making harsh noises continuously. It looked like he was playing tricks on his opponent. Lin Moyu can see that if it really wants to kill, this group of people may not be able to last until now. The detection technique flew out in response. Abyssal Wolf Demon, Ordinary Demon. Level, 38. Power, 12,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 3,000. Physique, 9,000. Skills, Roaring Attack, Bite. It is indeed stronger than the Abyss Dog Demon, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, it is far from enough to threaten. The only trouble is that it can fly, and it's not slow. If it wanted to escape, it is difficult to catch him. Let's find a way to trick it down. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Feeling the detection technique, the Abyssal Wolf Demon turned to look at Lin Moyu. The fangs flickered coldly, and a sharp laugh came from his mouth. Tisk tisk, someone is finally here. Hey, it's the little guy at level 26, and there's a chick at level 25. The chick has delicate skin and tender meat. It looks good, like it tastes good. It should be delicious. It deliberately surrounds and does not kill, just waiting for the professionals to send out a distress signal. Waiting for others to come over, he wanted to kill more people. The voice of the devil spread to the surrounded professionals, and their hearts kept falling. What are the people at level 26 doing here? Do they give away their heads on a platter? The Abyssal Wolf Demon stared at Ning Yi, licked his fangs with his tongue, drooling. I'll eat you first. After the voice fell, it flew towards Yi rapidly. In its eyes, there is a bloodthirsty light, and there is excitement about tasting delicious food. Ning Yi exclaimed and hid behind Lin Moyu. It's useless to hide, your fate is already doomed. I'll eat you bite by bite, first your hands, then your thighs, and I won't let you die until I'm done. Your screams will be the best sauce. The Abyssal Wolf Demon laughed wantonly. In its eyes, Ning Yi was already a dish on the plate. It didn't realize that there was no fear in Ning Yi's eyes, only a triumphant smile. Boy, go to hell, don't hinder my meal. The Abyssal Wolf Demon rushed to Lin Moyu, waving his sharp claws. A cold light flashed on its sharp claws, not weaker than the sharpest weapons. Boom! The skeleton armor emerged, blocking its attack. What happened? It didn't react for a while. Then, with a buzzing sound, a red shackle appeared above its head. What is this? The Abyssal Wolf Demon looked up, and his movements were countless times slower than usual. Not only it, the blue wolf under it also completely slowed down at this time. Just when he looked up, skeleton warriors surrounded it. The skeleton grabbed Qinglong's foot, and the big knife burst into a brilliant red light and slashed at Qinglong's wings. More skeleton warriors jumped up and climbed onto its body. The scream dragged a long syllable, spreading towards the surroundings with a strange tone. The slowing curse has a wide range, and even the abyssal man-eating monsters that besieged the professionals are also affected. They were as slow as a tortoise one by one. What happened? Why did it suddenly become like this? This is the power of a curse. Great opportunity, break out immediately. Under the curse, the man-eater's attack slowed down significantly, and the threat to the professionals was greatly reduced. Upon seeing this, the knight immediately led the team to break through. The two knights opened the way ahead, a monster was cut down, and the team quickly escaped from the encirclement of the man-eating monsters. Before they left the range of the man-eating monster, they suddenly heard a shrill scream. It was the scream from the Abyssal Wolf Demon. The Abyssal Wolf Demon has been chopped to death, and even the green wolf it was on is only a corpse now. The Abyssal Wolf Demon didn't understand what happened until the time of his death. Why is this little guy, who is obviously only level 26, so powerful? Why can't I resist? Lin Moyu didn't take the initiative to attack, just waiting for it to come. Curse plus the explosive skills of skeleton warriors to attack and kill it. A few strokes will put it to death. Kill level 38 Abyssal Wolf Demon, experience, plus 380,000 skills, plus 50 military merit. Obtain the Blood Essence of the Devil. Devil Blood Essence contains the power of the abyss. Alchemists and blacksmiths can use the essence to make equipment. After the rescue team broke through the encirclement, they saw the corpse of the Abyssal Wolf Demon. He actually killed it. How did he do it? Isn't he only level 26? How much effort did this take, and a demon was killed just like that? Under their shocked gazes, Lin Moyu whispered to them, "Move 100 meters away, I'm going to clear the field." Several people were taken aback and did not react for a while. Clear the field? What field? Why do they have to withdraw from the 100 meters? Ningyi poked her head out, "Hurry up, or you will be accidentally injured." Although the words of the two made them unbelievable, it was a fact that the Abyssal Wolf Demon was killed in seconds. It is better to in the evidence provided by the recent scene than to second-guess it. Several people looked at each other and decided to back away. At this time, the man-eating monster had already moved towards Moyu, and several skeletons went up to meet them, hacking several man-eating monsters to death in 2s and 3s. What a powerful attack! Although the man-eating monster is not powerful, it cannot be killed with 2 or 3 hits. Then, there was a loud bang. The professionals were taken aback. The air wave came head-on, blowing past like a strong wind. Looking again, the area in front of Lin Moyu was empty. Dozens of man-eating monsters lay there all over the place, utterly dead. The several people were speechless. If this power falls on them, they will be disabled even if they don't die. Then there were 2 big explosions in a row. The monsters died again. Swallowing his saliva with difficulty, where the hell did this guy come from? He's really only level 26. It's too easy to kill. His summon is also very strong. Does he really have such a profession? With a few efforts, Lin Moyu cleaned up hundreds of abyssal man-eating monsters. Counting the Abyssal Wolf Demon, he and Ningyi each gained hundreds of military merits. A few hundred military exploits is a drop in the bucket for Lin Moyu. In the second lieutenant stage, every 1-star upgrade requires a full 10,000 military merits. Ningyi is a private soldier, and 100 military merits are enough to be promoted to 1 star. Ningyi's sergeant badge shone brightly, and bright stars emerged one by one. 6-star private. In just half a day, Ningyi was promoted from a 2-star private to a 6-star private. This speed, no matter who saw it, they would be envious and surprised. If this continues, it is not difficult to be promoted to second lieutenant. "Thank you, brother." The rescued people came over and thanked Lin Moyu. Although Lin Moyu is only level 26, level does not mean strength. Lin Moyu has proven this. The strong are respected, and the big fist is the last word. He has full respect for Lin Moyu. "Of course I'll come if I see the rescue signal." "You're welcome." Lin Moyu's voice was flat, sounding a little distant. These words fell into the ears of these people, but they took it for granted. As a strong person, one should look like a strong person. Powerful people may have a strange temper. Ningyi poked her head out. "Are you a hunting team?" Several people nodded. "Yes, we are a demon hunting team." Shouldn't the demon hunting team be very strong? They specialize in hunting demons. Why were they almost killed by demons this time? From Ningyi's understanding, the strength of the demon hunt team is very strong. Everyone has extraordinary combat power, and leapfrog challenges are not a problem. It was just a level 38 abyssal wolf monster and a few hundred man-eating monsters, and they almost wiped out their entire squad. There were some unnatural expressions on the faces of several people, as if there was something unspeakable. The leading knight sighed. "Our team originally consisted of 12 people. In addition to the 9 of us, there is also a great knight, a great elder, and a great mage. It's just that those 3 people left the team temporarily." The lack of people happened to be caught by the abyssal wolf demon again. Great knight, great mage, and great elder, they were absent. The 3 occupations are common occupations, not even rare occupations. Combat strength is not that strong compared to professionals at the same level. Put a large character in front of the occupation, indicating that these 3 people have exceeded level 40 and completed the second transfer, and are advanced professionals. Even ordinary occupations can master several powerful skills after completing the second round. Like the scene just now, as long as the Archmage is given enough time to use large-scale skills like the death of the world, hundreds of man-eating monsters can be cleaned up quickly. After the second turn, the Great Knight also has group protection skills. Even if he is surrounded, he is not in trouble. There is also the Great Elder. The Great Elder, after the second rank, has group healing skills. These 3 people are the core figures of the entire demon hunting team. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu was not interested in hearing about the affairs between their teams. Let's go, be careful. After speaking, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi disappeared into the thick fog. The clicking sound brought by the skeleton warrior was gradually receded until it disappeared completely. After a while, the mist rolled, and someone rushed over. 3 people rushed over, and the knight who rushed over did not hesitate to activate his skills, and instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters. Are you all right? Why did you send a distress signal? What happened? He looked anxious, and when he saw the corpses all over the ground, his face changed drastically. The 3 of them are the Great Knight, the Great Elder and the Great Mage who left the team just now. Obviously, the relationship between them is very good, otherwise they would not rush back. As for why they left the team before, only they themselves knew. Ning Yi took Lin Moyu's big hand. Aren't you curious at all? Lin Moyu shook his head, not curious. He has no interest in other people's gossip. Ning Yi's eyes were filled with flames called gossip. I really want to know why their demon hunting team split up. You know, everyone in the demon hunt squad is a life and death acquaintance, and everyone is tight. There must be a reason for the sudden separation, whether it is love or profit. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing. This girl is really imaginative, and her personality is lively and cute. He didn't have the composure that an assassin class should have. In Lin Moyu's impression, professional assassins should be like Swame. But look at this girl beside him. He touched Ning Yi's little head unconsciously. Pretty cute, isn't it? Continuing to the depths of the number 3 battlefield, the fog became thicker and thicker. The power of the abyss is even more apparent here. The lively Ning Yi had long forgotten what happened just now, and changed the subject. I've heard people say that the abyss seems to be divided into many areas, and the 1st to 3rd Yuan battlefields only correspond to the surface. Lin Moyu has also seen relevant knowledge in the data. The Yuan battlefield is very, very large, and all countries are involved. The Yuan battlefield on Xinxia's side is divided into number 1 to number 9 battlefields, guarded by the Eternal Great Wall. Each battlefield corresponds to a fort. Forts 1 to 3 correspond to the entrance to the abyss. The spaces are folded and overlapped, but the distance is actually the farthest. There are many obstacles set up by the strong, so that the powerful abyssal demons cannot enter the 1st to 3rd battlefields. The battlefield above number 4 overlaps more closely with the space of the abyss, and there will be more abyssal demons there. Abyssal demons above level 40 abound. Like human professionals, level 40 is a middle ground. Abyssal demons above level 40 are very powerful and are called high-level demons. Lin Moyu accelerated his knowledge about the abyss and the Yuan battlefield. In the deepest part of the number 3 battlefield, there is a part of the area that overlaps with the entrance of the abyss, and you can see the real abyss. There will be more monsters there, and demons will often appear. There is also a copy there. There was a light in Ning Yi's eyes, and the name of the light was greed. If there are more demons, military achievements will also become sour. She hadn't given a single thought to the question of danger. With Lin Moyu around, she has a complete sense of security. What Lin Moyu said is the content in the information. The specific situation will not be known until the arrival. It may be because of the group of demon hunters who were besieged just now. A large number of abyssal man-eating monsters around them were driven over. Along the way, they didn't see much. After walking for a few more hours, the number of people-eating monsters increased. they have become more of a witcher. In just 3 hours, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi encountered no less than 5 groups of demon hunters. There are more or less demon hunting teams in each group, and their occupations are different. Among them, there is a group of demon hunters whose combination is very extreme. 6 professional assassins form a team. They acted silently, and when they saw monsters, they immediately activated their stealth skills and attacked from behind. Assassins are very powerful. Basically, 2 assassins bursting out with their skills at the same time can instantly kill a man-eating monster of the same level. Seeing them, Lin Moyu couldn't help but think of the dragon assassins he had seen in the copy of Hell Post. Extreme attributes, super explosive power, they can seriously injure the skeleton warrior in an instant. Apparently, the same is true for human assassins, with no less explosive power. And more skills, and also more flexible. Lin Moyu saw it and thought that if you meet assassins in the professional competitions, you must be careful. A black line appeared in the line of sight. The black line spread all the way to infinity. It divided the world into 2 pieces. Another quotient of the black line is the abyss world. It looked like there was no obstacle, but it was impossible to get in. The monsters and demons in the abyss are not so easy to come out. An invisible force separates the 2 worlds. Only when the hand touches it, ripples are produced, rippling like water. This is the folding of space, where 2 worlds collide to form a strange barrier. There is an abyss inside, it looks so scary. Ning Yi was amazed. Standing outside, one can see in the dark abyss world, there are pairs of blood-red eyes, bloodthirsty and ferocious. The abyss world can be seen here, and the human world can also be seen here. Lin Moyu remembered a sentence. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Occasionally, a space channel will be opened, and the monsters and demons inside will swarm out. A scream sounded from the air. An abyssal demon with a human body and snake tail fell from the sky. It trembled twice on the ground, but there was no more movement. The abyssal demon fell from the sky and died, and a figure appeared in the sky. He was holding a dagger, exuding a sharp white light, very dazzling. Platinum weapons. Not only the weapons are platinum level, but his equipment is also platinum level. This is a senior professional who has completed the 2nd turn, with a level of over 40, and an assassin. With just one blow, he instantly killed a level 38 abyssal demon. He didn't show his figure until the abyss demon died. He attacked in stealth before. Here, there are many professionals above level 40, killing demons and earning military merits. Demons above level 40 rarely appear here, so it is safe for high-level professionals to mix here. After the opponent killed an abyssal demon, his indifferent gaze scanned the surroundings and he quickly flew away. How can he fly? Lin Moyu was puzzled. Assassin professionals, less than level 40, how to achieve flight? Ning Yi quickly raised her little hand, I know this. After level 40, there are several ways to give a professional the ability to fly. One is that a saint may have a professional skill called Wings of Wind, which can make other people have the ability to fly. It's just that this skill is not easy to master, and many saints don't know it. Saint is the professional title of the prophet after completing the 2nd job. There is another kind of flying potion. If you drink it, you can fly, but the flying speed is very slow and the duration is very short. The other is the equipment called the Wind Wing Ring, but this equipment is not cheap, and it only has the attribute of flying, so it is not very practical. Ning Yi quickly said everything she knew, as if waiting for praise. Lin Moyu touched her little head, and Ning Yi narrowed her eyes enjoying it. These effects did not help him much. Sage's skills cannot be used on skeletons, and skeletons cannot fly. It doesn't matter if he can fly. They finally figured out what was going on. According to Ning Yi's judgment, the assassin just now used the Wind Wing Ring. Lin Moyu also saw that there was a wind element around his fingertips. Continue along the black line. They saw many professionals again. Some are made up of teams, and some are solo persons. Most of the solo persons are advanced professionals above level 40. It's safe here for them. Really, there are more people than monsters here. It could be assumed that they were hunting the abyssal demons, but couldn't even find them. Occasionally, they found one or two, and they were all killed. Ming-Yi complained a little. It's been half an hour since we came here, and we've only killed some eaters. The abyssal demons didn't see any of them, and occasionally saw one from a distance, and it was killed in the blink of an eye. There are more men than monsters. Lin Moyu comforted her, "Don't worry, I will continue to go deep, and I will always find it." As soon as he said that, the scream sounded, the voice was shrill, and it spread far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a group of people suddenly appearing in the air, eating human professionals. In the blink of an eye, this human professional has no bones left. Even the equipment on his body was swallowed up by the demon. I have long known that abyssal demons can eat anything, but I didn't expect that they can even eat human equipment. A ring fell from the sky. The ring shone with the unique light of platinum equipment, and was surrounded by wind elements. Lin Moyu's pupils shrank suddenly. "It's him." Ming-Yi was also taken aback. "It's the assassin we saw just now." It was the senior assassin professional just now who was eaten by the demon here. "This is a senior professional. Why did he die?" Ming-Yi said. They were still saying just now that senior professionals are safe here, and they are here to earn military merit. Why was he killed in a blink of an eye, and his body was eaten up without leaving any bones? There are several demons around, and one of them is very special. Its whole body is like smoke, erratic in the air. The detection technique flew out. Abyssal Shadow Fiend, High Demon. Level, 40. Power, 18,000. Agility, 22,000. Spirit, 5,000. Physique, 15,000. Skills, Entangling, Shadowing. Characteristics, possess the ability to see through invisibility, and the physical damage is halved. Seeing the attributes, Lin Moyu was slightly startled. It turned out to be a level 40 high-level demon. This attribute has surpassed many dungeon bosses. Overall, it's not much worse than the 39th level Elemental Queen. Level 40 and level 39 are really a huge gap. One is in the sky and the other is underground. The opponent's entanglement skill can greatly reduce the movement speed of the professional, greatly reducing the opponent's attack power, and making it impossible to escape. Seeing through the characteristics of invisibility, it is simply the natural enemy of assassins. Coupled with the having of physical damage, it makes them not afraid of physical attacks. It was combined with some other level 39 and level 38 abyssal demons. No wonder the previous assassin died unexpectedly. Lin Moyu detection technique also attracted their attention. The shadow demon let out a scream. "Little guy at level 26, he dared to come here. Additional meal today." Additional meal. The shadow demon and a dozen other demons rushed towards Lin Moyu and Ming-Yi with grinning grins. How can the demons divide them? Counting Lin Moyu and Ming-Yi, it can only be a tooth-fighting festival. In the number 3 battlefield, there are rare demons above level 40 hunting, and I didn't expect to encounter them by such a coincidence. Lin Moyu had no fear at all. His skeleton armor hadn't broken since he left the fortress. There is skeleton armor, and it will take a long time to break and let these demons chew on it. The only problem now is that he can't fly, and neither can the skeleton warrior. If the demon tries to escape, he cannot catch up. Then it's best for them to come to us. Facing the menacing demon, Ming-Yi immediately hid behind Lin Moyu, pretending to be very scared. The more this is the case, the more excited the demons are. "You don't have to hide, it's useless to hide anymore. You are dead, I will bite your neck off and suck your blood dry. Get out, you're not a vampire. What kind of blood do you suck? It won't taste good without blood. I want to eat the thighs, so don't compete with me. I gnaw like the head, and I like brains the most." With grinning grins, the demons rushed in front of the two of them. When the distance was less than 10 meters, Lin Moyu raised his hand. Red light flashes. Skill, Slow Curse. The giant red net fell, and the scarlet shackles appeared. All the grinning laughter stopped abruptly in an instant. Curse! What? The sudden change in speed made it difficult for the demons to adapt. Unable to stop the castration for a while, they were tied down one after another. Bang Bang fell to the ground, and several hit Lin Moyu. The bone armor flashed white light, and they were bounced to the ground again, and the fall was even worse. Before they could react, densely packed skeleton warriors appeared. 360 degrees without a gap surrounded them. Push as much as you can, pull as much as you can, anyway, they won't give them any chance to break free. As soon as the skeleton warrior appeared, his skills exploded at the same time, and he slashed with a knife. Then started chopping meat. The demon screamed one after another. The Abyss Shadow Demon kept struggling and suddenly disappeared without a trace. The body turned into a shadow, like smoke and dust. Skill, Shadow. In the shadow state, the shadow demon lost its essence, like light smoke, and was immune to all physical attacks. If you want to escape, it won't be so easy. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and flames rose in his hands. Skill, Soul Flame. That is to say, make the shadow demon of the abyss in the state of shadow transformation, and still suffer from mental attacks. There was a scream, and the shadow demon's body twisted continuously. The skeleton mage has appeared, and countless spells focus on the shadow demon. First, he was attacked by the skeleton warrior's skills. If it wasn't for its ability to have physical damage, it would have died on the spot. Then he was attacked by soul flames, and now he was set on fire by hundreds of skeleton mages. Shadow Demon is not reconciled. He also thought that he came to the number 3 battlefield to lead his men to kill in all directions and feast on humans. As a result, he died before leaving the nest. The moment before it died, it saw Ning Yi's smiling expression. Where did it change from the fear? She was simply acting. Be cheated. With this last thought, it died. Kill level 40 Abyssal Shadow Demon, experience plus 80,000, military merit plus 500. Obtain Demon Crystal, level 40 Abyssal Demons, give 1,000 military merit. He and Ning Yi each got 500. Ning Yi's sergeant's badge emitted brilliant white light. The stars above appeared one by one, 10 stars appeared in the blink of an eye. The white light is then transformed into silver light. Ning Yi's sergeant's badge became a silver second lieutenant. The shadow demon of the abyss is dead. Once the leading big brother died, the remaining abyssal demons also fell into despair. They were chopped into pieces amidst screams. The sergeant's badge keeps shining, and his military merits increase. In this wave, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi each gained 1,200 military points. Among them, the Abyss Shadow Demon has the most military merits, worth 1,000, and each person gets 500. The other 14 demons are all less than level 40. 100 military merit, 2 people 1 point, 50 each. Lin Moyu's military merits exceeded 3,000 again. Ning Yi's military merits reached 1,800. In addition to military merits and experience, he also obtained a demon crystal. This is also one of the mission requirements given by Bai Yuan. Come here to kill the abyssal demons and get the demon crystals. Bai Yuan seemed to have judged that Lin Moyu would encounter demons above level 40, and gave the task early on. Ning Yi smiled and said, "It will be like this from now on. I will pretend to be very scared and lure them down to kill them, so that I won't be afraid of them running away." This is indeed a solution, but it is not a panacea. Lin Moyu said, "The only trouble is meeting demons with ranged attacks. There are thousands of types of demons, and there are a few demons with long-range attack capabilities. If they come across them, they will hide in the sky and release their skills, and they can hit and leave whenever they want, which is really troublesome. Demons are not monsters, they are intelligent, and they will escape if they cannot win. I hope that, at level 30, there will be corresponding skills." Now the experience has reached 89% of level 26, and his upgrade is not far away. Wait until level 30, and then consume primary skill scrolls to learn and master new skills. Maybe things will improve. Shajing Academy, Baishan Courtyard. Mang Anwen looked at Bai Yuan in a daze. Mang Anwen was always calm, it was rare for him to show such an expression. Are you crazy? He murmured. Bai Yuan chuckled, how crazy? I want to see where this kid's limit is. Large dungeons like Tyrant's Desert can't bother him, but instead earned him a lot of points. Dragon Frontline Outpost Dungeon, Hell level difficulty, he can solo. Tens of thousands of Hell dogs will be destroyed if he intends it. Thinking about it, this elemental secret realm can't hinder him either. Mang Anwen frowned, can this be the same? What is the level of the elemental secret realm, and how many levels are those dungeons? The attributes of the Queen of Elements are comparable to those of a level 40 high-level demon, and it's not like you don't know how powerful her skills are. Lin Moyu has a lot of skeletons, but the Queen of Elements is not weak to group attacks at all. Bai Yuan was not worried. It's okay, if he can't beat it, you can still escape. It's good to suffer a loss once in a while, at least you can know where this kid's limit is. If I don't let him suffer a bit, it won't make me appear useless. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter. With the imprint of the Hall of Valor, he won't really die. And it's not just the elemental secret realm. I also asked him to go to the third battlefield, the border of the Abyss, to kill demons, and the copy of the Abyss outpost there. I also asked him to fight it as well. Mang Anwen stared at Bai Yuan, looking at him indifferently. Suddenly laughed, did you forget something? What? Bai Yuan didn't feel like he had forgotten anything. Old Man Ning's granddaughter is with Kid Lin, she hasn't left her brand in Hall of Valor. If she dies, I'm afraid Old Man Ning will fight you desperately. Shit. Bai Yuan slapped his thigh violently, oops, I forgot about this. Then what? I'm going to find them and bring them back. Seeing Bai Yuan lose his composure, Mang Anwen smiled even more happily. Now I know you're afraid? But it should be fine, although he didn't leave a mark in the Hall of Valor, Old Man Ning should have planted a soul-protecting spell on her. Bai Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words soul protection spell. Why didn't you say it earlier? I'm just telling you what to do next time, be careful and considerate of everything. Mang Anwen said softly, closing his eyes again. Bai Yuan completely relaxed at this moment, took the teacup, it should be fine, even if they encounter a high-level demon at the border of the Abyss, you will resurrect at worst. What did you mean come back from death? A voice suddenly sounded, and Ning Tyrand walked in. Sit down, what did you say to come back dead? Bai Yuan quickly shook his head, it's nothing, you heard wrong. This matter cannot be said, it absolutely cannot be told to Old Man Ning. Otherwise, his small courtyard will most likely be lost. Ning Tyrand asked, where did you send the brat to do his mission? It was Lin Moyu who he asked about, but what Ning Tyrand wanted to know was where Ningyi had gone. Bai Yuan said, he's going to the Yuan battlefield. Don't worry, with Kid Lin here, your precious granddaughter will be fine. What's more, you have planted a soul-protecting spell, so she won't die. Ning Tyrand snorted coldly, if something happens to my granddaughter, I will be the first to settle the score with you. Bai Yuan laughed along, don't worry, nothing will happen. He dare not tell Lin Moyu's and Ningyi's true whereabouts. Mang Anwen closed his eyes and meditated, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and it was very hard to hold back his smile. Battlefield number 3, the border of the Abyss. The mist suddenly dissipated, and a black portal appeared. Pairs of scarlet eyes emerged from behind the portal. The energy of the Abyss entered the third battlefield without hindrance. The energy of the Abyss was scattered on the number 3 battlefield, and Abyss man-eating monsters suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people-eating monsters appeared in every corner of the third battlefield. The scarlet-eyed master rushed out from the black portal, and demons descended one after another. In the blink of an eye, 10 demons appeared on the bracelet battlefield. Ha 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 ha, the human world, this demon is here. The legendary delicious human flesh, this demon is here to taste it. Humans, wash your neck and wait to die. The demons laughed sharply and deafeningly. Massive magic attacks fell overwhelmingly, drowning them. The abyssal demons were stunned and roared one by one. Who? Which guy dares to attack this demon? Wow. It hurts, this demon is going to kill you. You are dead. With a buzzing sound, a red light descended. Red shackles appear above all the demons' heads. The roar stopped abruptly. The skeleton warrior followed up, jumped high, and landed on the demon, catching the demons by the hands and feet to prevent them from jumping away. After falling into the curse, these demons originally lost the possibility of escaping. The big knife of the skeleton warrior fell on his body, and blood and flesh flew all over the place, while the demons screamed incessantly. Wings were chopped off, hands and feet were cut off, and the blood of the devil gushed out like a fountain. The black land of the Yuan battlefield became deeper. At this time, the corpses of several abyssal man-eating monsters were thrown over and landed on top of the abyssal demon. Boom! Skill, corpse burst. Lin Moyu detonated the corpse of the abyssal man-eater in the sky. Although the level and attributes of the abyssal man-eating monsters are not as good as those of the abyssal demons, their vitality is not weak. The corpse explodes with a 30-fold increase, attacking with 600% of the vitality of the abyssal man-eater. Fortunately, these demons may still be able to withstand it. But after several consecutive explosion attacks, the abyssal demon also couldn't stand it. Kill level 38 abyssal wolf demon, experience plus 380,000, military merit plus 50, obtain demon essence blood. Kill the level 37 abyssal snake demon, experience plus 370,000 plus 50. Obtain demon essence blood. After the explosion, the group of abyssal demons who had just entered the number 3 battlefield died terribly. They didn't even have a chance to take off and escape, and almost died at the fastest speed ever. Who made them so unlucky, they happened to appear in front of Lin Moyu. After killing 20 abyssal demons in seconds, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi gained 1,000 points of military merit respectively. This is the space passage between the abyss and the human race. Ning Yi looked curiously at the space passage dozens of meters away. The dark portal about 10 meters high shone with an extremely dark light, and occasionally lightning flashed across it. The space around the portal is distorted, fluctuating like water waves. It's the first time that Moyu could see the space channel with his own eyes. The abyss world and the human world collided and came into contact. In addition to specific channels, occasionally some temporary channels are naturally generated. Most of these temporary channels are not durable and can only exist for a few minutes or even less. And the channel is very fragile, and can only accommodate demons that are not very powerful to pass through. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi are equally curious about the space channel, and behind the channel is the abyss world. The energy of the abyss is continuously entering the Yuan battlefield from the space channel, turning into abyss man-eating monsters. Hey, another demon is coming out. Another pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the space channel. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton warrior immediately threw a demon corpse into the space channel. The moment the corpse entered the space passage, Lin Moyu activated his skills. There was a loud explosion, and the entire space channel shook violently. Kill a level 38 abyssal wolf demon, experience plus 380,000, military merit plus 50. Kill the level 37 abyss snake demon, experience plus 370,000, military merit plus 50. Kill a level 36 abyssal dog demon, experience plus 360,000, military merit plus 50. A series of prompts appear. The sergeant's badge burst out with dazzling silver light, and he gained a lot of military merit. In just one click, the military merits of the two have increased by 3,000 each. The corpse exploded and took away a total of 60 abyssal demons. Lin Moyu was overjoyed that it actually worked. It means that when the corpse exploded, it had already reached the abyss world. The explosion range of the corpse is 90 meters, and the size of the demons is 5 or 6 meters or even larger. It can kill 60 at once. It shows that there are many demons, crowded into a group. A picture appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. A space channel appeared, and countless demons scrambled to come out. So they're all crammed together. Then a corpse flew over and exploded. Killed so many at once. After the space passage was distorted a few times, it gradually returned to normal. It seems that this space can last for a while. Ning Yi shouted happily, a lot of military achievements, bomb again and again. Lin Moyu shook his head, wait a while. It has just been blown up, and the demons over there must not have gathered together yet, so the effect of blowing up again will not be very good. Sure enough, a minute later, pairs of scarlet eyes appeared on the space channel. The demons gathered again. The skeleton warrior threw a demon corpse into the space channel again. In the same way, the demon corpse exploded after entering the space channel. Kill a level 38 abyssal wolf demon, experience plus 380,000, military merit plus 50. Kill a level 37 abyssal wolf demon, experience plus 370,000, military merit plus 50. A series of prompts appeared again. The sergeant's insignia that had just been extinguished shone brightly again. More than 2,000 military exploits. Lin Moyu's military merit has reached 8,500, not far from 10,000. At that time, he will be a 1-star second lieutenant. Ning Yi's military merits also reached 7,900 for doing nothing at all. It was unprecedented for her to obtain military merit so easily. The space channel became distorted again in the explosion. As if it would collapse at any moment. Originally it could exist for a longer period of time, but because of the impact of the two corpse explosions, its existence time was greatly shortened. The distortion of the space channel became more and more severe, and Lin Moyu knew that it was impossible for it to recover. It's a pity, a rare opportunity. If he can bomb 2 more waves, maybe even 1 wave, he can become a 1-star second lieutenant. Now it seems that we can only wait until later to find another opportunity. Suddenly, the distorted space channel stabilized. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. It can still be fried. In the next second, his dead soul exploded. Flames gushed out from the space channel crazily, and a huge eye appeared behind the space channel. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it, and immediately pulled Ning Yi away. Lin Moyu, I got you! A roar came from behind the space passage. Lin Moyu's ears roared violently, and he seemed to lose his hearing for a while. Ning Yi also frowned, obviously in great pain. A series of death rays shot out from behind the space channel and landed on Lin Moyu. The skeleton armor shattered. Lin Moyu's whole body was shaken back, and a lot of damage was directed from him to the skeletons. The skeletons were collectively wounded. The skeleton warriors rushed over quickly, blocking in front of them densely, turning into shields. The death shot hit the skeleton warrior, and the skeleton warrior exploded into pieces. 1, 2, 3. Instant kills, without exception, they are all instantly killed. The number of summoned spaces is rapidly decreasing, and when the skeleton warrior dies, the number of summoned spaces will decrease accordingly. Lin Moyu felt distressed. Since the first skeleton warrior was summoned, they had been injured, but never died. But now, they died by blocking the shot protecting Moyu. He could also block it by himself. But at that time all skeleton warriors and skeleton mages may die. His own defense is too weak. As long as the skeleton armor collapses, the skeleton warrior will suffer unimaginable damage. Each skeleton warrior can only block 1 ray. The speed of the ray is too fast, like lightning, except for hard blocking, it is impossible to dodge it at all. Rays shot out from the eyes of the flame demon king one after another, each time 1 or 2 skeleton warriors were killed by the rays. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen died, and the number is still increasing. Lin Moyu knew that going on like this was not an option. With a heartbeat, a skeleton warrior immediately threw the remaining demon corpses towards the space channel. Lin Moyu activated his skills at the same time. Skill, Corpse Burst. Boom boom boom. Explosions happened one after another, and the space channel became distorted again in the explosion. The death ray of the Flame Demon King was interrupted. The Flame Demon King roared again and again, but he still couldn't stabilize the space channel. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his choice was right. The last few remaining corpses were thrown over. Lin Moyu unhurriedly detonated them. The space channel was distorted even more, and it was about to collapse. Lin Moyu, I will not let you go, absolutely not. The Flame Demon King was furious to the extreme. Lin Moyu's 2 explosions just now hurt him. Yes, it hurts. The flames all appeared a little distorted. A small ant, a mosquito, can hurt this abyssal devil king. And he also failed to kill Lin Moyu twice, which made him lose face. Lin Moyu ignored its roar, and even waved at him, goodbye. I will blow you up in the future. The Flame Demon King roared again and again, I will not let you go, never. The space channel disappears. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. A total of 20 skeletons were destroyed, and the price was not low. But in the end nothing major happened. Ning Yi asked nervously, Moyu, are you alright? Lin Moyu shook his head, it's okay, just lost some skeleton warriors. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, the enmity between him and the Flame Demon King was completely settled, and there was no way to resolve it. One day in the future, he will go to the abyss and have a good talk with the Flame Demon King about the life of demons. Of course, a talk with fists. After repeatedly confirming that Lin Moyu was fine, Ning Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Still having lingering fears, I was scared to death. The Flame Demon King is too abominable, a majestic demon king came to attack us unexpectedly. Fortunately, you weren't a different person or you will be dead. When I become stronger in the future, I will go to the abyss and stab it a few times. Ning Yi waved her small fist, gnashing her teeth viciously. Lin Moyu touched her little head, feeling the soft touch with his fingertips. I blew it up twice in a row. Although I couldn't hurt it, it also made it lose face. It's normal for it to hate me, but it's okay, I will let it know who has the bigger fist later. Lin Moyu has no fear at all, now he is only level 26, and the opponent has not been able to kill him. 0. Don't even think about it in the future, put away the skeleton warriors and let them recuperate in the summoning space. The first death ray that fell on him not only destroyed the skeleton armor, but also caused him to suffer huge damage. These damages were all transferred to the skeleton, so that all skeleton fighters and mages equally shared the damage. The attack is too strong, and the defense is too weak. In just one blow, the skeleton warriors and mages were all injured, and the injuries were not light. Just 3 or 4 more hits, and the skeletons will die in large numbers. Lin Moyu found that in the number 1 battlefield the opponent's attack was not that strong. At that time, the bone armor could last a second or 2. It's not like breaking down at the touch of a button now. You must know that the skeleton armor today is much stronger than it was then. It can only show that this place is closer to the entrance of the abyss, and the opponent can exert stronger power through the space channel. He verbally despised the opponent, but in the bottom of his heart, Lin Moyu never underestimated the Flame Demon King. After all, he is a demon king, comparable to some top professionals. It is not comparable to his current self. The two rested on the spot, and Ning Yi talked with Lin Moyu. The tension dissipated, and Ning Yi resumed her lively appearance of talking and laughing. After resting for a while, the two set off again. Following the black line, they followed the border of the abyss to the deepest part of the battlefield. Originally, this place should have the largest number of abyssal demons. In the consciousness of the two of them, there should be constant fighting here. The result is exactly the opposite. It's quiet here. A dungeon entrance vortex is spinning, making a unique sound. About 500 or 600 meters away from the copy, a simple small fortress stands on the ground. There are senior professionals inside and outside the fortress. There is also a teleportation array. When she saw the teleportation array, Ning Yi let out a sigh. Ning Yi was in disbelief. There is a teleportation array here. Not only was she in shock, even Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Here, there is actually a teleportation array. Moreover, there are senior professionals guarding the teleportation array, and they even built a simple base. Doesn't that mean that he can directly teleport here through the number 3 fortress? If I knew this earlier, why did I still work so hard and walk the road for so long? A large group of professionals gathered at the entrance of the copy. Like other professionals at the entrance of the dungeon, they lit a fire and sat together, talking and laughing. He didn't take the abyss world being so close at hand serious at all. Seeing the surprised expressions of Lin Moyu and Ningyi, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. There are 2 more people who don't know about the teleportation array, and they have walked a long way to get here. Basically, there are such fools every day. This is the result of not checking the information carefully. Obviously, in the number 3 fortress, you can take the teleportation array here directly, but it still takes so long to walk, it can hardly be said that they want to save some military merit. After all, teleportation consumes military merit. It's also possible that couples want to talk about love together. How can a single dog like you understand? Hey, look at their levels. Amidst the good-natured jokes of the crowd, there was a sudden exclamation. Lin Moyu, 26th grade. Ningyi, level 25. Coming to the number 3 battlefield at this level is simply to deliver food to the demons. Not to mention the number 3 battlefield, even the elemental planes they can't get through. In their view, any elemental spirit in the elemental plane can kill them. How did they get here? There was a big question mark in everyone's heart. A group of professionals looked at each other, and they all said they couldn't understand. The teleportation array flickered, and the staff of the team teleported too fast. Ningyi saw someone, and immediately said with a smile, "It's Sister Yaya." Lin Moyu also saw Shixingyan and Liangyu, and smiled slightly. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet them on the 3rd battlefield. Ningyi waved at several people, and called out in a crisp voice, "Sister Yaya." Seeing Lin Moyu and Ningyi, Shixingyan and the others also smiled. "Brother Lin, why are you here?" Ningyi said instead of Lin Moyu, doing the mission, kill some demons by the way, and earn some military merits. When they saw the badge on Ningyi's shoulders, they had already become 2nd lieutenants. It is estimated that he also encountered demons along the way, but with Lin Moyu's ability, killing a few demons is not difficult. After all, the battle on the number 1 battlefield is still vivid in their minds. Lin Moyu killed the quartet there like a god of war. Ningyi smiled and asked, "Sister Yaya, why are you here?" Liangyu said with a smile, "We come to level up. Here is a dungeon with good experience, and the speed of leveling can be a little faster than the dungeon of Hell Outpost." Their level has reached level 31. The dungeon of Hell Post is level 26, for them, the experience is not enough. The number 3 battlefield space dungeon here is a level 30 dungeon. With the outpost set, especially the Hell Outpost shield in his hand, Shixingyan can completely clear this dungeon. They have already cleared the difficulty of Nightmare, although the difficulty is relatively high, and they have played relatively hard. But in general, the experience is much better than the Hell Outpost. Several people walked to the dungeon, found a place to sit down. Shixingyan and Lin Moyu talked about the situation in the dungeon. World number 3 battlefield, the dungeon is a bit special. It is mixed with the power of the 3 parties of the human world, the abyss world and the plane of elements. The 3 forces converge in the dungeon, making the dungeon have a tripartite characteristic. The whole dungeon looks a bit weird, the monsters inside will attack each other, and the whole dungeon is like a battlefield. Professionals who enter the dungeon need to choose a side to attack. You will know the specific situation when you go in. In fact, that's what's going on. Shixingyan roughly said some things, telling him everything he knew. Lin Moyu asked, "Hell difficulty, have you been there?" Shixingyan shook his head like a rattle. "How could I have been there? I'm only level 31, the difficulty of going to hell is seeking death." Look here, there are hundreds of professionals, but very few have been to the difficulty of hell. But you can try it. If it really doesn't work, just use the dungeon breakout symbol to escape. Lin Moyu hadn't considered nightmare difficulty. For any dungeon, as long as there is hell difficulty, the reward for hell difficulty will be several times that of the nightmare difficulty. Of course, hell difficulty is preferred. At level 21, he dared to solo the level 26, Dragon Frontline Outpost, dungeon with hell difficulty. Now that he is level 26, he also dares to go to the hell difficulty of the number 3 Battlefield World dungeon. As Shishingen said, you can try it. Just use the copy breakaway character to come out. If it's too hard, there will be no loss. Chatted with Shishingen and the others for a while. I also know why there are no demons here. The copies continuously absorb the power of the Abyss world and the human world. Within the range of thousands of meters covered by the copy, there will be no space channel. Moreover, there are many professionals here. Even if dozens of demons come to kill them, they are just delivering food. What's more, there is a simple base not far away, and there are senior professionals in the base. Therefore, those who rest outside the dungeon don't have to worry about the demons coming to sneak attack, and can rest at ease here. Shirshingen's team entered the dungeon, nightmare difficulty. They made an appointment with Lin Moyu to meet here after the copy is released. Shishingen also wants to hear from Lin Moyu, what kind of situation is hell difficulty? After waiting for a while, the skeletons in the summoning space fully recovered. Lin Moyu finally stood up. Let's go. Okay. Pulling up Ningyi, the two came to the entrance of the instance. Number 3 Battlefield World, the dungeon connects the Abyss world and the human world, continuously absorbing the energy of both sides. It can be clearly felt that the two energies meet here. At the same time, under the earth, there is also the power of the elemental plane transmitted from the earth, which is also imported into the copy, a strange state where the power of the three parties converged. Level 30 dungeon, entry level minimum 25, maximum 35. The limit of the number of people is also 3 people, 6 people, and 12 people. Young man, this is a level 30 dungeon. The monsters inside are very dangerous. Even monsters with normal difficulty are not for you to deal with. Young man, you better find a team, don't go in and die. Outside the copy, some professionals kindly persuaded Lin Moyu as they always do. Lin Moyu just smiled at them and thanked them. After that, he and Ningyi chose the difficulty of hell and entered the instance. Seeing that Lin Moyu couldn't be persuaded, the well-meaning professional couldn't help but let out a sigh. In their eyes, it seemed that Lin Moyu and Ningyi were dead. Suddenly someone said, "Sai, didn't you notice their sergeant's badge? Their sergeant badges are all silver, with the rank of second lieutenant, and they have killed demons." Ah? How is this possible? They are only level 26. Is there anything impossible? Have you heard that a few days ago on the number 1 battlefield, a second lieutenant age 18 and level 24 appeared and slaughtered the monsters, and he even cleared the copy of the outpost on the difficulty of hell? I've never heard of it, tell me what's going on. The man told the story of Lin Moyu like a story. The professionals couldn't help but gasp in amazement, and some were so shocked that they couldn't speak. It turns out that they are the ones who really sit on the sidelines and see nothing. The entrance to the instance is at the top of a mountain. From here you can clearly see the entire dungeon world. The dungeon world is very strange. One side is night and the other side is day. Black and white alternate in the middle, and white constantly changes from time to time. The Abyss world, the human race world, and the elemental plane, 3 forces divided the entire dungeon world into 3 distinct parts. There are 2 roads ahead. One leads to the dark world representing the abyss, and the other leads to the bright world representing the human world. They need to choose a way forward. But now the road has not been opened, and the 2 cannot choose. Look, silently. Ningyi suddenly pointed at the center of the dungeon, the alternate black and white world. Lin Moyu looked over and couldn't help being taken aback. This is war. With the power of the dark abyss, a large number of monsters rush out from it. Their appearance is no different from that of the abyssal demons. Each of them is ferocious and terrifying, cruel and bloodthirsty. The demons either fly in the air or gallop on the ground. They are sitting with terrifying behemoths, full of momentum. On the side of the human race, the professionals faced off. Top professionals over level 70 are flying in the air. More professionals are galloping on the ground. These professionals are not right. Lin Moyu looked over. The professionals in front of them are not living people, but phantoms. It seems a little illusory. This is not only true for human professionals, but also for the demons on the side of the abyss. It looks scary, but it's actually a bit unreal. The two sides fought fiercely in the middle world where black and white intersected. The abyssal demons basically have the ability to fly. Even those demons riding giant beasts on the ground can take off at any time when they want to fly. As a result, the human race appears extremely unfavorable. As soon as the two sides fought, the human race had already fallen into a disadvantage. Suddenly, a mage held up his staff, forbidden. All demons, including the top powerhouses of the human race, fell from the sky. Except for that mage, there is no one in the air. He held up his staff, forbidden curse, elemental disaster. In an instant, all the elements in the audience went into a riot. The entire dungeon world was shaking and become chaotic. Hundreds of human mages raised their staffs at the same time and shouted in unison. All kinds of forbidden spells hit the demons. The demons suffered heavy casualties, and at this time, the Demon King appeared. The Demon King is gigantic, like an ancient demon god, standing upright at any moment, and can be hundreds of meters high from every angle. The wings vibrated, and the same terrifying elemental power was shot out by the devil, sweeping the entire human army. The forbidden spell collided and exploded, and brilliant colorful light enveloped the entire dungeon. After a while, the light faded, and both the human race and the demons had disappeared. And the world that was originally located in the center of black and white has now become a world of chaotic solar elements. Elemental spirits appeared in it. Lin Moyu understood, the one just now was a demonstration of the previous battle for himself, telling them the origin of the elemental plane. Of course, this may be the tip of the iceberg in that big fight. Forbidden spells collide, and the resulting force plows the ground. Ningyi was dazzled by the sight. Is this the battle in ancient times? Lin Moyu whispered, it should be. The obstacles of the two passages disappeared at the same time, and now they really had to choose one of the two. Without thinking about it, Lin Moyu chose the road leading to the night. It was infected by abyssal energy, so Lin Moyu naturally chose this side. Down the mountain along the road, all the way was safe and sound, until at the foot of the mountain, I saw a monster exactly like the abyss demon. As far as the eye can see, it is a vast plain. There are no buildings, no shelter. In the deepest part of the plain, you can see a giant statue as high as 100 meters. There is the end point where the instance boss is located. This is a special and simple dungeon divided into 3 parts. As long as the monsters belonging to the abyss are cleaned up, the dungeon is over. The skeleton warriors have all recovered after recuperating. All 130 skeleton warriors and 100 skeleton mages were released. Facing the level 30 dungeon with difficulty in hell, Lin Mo dare not take it lightly. A dungeon with hell difficulty, the difficulty is so high that it is absolutely beyond imagination. Generally speaking, this kind of dungeon requires level 35, top-level equipment wearing, team of 12 to enter the raid. He is the only one who can solo at level 26. The first monster looks a bit like the abyssal wolf demon. It's just that the body is bigger than what Lin Moyu has seen, sitting on a blue wolf. The height is more than 5 meters. The blue wolf has wings and can fly into the sky at any time. The skeleton warrior rushed up with a big knife, and the skeleton mage released his skills at the same time. A large number of spells approached the sky and drowned it. There was a roar, and the monster rushed out against the magic attack. He didn't die? The concentrated fire attack of 100 skeleton mages can seriously injure even a level 40 high-level demon. But the monster in front of him was only slightly injured. The detection technique is mixed in the spell, and the information is returned. Battlefield Wolf Demon, Hell Level Elite Monster. Level 34. Power, 15,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Physique, 15,000. Characteristics, affected by the energy of the abyss, the defense power is enhanced and the vitality is enhanced. Seeing the information about the detection technique, Lin Moyu understood it. The monsters here are closely related to the abyss, and it can be said that they all exist because of the energy of the abyss. Although the level has been suppressed, the attributes are not as good as the level 40 high-level demon. But the characteristics are very strong. Both defense and vitality have been enhanced to make it more powerful in combat. Therefore, even 100 skeleton mages can only injure it by focusing fire, but they cannot kill it instantly. It swung a 3-meter-long broadsword and landed on the skeleton warrior, making metal-like clashing sounds. The skeleton warrior just paused slightly, without taking half a step back. With the super-strong attribute of the skeleton warrior, as long as the opponent's attack does not have controlling effects, there is nothing to be afraid of. No matter how high your defense is and how strong your life is, it's just a matter of swinging a few more times. The skeleton warriors standing in the front burst out their skills one after another. The big knife fell on it with a red light, and the skin was ripped apart. There is no scene of blood spraying, and black air emerges from the injured place and dissipates in the air. The battlefield wolf demon didn't even feel pain, and turned a blind eye to the attacks falling on him. If it was a demon, he would have suffered a long time ago and flew away from here. The 10 skeleton warriors erupted a round of skills at the same time, and the second round of concentrated fire attacks by the skeleton mage arrived again. This time it didn't make it through. The battlefield wolf demon made a strange sound, like the sound of a balloon being punctured. It was full of black air and disappeared without a trace. Kill level 34 battlefield wolf demon, experience, plus 680,000. The experience is very high, much higher than the copy of the Hell level outpost. It is also twice as high as the abyssal demons of the same level. After all, it is a level 30 dungeon with difficulty in Hell, so it should give such experience. Lin Moyu frowned. There are no bodies. Just like the monsters in the elemental planes, there are no corpses, and the ability to burst corpses is gone. Ningyi also frowned. Without corpses, we can't bomb. Lin Moyu hummed, indeed, but in the next second Ningyi showed a smiling face, then pushed them flat one by one. The next best thing to do is, since it can't be fried, just hit one by one. At the moment of stepping into this area, the world is completely shrouded in darkness. Like the world at night, without light, vision becomes very bad. All light entering here is swallowed by darkness. Now the only light source is the soul fire jumping in the skulls of the skeletons. The soul flame rose from Lin Moyu's hand, illuminating a small area. Ningyi's eyes flashed. The assassin's skills had been activated. The assassin was originally the child of the night, and the night was her best partner. In Ningyi's vision, the darkness is more friendly anyway. A lot of monsters. Ningyi let out a soft cry. She saw monsters hiding in the darkness. Lin Moyu couldn't see. You point, I'll hit. Okay. Ningyi responded excitedly. Ever since she discovered the dragon assassin, she has always been a vase-like existence, but she didn't expect to be able to play a role here. Ningyi pointed out the specific locations of the monsters, and Lin Moyu immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to rush up to fight. Although cleaning up one by one is not as straightforward as mass killing, it is also very neat and proper. Lin Moyu is also very worry-free and doesn't need any instructions. As long as Ningyi pointed out the location of the monster, he would let the skeleton go up and kill it at will. There are many, densely packed monsters here. Sometimes several monsters will be attracted at the same time, and that is just a little extra effort. Lin Moyu has discovered that the monsters here are only harder and stronger in vitality, and there is nothing special about them. It's also hell difficulty, but it's much simpler than the copy of Dragon Frontline Outpost. Lin Moyu pushes horizontally all the way, and his experience rises. Halfway through, Lin Moyu's experience has reached 99%. And Ningyi's body was glowing with white light, and she had just finished upgrading. Ningyi couldn't help but say, "Is this the difficulty of hell?" It's too simple. After killing a few more monsters, Lin Moyu finally ushered in an upgrade. According to the plan, 10 brand new skeleton warriors were summoned before the upgrade, and added to the summoning space, bringing the number of skeleton warriors back to 140. He has not used his mental power from the upgrade for the time being. Under the premise of not knowing what kind of boss it is better to keep the mental power to be on the safe side. Maybe it will be useful. The team continued to advance, and before they knew it, the dark world had been conquered. There is no change in the difficulty of monsters in the second half, but they are getting denser and denser. Basically, every time you have to face more than 2 monsters at the same time. It is normal to meet 4 or 5 monsters at the same time. Lin Moyu didn't feel anything about it, since the skeletons were fighting in front anyway. Gold level skeleton warrior, gold level skeleton mage. They are tireless, painless, and fearless. There is no existence more dedicated than them. Muyu, do you feel that this place seems to be getting brighter? Ningyi suddenly spoke. Lin Moyu had already discovered the difference just now. As they killed more and more monsters, the environment that was originally invisible was indeed getting brighter. The light is no longer completely absent. Standing here they can even see the light of the distant sky. Not only is it getting brighter here, even the boss statue emits a faint light. Ningyi was puzzled again. Although it is glowing, why do I feel that it is darker? It is indeed getting darker. Now it is as black as ink, black enough to fight back. Every time a monster is killed, black energy will be scattered into the air. One part disappeared and went to nowhere, and the other part entered the statue. The death of the monster seems to be some kind of ritual opportunity to wake up the boss. As for the dissipated black energy, Lin Moyu felt that they seemed to fly in the direction of the human race. Lin Moyu is sure that his observation is correct. As we eliminate the monsters of the abyss, the power of the abyss is getting weaker, and the power of the human race is getting stronger. And the abyss monsters we killed, after they die, their energy flows into the statue. The dungeon looks very simple, but the most difficult part may be this boss. Lin Moyu doesn't think the dungeon of hell will be so simple. There must be some difficulties. If it's just like this, those teams just need to be careful, attract the monsters, and eliminate them one by one. Not to mention a full formation of 12 people. Even Shingen's team can fight through with a little effort. Ningyi also felt that Lin Moyu's judgment was correct. The really difficult part of this dungeon should be the boss. In Shingen's nightmare difficulty, there is no such change, and the scene they saw wasn't in the nightmare difficulty. If there is, he will definitely say it. Shingen is a careful person, and explained their strategy process in detail. Some parts correspond, but some parts don't match at all. It can be seen that the mechanics of hell difficulty and nightmare difficulty are completely different. In the end, the boss statue was not that big, only 30 meters high. Although it is still very tall, it will not be as high as 100 meters like before. Generally speaking, the bigger the body, the stronger the strength, and Lin Moyu became more cautious. Now it is a little brighter. Lin Moyu can see the monster exists. Ningyi could finally relax her big eyes. So far, this copy has no difficulty. This is wrong. How could a dungeon with hell difficulty be so simple? The monsters were killed one by one, and the number became less and less. It was getting brighter and brighter. The night is almost gone. There are only a few monsters left. The boss statue is already too dark to describe in words. It is several times darker than the thickest ink, and in the center part, there is still a faint light. The statue has begun to vibrate, and it seems that recovery is imminent. As long as Lin Moyu kills the last few monsters, it will fully recover. Lin Moyu looked solemn, and said to Ningyi, "Go to the foot of the mountain, don't come near here." Ningyi also knew that her existence might become a burden to Lin Moyu. Then be careful and be safe. After finishing speaking, Ningyi obediently ran to the foot of the mountain, hid behind a big rock, only poking out her small head. With no worries, the skeleton warriors quickly cleaned up the remaining monsters. When the last monster was killed, the darkness of the world on the side of the abyss completely disappeared. The statue roared and moved. Thick hair grew on the black statue, and it turned into a black-haired monster in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu and the skeletons stood at its feet like little ants, and they couldn't see the top when they tilted their heads. The big knife in the skeleton's hand is not as thick as a hair on its body. The opponent is really too big. I've never encountered such a big enemy. The huge size brought an amazing sense of oppression. Lin Moyu even felt short of breath for a moment. The boss grows thick black hair and looks like a giant black panther. It is exactly the same as the Abyss Demon King I saw when I first entered the instance. It should be said that the monsters killed along the way were all seen when entering the script. The dungeon is not the real abyss, but a phantom constructed by absorbing the energy of the abyss. The attributes and levels are not as good as the real abyssal demons. Element Leopard King, Hell Level Leader. Level, 36. Power, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 15,000. Physique, 15,000. Skills, Elemental Explosion, Elemental Sweep. Characteristics, Extreme Speed, greatly strengthened Vitality, greatly strengthened Defense. The 4 attributes are all as high as 15,000. The balance of the 4 attributes is exactly the same as that of the Skeleton Warrior. The Extreme Speed feature makes it have super fast speed. The Vitality and Defense power have been greatly strengthened, greatly improving its survivability. This boss is exactly the same as the Abyss Demon King. The level is only 36, and the attributes are doubled, which can be regarded as a simplified version of the Abyss Demon King. Lin Moyu thought very clearly. To deal with it, the first thing is to limit his speed. If you can't limit its extreme speed, then you can't need to fight. The size of the boss is amazing, but there are also many places that can be attacked. In the face of flexible skeleton warriors, coupled with the curse of slowing down, the huge size will become a hindrance instead. Just like the giant dragon I saw when I changed jobs, it died under the knife of the skeleton warrior. It is also common for ants to die like this. The Elemental Panther King recovered completely, looked down at the ant-like Lin Moyu, and roared fiercely. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew up, and the elements of the 4 series moved. The flames were born out of thin air and danced in the air with the wind. Immediately afterwards, thunder and lightning flashed, and the rain fell, turning into ice arrows all over the sky. The 4 elements exploded at the same time, which was extraordinary. It was just a roar that revealed the Elemental Leopard King's extraordinary control over the elements. The skeleton armor appeared, blocking all elemental attacks. Skill, Slow Curse. The big red net fell. The roaring Elemental Leopard King's voice suddenly weakened. The roar raised a long sound, like a lion's roar. With anger, it patted Lin Moyu with its claws. With an agility attribute of up to 20,000, coupled with the extreme speed characteristic, the Elemental Leopard King has an astonishing speed. Even with Slow Curse Light, under 40 times the speed reduction, the speed is still not slow. Unlike other monsters, after being cursed, they act in a slow operation. But this boss is at least faster than Lin Moyu himself. The leopard's claws fell like a mountain top. Lin Moyu did not move or dodge. There was a loud bang and the earth shook. The Leopard King seemed to realize something was wrong. Its paws could no longer be pressed down. The bone armor gleamed and blocked its attack. Lin Moyu remained motionless under his claws. In terms of attributes, Leopard King's physical attack power is not much higher than that of the guard of the post. With the skeleton armor on his body, there is no need to be afraid at all. When it attacked Lin Moyu, skeleton warriors jumped on it one after another, grab its hair with one hand and chop it off with a big knife. A total of 140 skeletons had all climbed onto it in the blink of an eye. Skills explode at the same time, a red light in the sky. Raising the knife in his hand, a puff of black air flew out of the elemental leopard king. Fly to where the human race is. The skeleton warrior turned on the meat-chopping mode again, slashing at the elemental leopard king with a machete, tinkling non-stop. Every time there is an attack, a trace of black air will emerge and disperse in the air. Skeletal mages join the fray, enclosing the elemental field in the center as they did with the Hellwatch Guardians. In this way, the elemental leopard king cannot attack all the skeleton mages. A round of skills of the skeleton warrior burst out collectively, plus a round of concentrated fire let out by the skeleton mage. The size of the elemental leopard king has shrunk by a large margin. It was originally as high as 100 meters, but now it is only about 95 meters, which is a circle smaller than before. When the body is completely cut off, it is the time of its death. Weak. Too weak. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly, feeling more and more wrong. That trace of black air is equivalent to its life. It was originally an energy aggregate. As long as its energy is exhausted, it can be killed. The elemental leopard king doesn't feel pain, and it doesn't feel anything when it is attacked. But it will be angry. It seems to be an instinct. It is shameful to be attacked by ants. With a roar, Leopard King fought back brazenly. Skill, elemental explosion. Huge elements exploded on the surface of the body, and dozens of skeletons were blown away amidst the loud noise. Afterwards, the range of elemental explosions expanded, and some skeleton mages tens of meters away were blown back. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this skill is almost exactly the same as that of the Queen of Elements. It's just that the Queen of Elements still needs to use the star ring, but this boss doesn't need it. Obviously, it is superior in controlling the elements. Reminiscent of the screen he saw when entering the dungeon, Lin Moyu immediately understood. How did the elemental plane come about? Why was the elemental secret realm born, and how did the elemental queen come into being? It was caused by the forbidden curse plowing the ground in that battle. This elemental leopard king is one of the instigators. It's a pity that the dungeon only imitates the appearance, and the level attributes and skills are restricted. The imitated element leopard king is inferior to the element queen in every respect. The same skill is much less powerful. The skeleton warrior rushed back after being blown away, and did not suffer many injuries. After returning, the skeleton warrior continued to attack as before. It didn't take the elemental leopard king's attack seriously at all. The elemental leopard king became more and more angry. The skills are released continuously. Keep blowing up the skeleton warriors. After being blown up, the skeleton warrior ran back with a clicking sound. After a round of attacks, its size continued to shrink. Soon, its height had dropped to 70 meters. A large amount of black air dissipated during the attack and flew towards the human world. The elemental leopard started training the second skill in anger. Skill, elemental sweep. The hair all over his body turned into whips, whipping wildly. It also carries various elements when it twitches, forming a double blow of physical elements. For a time, wind and thunder blew together, and the sky was full of ice and fire. It looked gorgeous, but it's a pity that it's not useful. The skeleton warrior still ignored it. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this big man is a target with thick skin and strong vitality. The most proud speed also lost its effect under the slow speed curse. It doesn't take any effort at all, it just takes a little more time to grind him to death. The elemental leopard king is far weaker than imagined. Lin Moyu is feeling more and more strange. Such a hell-level dungeon is even simpler than an outpost dungeon. If a full formation of 12 people came in, and with better cooperation they could completely fight through. But this is a dungeon of hell after all, it can't be that simple. Could it be that it will be very difficult to choose the root of the human race? Thoughts just popped up and then vanished. The boss is getting smaller and weaker. The vitality is greatly strengthened, and the defense is greatly strengthened. It looks very powerful, but the result is only to make it live for a few minutes longer. When it turned into the last wisp of black smoke, it completely disappeared. There is now no darkness in the entire dungeon, it's completely ruled by light. Killed a level 36 elemental leopard king, experience, plus 2,160,000. Acquire elemental staff. Elemental staff, gold level equipment, mental power, plus 600, constitution, plus 400, mage skills increase by 22%. The experience is not bad, but the drops are too bad. Just an elemental staff, the attributes are not as good as the Hell Post staff. This is not at all like the drop that the Hell difficulty dungeon should have. Except for rough skin and thick flesh, there is not much difficulty at all. The copy exit appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Is this the end? Lin Moyu didn't feel right, always felt a bit worse. Ningyi ran over quickly, pointing to the direction of the dungeon human world. There is something wrong there. In the dungeon, the world of the human race is shining brilliantly. A mage appeared in midair. He is wrapped in elements and holds a staff. It's not a real person, it's made of energy, exactly the same as the elemental leopard king. It's just that his aura is stronger than that of the element leopard. When Lin Moyu looked at it, it actually lowered its head and looked at Lin Moyu. Their eyes were facing each other. Suddenly an old and majestic voice came out, "Come and find me." Lin Moyu was shocked, and felt a creepy feeling for a moment. Looking at Ningyi again, she didn't seem to hear anything. This voice rang directly in his mind. Intuition told him that he had to go there. Wait for me here. Ningyi knew what Lin Moyu was going to do. Be careful. Lin Moyu walked towards the human world with the skeleton. This dungeon is a battlefield, where the abyssal demons and the power of the human profession are constantly fighting in the dungeon. The arrival of Lin Moyu eliminated the energy of the abyss, and these energies would not disappear into thin air, and all of them converged into the human world. The Terran area in the instance has become more powerful. The exit has appeared, but the dungeon has not really ended. Lin Moyu felt that the teams who came to play dungeons in the past probably quit after eliminating the elemental leopard king. It is also possible to quit after finishing the Terran area, and have not been to the other side of the world. There are some elemental spirits in the buffer zone between the two. The skeleton army swarmed up and quickly cleaned them up. Then the army drove straight in, stepping into the territory of the human race. Before, it was black with no fingers, but here it was bright with closed eyes. Black to the extreme, but also extremely bright. It's completely two extremes. Here, Lin Moyu squinted his eyes and could barely see anything. Fortunately, skeleton warriors are not affected at all. A humanoid monster appeared in sight. The whole body is light blue and looks very weird, crooked, strange posture, some even folded together. It seemed that there was an indescribable discomfort. There are rotten holes on the face and body, with blue liquid flowing inside, like blood. This is not a person at all, but a monster in human form. Mage Soul, Hell-Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 35. Power, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 20,000. Physique, 20,000. Skills, resistance to fire ring, meteorite falling from heaven, magic shield. Characteristics, physical attack damage is halved, elemental attack damage is halved. Attributes are strong. After he eliminated the power of darkness, all the energy was concentrated here. Strengthening the humanoid monster here. It has changed from an elite monster to a hell-level enhanced elite monster, and it is Lin Moyu's least favorite mage monster. Resisting the ring of fire can knock all the skeletons back. And magic shield can protect itself. Coupled with the double damage reduction of physical elements, their vitality becomes very strong, and it is extremely troublesome to eliminate. If there was no such voice, perhaps he would have chosen to retreat as well. He can play, but too lazy to play. And you can't use corpses to burst, it's hard to fight, and the price/performance ratio is too low. But now, if it comes, hit it. The skeleton warrior has rushed over. The skeleton mage's spells crackled and flew out. A blue light flashed, and a magic shield appeared in front of the humanoid mage. It blocked the attack of the skeleton mage. Then a ring of fire burst out, and the skeleton warrior who rushed to the front was instantly bounced away. The special effect of resisting the ring of fire skill is sufficient, regardless of level and attribute. It is also a control skill. Fortunately, there were enough skeleton warriors, a few were bounced off, and more followed. The big knife fell on the magic shield, and the magic shield became distorted immediately. A few more knives will take care of it. The humanoid mage activated his skills again, and a fire meteorite was born out of thin air and fell from the sky. There was a bang, like a violent explosion. The earth turned into a sea of fire. The skeleton warrior stood in the sea of flames without dodging or evading, still holding a big knife and slashing at the opponent. Several skeleton warriors swung their knives in turn, and after enduring 10 hits, the magic shield shattered. At this time, the skills of the skeleton mage responded, drowning the opponent. The skeleton warriors greeted it with knives. A few seconds later, Lin Moyu received a prompt to destroy the monster. Level 36 Hell Level Enhanced Elite Monsters. Even if 2 people share, the experience is also good. Having eliminated one of the humanoids, Lin Moyu moved on. No warrior monsters, no assassin monsters. There are only mage monsters, the most annoying mage monsters. Fortunately, there are not many of them, and the total is no more than 2,000 degrees. Following the same pattern, after spending more than an hour, Lin Moyu finally cleaned up all these mage monsters. He came to the final boss. The mage I met before opened his eyes and looked at Lin Moyu. "Kill me." A strange look appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. The humanoid mage monster in front of him could not only talk, but also told himself to come and find him. The first thing it said when they met was to tell Moyu to kill him. Under the gaze of Lin Moyu, this mage stood up slowly. It is also a humanoid monster, and it also has a light blue transparent body, but its appearance are not very different from normal people. It is very different from other humanoid monsters. Wearing a robe, the robe is also transformed with energy. When it got up, it tidied up unconsciously. All actions show that it is conscious, not an ordinary monster. This is the first time Lin Moyu has encountered this situation. A staff appeared in the mage's hand. Lin Moyu's pupils shrank slightly. The staff is not transformed from energy, but a real equipped weapon. The mage raised his head and looked at Lin Moyu. "If you want to know why, kill me and I'll tell you." No matter how you hear this, it's awkward. After killing it, what can it say? The dead can still speak? But it didn't give Lin Moyu time to think. Holding the staff high, a huge fireball shot out of thin air, charged towards Lin Moyu with scorching heat at an astonishing speed. The skeleton warriors quickly stood in front of Lin Moyu. The fireball hit the skeleton warriors and exploded. Flames exploded in all directions, and the skeleton armor shone brightly, blocking all sporadic flames. The attack power is so strong. Just one blow, the skeleton warrior was seriously injured. This mage is far stronger than the elemental leopard king just now. After he eliminated the elemental leopard king, most of the energy in the dungeon was concentrated on this mage. Not only that, even the energy of the human monsters was concentrated on it at this time. It almost gathers most of the energy of the entire dungeon, so it's no wonder it's not strong. "If you can't kill me, I'll kill you." The mage's voice sounded again, and then the staff buzzed. The entire copy shook. Lin Moyu's complexion suddenly changed. The dungeon exit around Ning-Yi disappeared, and the use of the dungeon breakout symbol was also prohibited. They cannot leave the copy now. Either kill it, or be killed. If he loses, not only he will die, but Ning-Yi will also die. Skeleton warriors and skeleton mages also attack at the same time. The detection technique flew out. Elemental Mage, Hell Dungeon Leader. Level, 39. Power, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 40,000. Physique, 10,000. Skills: Shackles of Wind, Explosive Flame, Fire and Destruction, Silence, Magic Shield. Characteristics: Vitality is greatly enhanced. The boss at level 39 has poor strength and agility, but his spirit is as high as 40,000 points. The spiritual attribute of the 27th level skeleton mage is as high as 45,000 points after the increase, which seems to be higher than it, but it is completely defeated in terms of skills. The skill strength of the opponent is very high. Just now the skeleton warrior was seriously injured just after being hit. For professionals, strength depends not only on attributes, but also on skills. This elemental master boss must have been a mage professional before. Reconstructed by the dungeon energy after death, it still retains the characteristics of a mage professional, and its mental power is particularly strong. The attribute of 40,000 points has surpassed the Queen of Elements, and it is the most powerful boss with a single attribute that Lin Moyu has ever seen. Plus these 5 skills, Lin Moyu felt dizzy for a while. But now there is no way out, only life or death. That being the case, let's fight. The skeleton warrior has rushed forward, raised his sword high, and his skills exploded. The blue light flashed, and a blue shield appeared around the boss. Ability: Magic Shield. The skills of several skeleton warriors fell on the magic shield, and the magic shield burst out with dazzling light and twisted. But after only half a second it went back to normal. The strength of the magic shield is very high, the highest Lin Moyu has ever seen. I don't know what level the opponent's skills have reached, but they are very strong. A flame burns in his palm. Skill: Soul Flame. A flame ignored the magician's protection and appeared above the boss's head. The boss showed pain, and his whole body trembled violently, but he didn't make any sound. Skill: Slow Curse. Lin Moyu's skills were activated continuously. In the red light, the speed of the boss suddenly slowed down. It seems that it didn't expect him to have curse skills, its expression changed, and there was a hint of satisfaction in the surprise. The attacks of the skeleton mage came one after another, and the massive attacks overwhelmed it. Fire element: Exploding Flames. Water system: Ice Storm. Wind element: Tornado Storm. Electric system: 5 Thunders. For a time, wind and fire mixed with lightning and thunder. The 4 elemental attacks landed on the magic shield, brilliant and dazzling, causing the magic shield to twist and deform continuously. The magic shield shattered suddenly. The skeleton warrior's attack also landed on the boss. Rays of light shot out and landed on the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage who was hit by the light instantly misfired. Skill: Silence. Silence can make the mage fall into a silent state, unable to use any skills. Even the skeleton mage was not spared. Control skills. It is Lin Moyu's most hated skill. The rays of light continued to emit, and the skeleton mages fell silent one after another. Skeleton mages who cannot use skills can only stare blankly, unable to do anything. Seeing this, Lin Moyu immediately put away the skeleton mage who was not silenced. The skeleton warrior's broadsword continued to greet it. It retreats immediately, but under the curse, it retreats very slowly. Lin Moyu also continued to cast Soul Flame. Every Soul Flame attack can make it feel painful. The skeleton warrior caught up close to him, and with his speed, he couldn't outrun the skeleton warrior at all. A gust of wind blew by, and the few skeleton warriors in the front suddenly stopped. A chain appeared on them. The skeleton warrior was stuck in place, unable to move. Skill: Shackles of the Wind. The boss keeps launching skills, and every time several skeleton warriors are trapped by the skills. Skeleton warriors cannot approach it. The blue light flickered, and the magic shield appeared again. In this way, even if several skeleton warriors catch up, they will not be able to break through the magic shield. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the skeleton warriors were already trapped, unable to move like wooden stakes. It is troublesome enough for mobs to know control skills, and so will bosses. It's literally a headache. Skeleton warriors are bound, and skeleton mages are silenced. Lin Moyu knows he can only rely on himself now. This is the first time that such a thing of fighting a boss purely by oneself. 0. Asking for flowers. Soul Flame is his only skill. Fortunately, the magic shield couldn't resist it. The Soul Flame was constantly activated again and again. The boss's expression was contorted and painful, and his body was shaking non-stop. He held his staff aloft. A series of complex and mysterious starburst patterns are formed under the feet, which quickly turned into a pentagram array. Skill: Meteor Fire destroys the world. Meteor Fire is a skill that can only be mastered by a level 40 mage professional after completing the second round. Large-scale group attack skills. The sky turned red, and then countless flaming meteorites fell down. Regardless of the range or power, it is stronger than the mage who attacked at that time. The skeleton warriors were all under control. Lin Moyu couldn't take them back, he could only bear the attack. His skeleton armor was shining, resisting the attack for Lin Moyu. The skill range is too large, there is nowhere to hide. Simply do not hide. Don't bother with the skeletons. Lin Moyu felt ruthless in his heart, so let's fight hard and see who can last till the end. Against the blazing stone meteorite, the Soul Flame is constantly used. Replenish yourself with bone armor every once in a while. The boss has strong vitality, so it is not so easy to kill. Even if it is besieged by the skeleton warriors, it will take a minute or two. What's more, it's only Lin Moyu who is attacking now. His mental power is consumed rapidly. When more than half of it is consumed, take out the recovery potion that was prepared earlier and drink it. Before entering the dungeon, I took the recovery potion with me in case I needed it, but I didn't expect it to be actually needed. The fire and destruction of the world lasted for a full minute before stopping. A beam of light shot out from the boss staff. Skill: Silence. It's going to limit Lin Moyu's skills. Silence didn't work, it was blocked by the bone armor. Bone armor is immune to all control and all negative effects. After 2 attempts, the boss stopped trying. He did not continue to use the fire to destroy the world, but instead attacked Lin Moyu with explosive flames. Although the overall power of a single skill is not as powerful as Meteor Fire, it is fast and can be used continuously. One-on-one it is much more powerful than Meteor Fire. Explosive flames kept falling on Lin Moyu's body, clusters of flames exploded in front of his eyes, brilliant like fireworks, and roared in his ears. Relying on the super defensive power of the bone armor, Lin Moyu does not move or dodge, and resists the attack. At the same time, he used the Soul Flame to attack the boss continuously at the fastest speed. The boss's magic shield can't stop the Soul Flame. The bone armor can block the opponent's explosive flames. Lin Moyu knows he has the edge here. Now it's a war of attrition. He took out another bottle of recovery potion and drank it, keeping his mental strength at more than half. The two sides are such a non-technical battle. You hit me, I hit you. It was obviously a battle of life and death, but it looked so boring. Finally, the boss reached the limit and let out a painful scream. From the start of the fight to the present, this was the first time he had screamed. Lin Moyu knows how painful the Soul Flame is. None of the boss monsters all the way until here could bear it unless they didn't feel pain. Amidst the screams, its skills were interrupted. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, and he stepped up his attack on the mage.